It's CDL Sunday, and we've got another monster matchup to close out your weekend.
That's right, Puckett. Tonight, it's Toronto Ultra versus Atlanta FaZe. Scrap versus Draza. The grudge match we've all been waiting for.
The timeline might be dangerous tonight. Plus, Clayster and the Royal Ravens look to keep the streak alive after a big upset against the defending world champs.
And we'll see if Boston's big bet on a new roster pays off. Can the new blood bring them success?
It's all coming up right now
on the Call of Duty League.
Nero, he is a freaking atom bomb, man. Tags. Oh no! Oh! Diamond Com. Oh my god, Hydra.
They got obliterated this round.
How does he even make that happen?
These guys are going to war! Kids holding the stairs. Don't let him get close. A single second, the Seattle Surge, they are going to send it. If any team is set to fall apart in a crazy way, it could.
Oh my God.
Reggie, what a play from up high. Seattle Surge.
Oh my God. Go, man. Man.
Yep, that actually happened. A very special Saturday for a lot of folks out there. For the Subliners, though, this is back-to-back losses, and the Surge, a big reason to celebrate.
I definitely thought that was a nightmare when I first saw that on my screen from at home. But hey, guys, I'm back, and Seattle Surge is somehow one of our top teams right now.
All right, Rosalie, I wanted to start with asking, how long do you think you can make it in the pre-show without coughing?
I got a minute in me, I think.
Name was, how long can we go without talking about Seattle Surge?
We have to talk about Seattle Surge and what they did yesterday. Absolutely incredible. 2 huge wins. I mean, they beat Carolina Royal Ravens, who look great. Do it by way of winning 2 search and destroys. And then go into their next match against the New York Subliners. And it's a respawn masterclass. They went 3 respawns. Brezzy went off. Everybody on the team had their moments, but I'm going to shout out Brezzy. He had 3 maps, nearly 5K damage, and he sealed the deal in that last HP. Seattle Surge, man, they have come to play. Shout out to the management and the roster making things work, and Hoop being that veteran leader that these guys have needed.
And I mean, we thought at first it was maybe just like an opening matchup versus the Carolina Royal Ravens, but to now take down the defending world champions, this is the most underdog of underdog teams I think we've seen in a couple years, considering the woes of Seattle Surge. Not to mention that, but like some of the roster moves they've made that have been a little bit questionable. Brezzy really solidifying himself as a player in the league during this matchup versus New York Subliners, but also 0-4, seemingly one of the fastest come-ups we've seen from a player in Challengers, also being able to hang with some of the big dogs this early on. So for Seattle Surge, this makes me extremely excited to see them come to Toronto.
Nameless, at the end of the matchup, you and I got a chance to talk with Hook, and we haven't seen him this happy in a long time.
Yeah, he was really happy, man, and it seems like these guys have taken to him nicely, and you can see the Twitter. Just the beef has been wild. This is one of the better memes that we've seen from any of the teams.
Well done, Surge.
That's been in the back pocket for so long because I haven't been winning.
No, that's true. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the narrative should be more around Seattle improving, getting better than New York falling out of the top 4. It's just
Carolina beat New York. We'll talk about that a little bit later because Carolina is in action versus the Gorillas. Boston Breach takes on Minnesota, and you'll see Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto Ultra. That is the big matchup everyone's been talking about. Let's start here with Atlanta FaZe, the Major 2 reigning champions taking on the Major 1 champions in Toronto Ultra. And Atlanta, well, they have looked on top of that big 4 right now, Allie.
Atlanta looks completely undefeatable right now. We thought maybe if the only team that could take them to kind of a test is Optic Texas, but they're 6-0 in them so far on the season. So this is a tough matchup for Toronto Ultra because they've been kind of on the outside of, not the outside of the top 4, but on the tail end of the top 4 until recently with New York Subliners woes. So for Atlanta FaZe, they're feeling extremely comfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, they are, but it's still a very tough team, a major champion that you're going up against today. And, you know, for Atlanta FaZe, though, in the last 60 days, when you look at their numbers, they're ridiculous. They're #1 in hardpoint, search and destroy, and control across the board. And, you know, when you think back to Major 1 and you talk about Toronto beating them, it was 7-2 map count, but a completely different map pool. They were smoking them on maps like Skid Row, and then in stage 2, you see Rio gets added. It adds to Atlanta FaZe's map pool. Now we got 6-star. Now we got Vista. So it's gotten better and better for Atlanta FaZe. So for Toronto Ultra, they're going to have to bring their A game and take these guys down.
All right, so I'm trying to remember the big picture here. Toronto beats Atlanta twice for the Major 1 title. Atlanta beats Toronto online, but we haven't seen them on land yet. Tonight is another match online, Allie. Best of 5. If you're Toronto, if you're looking to even the odds up in the recent matchups, how do you get it done?
I mean, there's a couple of question marks around Toronto, right? Considering the fact that one of their main S&Ds has been extremely inconsistent without really any reason for it. And obviously, you know, talking about Envoy, has a really struggling map one, but bounces back to that map #2 versus Miami Heretic. So maybe some light there, but also like Ann touched on, their map pool hasn't been getting better with the addition of these new maps, which is weird to me considering that they have one of the stronger SMG duos and one of the strongest AR duos in the league. You would think they would rival Atlanta FaZe when it comes to having a deep map pool. So for Toronto Ultra, a couple of questions that need to be answered.
Name was at the end of my control maps. I have about 3,700 damage. I feel like Kleenex and Scrap have been putting that up and around. Talk to me about this powerhouse slang duo. What have they accomplished so far here in stage 3?
Yeah, I mean, when Toronto's having success, it's through those guys, right? Like Kleenex is looking like one of the best in the world, and you know, Name a better duo. Graphics package and matches after playing the Miami Heretics. Listen, Toronto fried them. We all know. We saw the control. It was absolutely ridiculous. But the search and destroy, extremely close. I mean, it went to around 11, and that is what we're looking at for Toronto. That has been the struggle since stage 2 and their map pool. So going up against Atlanta FaZe, it is a tall task, but we know if anybody's going to be on point, it's the guys that are on your screen right now. The beef, the lore of Scrap Pendraza goes deep. They do not like each other. It's going to be spicy.
During the commercial break, feel free to read all about it on our COD competitive subreddit. In the meantime, just know that those are two of the most aggressive ARs and aggressive Twitter fingers after a match when they win.
Oh, yeah. The Twitter timeline will be very spicy tonight.
It's going to be fun. It's also going to be fun to watch our second match of the day because this is a battle between two teams desperate for some dubs. And both teams made two-player roster moves. Let's start here with the Minnesota Rocker because they had a pretty solid lineup. We've seen some success with the statistics from guys like Vivid, but they decide to go another way. They bring in Gunless, they bring in Standy. They're 0-2 to start stage 3, but they've had some tough competition.
Yeah, respectfully, they went up against two top 4 teams, right? And that's a really tough strength of schedule whenever we look at kind of the oversight of an entire qualifier, but they didn't look necessarily bad. I know New York is having their struggles, but we're talking about 10-point hard points. We're talking about 3 rounds in search and destroy. It's just tough when you change half the roster to get everybody on the same page very quickly. But Gunless have shown some great things. I think the biggest thing right now is for Standy to get comfortable in the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Minnesota Rocker, they definitely struck gold with Gunless. He definitely has something to prove, and he's a step up from what Big Wake has done in this game. I mean, so far, you know, Gunless 1.02, but he's had some hard points where he's went off for these guys and laid down a ton of damage. Wake was at a 0.89. I mean, he's 51 of the players that we've had coming in and out of the league in terms of rank. The hard point needs work. I mean, these guys 4-13 in hard point last 60 days. Is it enough for Gunless and Standy to come in and sort of change that entire thing? I don't know. I need to see more from Standy. He needs to be more involved. We're seeing the subs in this current meta take over games. Standy's got to do it too.
I have to say, out of like all 12 teams, it feels at least 7 have one sub player who is struggling while the other is finding his flow. Just give it a few more minutes as everyone figures out the spawns, especially on the new map. For now, though, let's talk about the other team in this fight. They are at the very bottom of the leaderboard. They've been to some Game 5 round 11s, but Boston can't seal the deal. Tonight, can they get it done? Do you get number 6 that's been eluding them for 2 lands now?
I mean, I don't see why not. I think the issue with Boston Breach right now is they took a really big risk, and we are not seeing the payout on the fan side of things. You know, on the coach's side, on the scrim side, maybe they're seeing it, but it was a big risk dropping players like Slasher and Asim on your team who are known to be very, very good, especially when they're added into these new rosters and put in these high-pressure situations. And we're almost halfway through the year, right? We're past the halfway mark. We're heading into Toronto. And Boston Breach hasn't really shown us anything. Beans, I mean, continuation from last year. He had his takeover maps. He was a very consistent, very solid player, but we're not seeing it click with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think with this roster, what they're hoping for is Snoopy to get comfortable and these guys to get loose online and find success online, because the last roster was a terrible online squad. They had moments on LAN, but they still were losing on LAN as well, so they had to make the change. I understand that, but what I want to see is more teamwork and cohesiveness, playing the game the correct way. They had huge blunders in that match versus the Miami Heretics. We're talking Pentagram, new guy on the team, dropping down, challing on Karachi Street, throwing the round, and challing elevators in the Game 5 high-rise. Like, these are things that cannot happen. They have to play more as a team. I think they will find success online.
Pentagram has been trying to get into the league for 5 years. He finally does, and he gets bullied in his first 2 matches. Tonight, he looks to get a big win over Minnesota Rocker. But if you're looking at rookies who aren't having any struggles, it looks like Quinn has found his form as the young man sets the league record of 115 kills, 24 of those across the 2 S&Ds, Allie.
What did you tell me in the rehearsal pocket that you can't spell win without Quinn? This guy has been an absolute monstrosity for the Carolina Royal Ravens, easily the most consistent player. And what was most impressive for me wasn't even breaking the records, it wasn't even the damage, it wasn't even the team they're playing against. It was the fact that he was able to transfer his success from Respawn into Search and Destroy. That is the makings of a very good all-around player, and for him to be able to do it this early in his career is extremely impressive.
Nameless, it looks like a lot of things are turning in the positive for the Carolina camp. They have all 4 players finally playing alongside each other online, and Clayster's having some young fun here in the house. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, you know, when you got a guy like that who's frying, who's young, I mean, it gives you new life as a veteran competitor. And you can see Clay said this guy Isaiah broke the kill record, went home to grind more S&D. Actually respectable as you know what. And he also said after he lost to Seattle, he didn't deserve his bed, so he slept on the couch. Like, this is so funny, and it's like narratives you can take it to the rest of the team and be like, yo, we got to all play better. Gwyn's giving us this, and he's the youngest on the team. So good news right now if you're a Ravens fan.
In a league where no one likes to take accountability, I love to see that from a rookie player. He benches himself or couches himself in that situation. You get a chance to see Gwyn in action against the LA Gorillas. That's coming up after this. We got Boston Breach versus Minnesota Rocker, and we'll close it out with your Monster Energy matchup, Toronto Ultra taking on Atlanta FaZe. Don't go anywhere. This is day 3.
Fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in-game.
How they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. Nigga rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. 5 talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
It's your Stage 3 qualifiers as we are getting ready for the major up in Toronto. We're starting to find out how the power rankings are going to look. And both of these teams looking for dubs. Carolina got one as recent as yesterday over the NYSL. For the Gorillas, it's been a minute. But let's talk about Carolina and why things might be turning positive. Allie, they basically set up one of the old school formats that we had. 2 guys on each side. You got all 4 there in shouting distance.
This is so cute. Honestly, Carolina Ravens, hit me up. I'll visit my hometown just to come and help you with some of this cable management because this looks like a hazard. But you know what? This hazard got them that win versus Game 5 in New York Subliner.
Free cable management. You better take her up on that offer. Let's take a look at our maps and modes. Nameless 6-star is in this one twice.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this and LAG, like they're just praying, bro, because they're 1-7 on all these maps combined. You know, obviously 6-star S&D they haven't played yet, but yeah, they're just trying to find a needle in a haystack. We'll see if they can get it done. It's online, so I don't believe in LAG. I think that they just need a change, but that's neither here nor there.
Blow it up.
I have Carolina winning this.
Y'all aggressive. Allie, he said to go fast.
It's just how I've been with LA.
Ready to go?
I'm going Carolina Royal Ravens.
Carolina Royal Ravens. Nameless is at number 89.
I'm going with Carolina.
I got to get to 85 before you get to 90. I'm going LAG. Turn it purple. Yes. Fans, come with me. Shit. All right, there you have it. We have our predictions locked in. I'm about to go way down potentially here as we send it over to our casters. Fellas, take it away.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone more checked than Puckett trying to make predictions this year. That is off the cuff. Yeah, Study, this is going to be an interesting series. And hey, it's not just the fact that LAG can't seem to find a way to win Respawn online, but Carolina, first time they've all kind of been in the same spot, and it's already provided good results for them. So marquee matchup here on the bubble between the 8th and 9th overall seeds right now in the standings.
And that's why it makes it a little more difficult for me, especially if you're LAG, because Carolina, they're all in the same vicinity. They're going to be sitting right next to each other, and we know the history of LAG. They suck online. They only have 3 total wins all season long. Believe it or not, one of them was versus Atlanta FaZe. Still jaw drop about that one. But they cannot figure it out online. So hopefully today's a different start to the day.
It's going to have to be. And, well, maybe no better spot to go to than some of our newer maps. I mean, these are not very well rehearsed in overall competition for either of these two teams when you look at the 6 stars and also the Rios. Although that told, LAG and Carolina both played some tremendously tight 6-star hardpoint in one of their opening maps up here in the Stage 3 qualifiers. So see if they can kind of improve upon what was learned there, as LAG will get a little bit of help from Clayster with the team nade and get in for the opening time here on P1.
Yeah, where Carolina spawned in originally to 6-star, they went up against Vegas, who had versus Seattle, had a really tough game. It was back and forth all the way to the very end of the game, but the Seattle were able to clutch up on the other side. And then for the Gorillas, they were down like 1 million versus Vegas, and then slowly but surely started to fight their way back into this game. So what the 2 similarities I took from both teams is that we need to figure out how to break these hills. When we're not the team early off the rotation, neither squad found any success off of breaking, but you're not going to need any breaking if you're the team getting the initial time and rotating early. It's going to be all of LAG all throughout P1, but Carolina trying to answer back now at P2.
Yeah, and that is kind of the storyline for both these two teams, not just on what we saw kind of in this opening instance of this map, but just historically across their hardpoints. Just not really as polished as you'd like to see, moving rotations into hold percentages. So see if that could kind of be improved like you mentioned. Over towards the second hill though, Carolina starting things off nicely. Good timing here from TJ on the check, but they don't expect a little bit of a split spawn situation around the back. But Gwyn, he has been not just in Rookie of the Year form, but one of the best overall right now in Respawn across the CDL. Tries to pick up on it, but LAG eventually amassed a hit and needed to find the break.
And that was gotta hurt if you are Carolina, because you had a full setup at P2. It's just no one was blocking that black spawn. So that allowed the Gorillas to have 2 players spawning towards the back, set up a proper pinch, and then eventually leads to the break for this final 20. But if you are Carolina, now we're going into a P3. You're gonna have one player, at least in Clayster, still trying to contest it, keeping it scrappy out the old hill, but we know how much of a money hill this next hill can be.
Yeah, and Estriel maybe has broken a bit of timing here. I mean, Carolina, like you mentioned, playing for some of the finesse on the old time. He's going to cut through. He's going to have a player spawn right on top.
Whoa!
Uh-oh. Not what you want to see if you're Carolina. Doesn't even really need any eliminations if you're the Gorillas. It's just simply put, the route comes out just as the hard point opens and all of LAG spawn on top of the new hill.
And you will take that if you are the Gorillas, because you aren't the team to get blessed with the P3 spawns, but just that route right there from Estro got enough of the job done. He does find himself on 5 before getting taken care of, but you take this if you are the Gorillas. You were already up by 20 to 30 points going into this hill. You were blessed with the spawns for this hill, and now you have an ability to potentially walk away with up 70 to 80 points. Correct, Carolina have to find a break in. They are able to find a triple through the front end, but it turns into a one-on-one, and none other than Gwyn able to win it to secure some time for his team.
Yeah, just lots of good nade usage coming out from Carolina. It did not look like there was much of a defensive trophy system put into place, so all of those were finding value. Felony, Gwyn trying to work their way back through, but Fame picks things up. An 8-4 start for him. One more contestant up top is Clayster, and the teamwork is good for LAG to confirm the scrap time. And once again, take a look at the minimap. Already pushing over towards Nude. They're going to get Clayster to spawn at Old, and there may be a chance here for LAG to move across the map and maybe split out this Carolina hold, but Estriel's long pinch does get shut down, and now Carolina will open up the new time.
Yeah, now Carolina have all their sole focus on towards the back end because they know where the pressure's coming in from, but if you're TJ, you probably just want to play that one a little bit safer. Now your team is in a man disadvantage, but who cares? You're going to spawn right behind them. You're going to be able to set up a proper pinch. Felony's able to find 3. TJ's going to be able to find a 4th, and it's Carolina holding on to the first push.
Yeah, great read from TJ as well, knowing that none of his teammates spawned near him, so likely LAG will spawn right where he had placed. his last respawn up. Clayster down low, just waiting to use the glass as a bit of information gathering. Yep, this is mostly bulletproof. The hinges are the most shoot-throughable stuff on the door. But Clayster only gets the first, and there's no follow-up at all from the rest of the Royal Ravens. May not be a lot of time, but it does lead to LAG finding the break and also making their moves in towards mid-map. But that gets picked up by Carolina, leaving Fame by himself, trying to watch this cross.
Yeah, now they have the numbers off the rotation as well. Big set of fights is going to be underway, but Clayster's able to at least start it off with the first onto Fame. Assault there for the trade, but it's going to be Carolina only down by 20 points, currently in control of the pool hill. Estru was trying to make a play through the flank route. He does get traded, so it's still Carolina knowing where the pressure is coming from. Guns are just ready as they're premium finding all the kills.
Yeah, TJ just treading water around the backside of the hot tub. Fame waiting for the peak to come through and will win it with the pistol. But Carolina off their respawn, looking to reinforce pretty darn quickly, and Gwyn will jump in. Another pistol battle with Fame that does go Carolina's way. And really at this point, Gwyn just has to sit back here as long as humanly possible while the rest of the Ravens come off respawn to pick up his pinch.
Yeah, you just gotta soak time, swim a little bit, make sure you have that Renetti out. He's able to find his second in towards the water. So this final couple of times is going to go towards Carolina. They're going to be able to take the lead for a little bit. And early off the rotation, you already have Felony having a stellar game so far. 14 and 12, trying to make it 15 on 4 in a row. Just trying to win this rotation single-handedly by himself because he's getting all the damn kills. That's 5 in a row for Tyler Fella.
And he's getting great nade usage. That Semtex placed perfectly. Doesn't quite connect, but it again gives a little bit of information that Carolina need to pick this all from the front, and TJ will do so towards pool. Fellow just staying down, waiting to see if he can get a freebie around the backside of U-turn, which is on the way, and he does take it for the 6th kill. Carolina ripping apart LAG at the moment, now finding their largest lead at about 30 points.
Yeah, this is good stuff right here from Carolina. In the second half of this hard points, they're starting to turn up, hit it the whole different gear. And you know Felony is definitely chirping a little bit. Finally, he does get shut down off of that 7 spree, but you will take that. Now you just want to keep this P1 as scrappy as you possibly can, but start thinking about that rotation where you're going to have our potential rookie of the year already in a position to contest it, cannot find the kill on the Estrio. So LAG do a good job of at least maintaining the better side for the next hill.
Yeah, just kind of talking about the rookies in this matchup. Gwyn not having the greatest of starts, but Estrio has played supremely well for LAG. Kind of quietly under the radar, mostly because LAG hasn't been necessarily good. But 18 and 13, lots of hill time for Estrio, and he will make sure that continues to be the case as we open up the palm tree in that lovely shade of purple. Carolina working their way around the pool side. Estrio has to give up the hill in favor of the regen. That's enough to get the Royal Ravens in for a break.
Oh, this is good stuff for Carolina because they bombard their way right through the front end. All of the Gorillas, they know where the pressure's coming in from, but they cannot help. You cannot give up middle map control and allow the free pinches to come on in. But Carolina, they were able to flip the spawns right on its head. And this might be the turning point of the game. You allow Carolina to walk away with this final 30. Keep in mind that they still have that cruise missile to break in towards P3. You have to contest this all the way to the very end if you are the Gorillas.
What? How does Gwyn stay alive right there? Looked like an absolutely perfect triple chow, but all of it gets shut down. So now the Ravens, a huge lead as we jump in with the Carolina Royal Ravens. Listen in.
Hold on.
Diamond.
I'm calling him dead. I'm coming, Tita.
One's close right. He just ran to the right, pretty sure. Yeah, he's Fame, close right, really weak.
I'll come middle.
He ran to new. You got great timing. You guys got great timing. I'm gonna streak, bro. I'm gonna streak. Close right, there. I'm streaking. One spot in the back. 2 deep in the back. One at a time. 2 deep in the back. One at a time. I'm going for this guy. I got one shot in lobby. One shot in lobby. Hit middle. Assault. One shot middle.
Go together.
Assault. One shot middle.
DJ. Yep.
Let's go mid.
I'm gonna go blue.
DJ. One shot, one bullet, DJ. To your left, two.
I can fly. Yeah, I'm working front.
Absolutely here, but I'm
trying to
close.
Close. Wood stairs, on a half a weak.
Wood stairs, back elbow left kid.
Back elbow still.
We need a row.
It's some money though.
I got one. One more behind the desk.
I keep him off, I can test. It's high roads, and I'm behind that.
I got 2. One more at all, 2 at all. SU on Fame. Yeah, SU on Fame at all. Sending over long gate. I have statue.
One on me, Fame.
Okay, one deep long on me.
Thunder be mid.
Deep long, Diamond Con. Nothing hit our mid stairs.
I think he hit our mid. Fame.
Go around, 2 here. Diamond Con here too. He ran back. I'm back on your side. Okay, he's gonna be you.
I got time, Terry. Do whatever you want.
I'll look for you.
I'm having the back now.
Okay, Trove. I'm closing these doors.
I have you for you.
Okay. You can play around the back, guys.
Yeah, I'm playing the deep back corner.
Yo, one deep you, there's 2 you, I think.
I have you up here. I can help you guys.
No. Help him.
Go around the back. I have you. I have all of you now. He's here, Teach. They're going around. 2 on me, Teach. One, they're pushing me. I
got one.
2. One more deep back on me. I stunned it. He's in. Weak. One shot in. I'll lay down dead. Nice.
Good fucking shit.
I have you. One in the back. One more in the back. I have you. I'll get a choke. One more in the back on me, guys. 2. They spawned here.
I'm on the stairs.
I have you again.
They're crossing you guys. I'm getting in this.
Clean stuff through and through in this rotation here, Jay. I mean, they made life difficult over on the exit. Scrap time at 3, and now the rotation to 4 looking decent. That is until LAG kind of all hit through the window at the same time, and a necessary break comes out for the Gorillas.
Yeah, they definitely needed that break, because at least if you are Carolina, you got the investment out of the cruise missile for P3. The Gorillas were able to stabilize that, still maintain the back spawns, and keep this game sort of close. But you started to allow Carolina, especially when they shut down that first push over towards P4, with just the setup that they had. Felony was sitting behind the double doors, where we know are bulletproof. He's just giving the comms to TJ to eventually set up that pinch, but that allowed Carolina to now grow a 40-point lead, only needing 25 to close out this game. The break has to come in quick for the Gorillas if they want to still stay alive.
Yeah, and fell in a great spot, as we've often seen. Trophy system down to help him out, and the pinch is perfect from Clayster around the back. And this looked like a very well maybe game right here, right now. Again, we talked about both these two teams have played this map already in this qualifying stage. Both were tremendously tight losses, but Carolina off to the races, and Clayster letting them know about it here late. Fellow does get pushed out of the hard point for a moment, but just a couple more seconds required, and Carolina can find their way into a very comfortable win, pending they can just zone out these last couple of hits, which it looks like they will likely do. Last moment of contest, Gwyn will be shut down, but I mean, this feels like LAG all over again. They have to play legitimately perfect hard point as they rotate back over to P1.
And at least they breached the 190-point mark, so there's still a chance. Just has to be perfection, and unfortunately 3 players do go down, make it all 4. Only 1 second for Carolina to close it out, and that's going to be the Ravens securing map 1.
Yeah, clean. It really was. I mean, a tight game to start, but it definitely felt like the patterns that started to kind of show itself was Carolina making great moves. And really, if you just take away the estrial route in the first rotation of Hills, this is a pretty comfortable map from start to finish for Carolina. I mean, he earned them a good 40 seconds off that rotation at least. And then a couple of weird spawn moments also kind of catching Carolina a bit off guard. But ultimately speaking, I think you got to be really happy with what you saw from the Royal Ravens there across the board.
Without question, they were playing great. Besides, like you said, that first time where Estriel hits a route through P3, spawns all of his teammates right on the hard point. You just can't get a read on that. But Carolina, every single time, had an answer at P4. We're able to chain that P4 to great time at P5. And in the second rotation, when you allow Fellow to go on the H3, pick up an early cruise missile, you're able to contest the P2s all the way to the very end. You're able to even keep it scrappy at the P3, and that's where usually the Gorillas are finding a lot of their time. But Carolina just came out swinging. You're going to throw the fist bumps left to right because everyone's sitting right next to each other. Now you're up 1-0, going into a search and destroy where they have been turning it around in this mode. And I'm only saying that because they just recently took down one of the best S&D teams in 2 different S&Ds.
Yeah, it's very true. It's been a kind of a moment of, all right, we see you, Carolina. I think the biggest thing was, this qualifying stage, it looked like a revitalized team. That series versus Seattle, that was the one where not everyone was in Charlotte yet.
Yeah.
So maybe you could give them a little bit of leeway there in what was a very tight series from start to finish. But, I mean, honestly speaking, this has been incredibly composed from Carolina across every single mode, not just here in this opening hardpoint. Like you mentioned, you take away both search and destroys with some conviction against New York earlier this weekend, and everyone's like, okay, this is an opportunity for Carolina to put themselves firmly into a winner's bracket situation.
And that's what I've been waiting for a long time with this Carolina roster, because they came out swinging out the gates when you talk about the respawns, more specifically in hardpoint. Control, they had to figure that out towards the very end, or deeper into getting more reps as a roster. But S&D, when you look at the players on this team, they should have had that one down packed right off of the rip. Yeah, Fellow's been playing Search and Destroy for a long time. Clayster, we always talk about how damn old he is. He's been around for a long time. And then TJ, he's Mr. S&D. He's been doing it for a really long time alongside all of his other teammates with a rookie in Gwyn who's coming from the S&D scene. So it's very difficult for me that they have been struggling in S&D, but this is where you want to start finding your footing. And after getting 2 S&D wins versus NYSL, you can only see the upward trajectory for this Ravens squad.
Now, that told, just to kind of play the other edge of the sword here, Rio has not been a regular stop for either of these two teams in the search and destroy. Yeah. So there is going to be a bit of a mystery in terms of what we're going to get out of these two squads. Carolina most recently played this versus New York and took that in 10 rounds. LAG played it back during the stage 2 qualifiers versus Optic, and it didn't look all that great. So there are going to be, I think, a handful of questions here in terms of the improvements for LAG. What was so darn successful for them at the stage 2 major at Miami, and why have we not been able to see that in any form really online? That's the big kind of pose here, I think, if you're LAG.
Yeah, no, it's tough because obviously when you're going online, no one's going to square up against you on a map like High Rise, which is your best S&D that you have. You're unbelievable at shutting down that B Street, but you have to be able to figure out a bunch of these other maps. They haven't played this map in about 2 months since they played against Optic Texas, and the biggest thing that they struggle with is when they find the first blood, they still cannot convert it into W's. On the opposite side for Carolina, when they found first bloods versus NYSL, and it was only about 36% of the time, they were 100% conversion wins in those rounds. So first blood is going to be a big battle for both of these teams.
And the other side of it too, and one of the things that I think watching over Miami compared to this LAG team previously, no matter what the search and destroy map has been, we often talked about this a lot, Jay, was LAG just had this ability to play at a slow tempo.
Super slow, man.
And more often than not, we saw it like on Invasion, and it really hurt them. That had seemed to be kind of remedied in a way where we weren't really getting that same tempo full through. But I think the thing is, you can't afford to have any moments of indecision or second guessing here on Rio. I think especially off the break off, which has often been, like you mentioned, where LAG have really struggled the most.
Yeah, that's what you have to figure it out, especially early on the attacks. The map's so damn small that you cannot waste a lot of this game clock to allow a play to start developing, because then the play is already going to be in the other team's mind. They know exactly where you're going to, and there's only 30 seconds left. They have full mid-map control. You have to be going towards A. You just have to continue to play mind games if you are the Gorillas, and especially set the tone early on into these rounds, because we know how aggressive TJ and Gwen like to be through top mid. If you can shut down early with Fame and Estru playing it the way that they usually do in Search and Destroy, that's where you can contest it.
Also, just kind of a footnote here in terms of what went wrong for LAG when they did play this map versus Texas. They didn't win a single defense. So there will be some questions there when we eventually get to that point in terms of improvement. But we will start things off with LAG on the offense. No trophies means that LAG actually just going to kind of voluntarily stay away from mid-map. And Carolina, who don't see much information off their opening nades, now have a 4-man stack towards A, and that stun does land onto Assault with the Ravens looking to pursue.
Yeah, they got early information to at least one player from the Gorillas playing over towards the banana side, but how much time do they waste trying to locate where Assault is? Because that bomb is already going to get planted, but Assault is going to drop. So TJ with that first blood. Carolina 4v3 now.
And TJ was the only one to show himself, so you don't know how many Carolina members are here. DiamondCon good for the first, gets a read on the second, but Fellow with the shutdown now gives a 3v2 retake in play. LAG still maybe a little bit anxious about, is there anyone on this long flank from behind us? But the shots, the damage, good from TJ with the nade to flush out the last opponent. It's just down to Estriel. Bomb will be hopped, and the team chow is perfect. What a bold call from Carolina on their opening defense.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's great teamwork on full display right there from Carolina. Send it, isolate the player who was trying to be the island player for the opposing team. You get the first blood, and then you trade efficiently through the back end. I just think if you are Assault in that situation, the bomb is getting planted through the middle of the map. You just got to back up far as hell to not get caught off guard in those gunfights, to at least assist your teammates with the info that you gained. But once he falls, Carolina know there's no one on this side of the map. All we have to do is trade, take top mid control, and the round went to them.
Yeah, and again, I think it is important that it was just TJ that was seen by Assault on that push through.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm sure LAG put together a very different looking post plan. But okay, just the one kill for DiamondCon for LAG. And here we go. What do they have for the defense? Not having won a single defensive round versus Optic a couple months ago. This time, how about this? Quick push over towards bridge side. Fellow equal to the task, at least for a 1-for-1 trade. And the bomb is quickly planted behind it.
So now it turns into a 3v3, and Carolina now know that they do not have bridge control. So Gwen going to be in a crucial position. Can he at least take down one? He finds one. Can't find a trade. 2v2.
Clay also able to get a beat down another, and the follow-up is perfect. And this is the speed and tempo for Carolina that you've gotten, like, okay, Clay's a little shadow boxing. So you've kind of seen that. I think in particular versus New York, that's what really impressed me, was they're not just playing isolated corners looking to go 1-for-nothing or 1-for-2s or anything like that. It's mostly been get your intel, get back, set yourself up to get a little bit of help when you need it. And the assist column has been great for Carolina, especially in the search and destroy.
Yeah, that's beautiful plays, because once that bomb goes down, it's a 3v3. You have all the information right in front of you and where they're going to attack from. But instead of Carolina just playing it slow, waiting for the time to waste, they send the play right to them. Everybody was an instant trade. I said 2v2. It was already a 1v1. The round already ended. So Carolina up 2-0 in the search and destroy. But you can already see a different play from the Gorillas as they are sending it over towards A.
And this is interesting because Carolina are kind of pulling a similar play here where they're just voluntarily not taking any information towards A, but with the amount of numbers that are pushing through mid and over towards bridge, they know that no one else is here. So they actually have a lot of intel in terms of, okay, all 4 members for LAG must be on the site. Now it just comes down to the task of trying to find a retake with the bomb already planted.
And especially with Felony still holding down the back of his spawn as well. So he knew that no one was going to overextend. He's actually able to take down one before falling, but now Assault knows where the pressure's coming in from. He's able to take down a double. Now it's Clayster left in a 1v3.
Tough situation for him. Last 2 players towards garage side. Clay may have seen the first, wins it cleanly. Plenty of time, but he's going to have to push through and challenge, and Estriel's going to wait behind the door just to make sure he creates enough space to allow the bomb to at least be in a more unmanageable situation for the post-plant retake. So good 1v1 win right there, but yeah, really interesting ideas here from Carolina to start just kind of voluntarily giving away one site and fully playing retake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The strategies are looking good, though. I'm loving the teamwork aspect of it because we're just clearing out top mid, covering all our bases, and then Felony was the guy playing towards the island, watching the overextension through the spawn. Unfortunately, once he wasn't able to find that kill onto Assault, that's what made the round a lot more difficult. Even when finding that first blood, not taking down Assault, you could tell he was the X factor because once he was able to gain the end info and then turn it into a double, makes it basically impossible for Clayster to try to clutch up on the round.
Similar break off here for LAG's defense. Lots of focus towards this bottom bridge side. Carolina once again feeling the vacancy to get the bomb planted immediately. Clay able to find the first and actually almost takes down Fame for the double. But once more, LAG find themselves in a very early now 3v2 with the post plant setup looking pretty complete here for Carolina.
And they have all their bases covered.
Yeah.
You have TJ watching all of top middle. Your bridge shot is controlled and the overextension as well is going to be watched by Gwyn, but that's just another perfect round by Carolina. Is going to be watched by Gwyn, but that's just another perfect round by Carolina. You take top mid control. You know that they don't have any positions towards top mid because no attacks are being used. And then even if they do, your trophy systems are going to be able to block it. But Clayster super aggressive with that MCW up through the bridge shot. Is able to find the first blood. Once the bomb gets down, big nade over the top from Fellow. And then, like I said, all your bases are covered. Carolina not making any mistakes.
Well, the thing about it is if you're LAG and you're committing 3 players to playing over towards the bridge side of the map, you could not get first blooded.
Yeah, that's
straight
tough.
up. You just cannot get first blooded in that position. So again, those opening duel win percentages really coming into grips early here as LAG will come out of spawn. Not interested in the bomb for now. Diamondcon watching over towards the backside of bridge will likely be the one to go back and pick it up, but doesn't make a difference. Win for first blood. Stuns connected off the rip, and Carolina holding early 4v2.
Like, where's the trophy? Like, there's no way in hell we're thinking you're going to take top mid control without a trophy in your back pocket. Because then you set up Gwyn for the first blood. Clayster instantly there for the response. So now Diamondcon is at least able to take down Clay to make it a 3v2, but both teammates are on complete opposite sides of the map, and the bomb is still down in their base. So a lot of time to still work with. Just have to figure out who's going to try to get that objective done.
It's going to have to be Assault. The thing about it is you can see Carolina are still running circles around the backside at Fire Truck. They get Assault down, and now, I mean, you're playing 1v3 TDM if you're Diamondcon. TJ's head will be popped up, lots of damage, but doesn't get the kill. And, I mean, you got to be scratching your head right now, like, LAG, what are we doing?
Yeah, we got to get a trophy to top mid. We're going to try to take top mid control. Both the players running up the Eskies cannot afford to be stunned, especially no tac mask, because Gwyn was ready right towards the soda alley, and then Clayster from a different angle, head glitching the bomb, finding the initial 2 kills. And then even though it turns into a 3v2, you saw that TJ had the info on where Diamondcon was.
Yeah.
You isolate him, and then even though Assault thought he probably had the jump on him, that's where Carolina's teamwork was on display because it was crossfires galore. Fellow gave the comm. They were able to isolate Assault, and then a 1v3 for Diamondcon. GG. 4-1 right now for Carolina.
All right, different break off here for LAG defensively. Nades through mid, but it's actually the offensive utility from Carolina that lands. And that's enough. That frag landing is enough to keep mid completely open, as Carolina will take a moment of pause before possibly considering this A site. But a late stun for Assault does get some information. That stops his rotation away. And now he's got to be the sole defender over, looking for a little bit of assistance from the rest of the LAG defense.
Oh, without that stun hitting, I thought this was going to be one of the best attacking rounds I've ever seen. Once that stun comes in, LAG now know where the focus is going to be. Bomb does get planted, but everyone conga lines through the back end for the initial 2 kills. 4v2, make it a 4v1.
The stun is the MVP.
Yep, I mean, without question.
Legitimately, Assault is on the way out of the site, but it's just one last delayed stun just to check, and that's enough to keep Assault in place and also get the rotation over towards boxes. And then Gwyn, who tried to get forward, I think also got Semtex off that high ground. So really good stuff from LAG, and a lot of that is just good timing with the utility flat out.
That's a big shout out to that stun grenade, man. Without that stun, LIG are probably committing everyone through top mid over towards the bridge side, just wasting a lot more time on a rotation back over towards A. But once that hit marker comes in, you're able to stack on that side of the map. Even though the bomb does get planted, you find the initial 3 kills, turn it into a 1v4, and then Glacier just stands no chance. So the Gorillas making some adjustments on the defensive end, but now they got to figure out on the attacks because they're just giving up top mid every single time. Carolina are taking a lot of map control and forcing you to make your plays towards one side of the map because they're trapping you early off.
No, this time, another different look here for Carolina where they're just over-flooding one side of the map completely. And Fellow will actually get a bit of information early here on this cross through police, and that's enough to actually stop the Ravens from playing for the full flank, and they're looking to contest the plant. Problem is, they're not really in a position to do so. The bomb will get planted immediately. Gwyn off the mantle. Assault nearly caught with a frag out, but Gwyn still looking to go aggressively, and he's got a bit of a lineup, only finds the first, and we'll go 3v3.
3v3 with 30 seconds on the clock, and Placer now knows that there's a couple players around the boxes area. Can he find one with the pistol? No, he cannot. So now it's TJ left in the 1v3 with 20 seconds left. Yeah, TJ, a great S&D player, but that's not going to be one of those rounds you're looking forward to. The Gorillas just bombard their way up through A, find success again at that bomb site. Now stay alive in the search and destroy, getting closer and closer, now down 4-3.
And I love that maybe slight adjustment from LIG. Sure, they get the read that Fellow's playing deep in the corner, but you got to keep in mind the conditioning so far for Carolina has been we're overloading one side of the map. And if you're feeling that much vacancy, LIG just commit to immediately getting the bomb planted. They're not looking for any extra information, any extra kills, any extra damage. It's just plant the bomb immediately. And that gut check call allows them a chance to put themselves on that double stack upset over towards boxes. So the decision making better there for LIG. We now are down just 1. And how about it? Gorillas maybe hearing you a little bit, Jay. Worried about mid map. They've got 3 players focused towards this B side immediately.
Man, this is perfect. You take top mid control, and now you already know we can shut down that A push if Carolina decides to do it, but we have not been able to stabilize their B aggression. Astrio this time around, though, is able to find that first blood on Sequin. A minute left on the game clock. Carolina have a tall task now. How are they going to get this done?
Oh, good trade, though, from TJ. Fellow will lose his life in a 1v1 with Diamond Con deep over towards bridge side, though. So it's on to Clay and TJ to open things up over towards the middle of the map. And decent start, but Clay is low, and there's enough for the pistol to finish things off. And that's now a handful in a row for the Gorillas, getting us back to level footing at 4-4.
That's good stuff out of the Gorillas to take control of top mid. Astrio finding the first blood, and then starting off the trade fights through top mid. He's able to find 3 on the round. So you want something done, you send in your most aggressive player, and Astrio is going to be able to take care of it. As they tie the game at 4 apiece. Assault giving out the strats, and if the strats aren't, we're going top mid with trophy systems. We're definitely going back towards A.
Okay. Breaking point in this map, possibly right here. Carolina going to go to a more natural and default setup. Double stack through garage with TJ and Fellow, and wow, the crossing angle watched perfectly by Fellow. First blood tallied, and the follow-up Sentex lands right at the backside of Banana, taking care of DC. Bomb now down at an early 4v2 for the Ravens again.
And now Astro in Assault. Have to try to clutch on up. You see Assault slowly working his way up the bridge side. Might have just found some great timing, but Clayster with the reposition. He just wants to put himself in a position to play closer to his teammates to potentially play a trade. But that bomb is still going to be down over towards Banana side. There's no way in hell Carolina have a read on it. So Gorilla's still in a 4v2 with 45. Have to get a couple kills.
Yeah. Problem is they're still being tested. I mean, TJ's up close and personal, and the read under Assault is also good. So Carolina just say, let's stack it up. Play our 4v2 here. TJ still wants the gunfight. I mean, this has been an aggressive game of tag between the two of them. And LIG just don't have any space. I mean, they have to now force it forward, and all of Carolina are set up ready for this. And this just feels like a delayed TDM round at this point. Assault's going to get pushed out. Placer with the pistol will really let him have it. And that's enough to put Carolina onto their map point.
Yeah, that was good adjustments right there from Carolina to say, screw the 3-man pushes, conga line through one side of the map. We're going to go back to the default 2-2 split, and it works out to perfection. Felony with the crossfires, able to find the first one, and then TJ with the nade over the top. Once you find those initial 2 kills, basically 10 to 15 seconds into the round, it's going to be done and dusted because that bomb was down over towards that side of the map. The Gorillas now had to work their way back to retrieve it and then try to think about the objectives. There was just way too much from Carolina in their setup around that A point for them to even stand a chance. So now Carolina at game point, back on the attack, all out aggressive through top mid.
Oh, trophies are down though for both sides, so a lot of this is not going to hit. TJ still looking to push the tempo, and he gets the first. How does no one even look at him for the trade? Oh my goodness. An absolute slaughter. Top side, middle, all of it turning up the Ravens, except for the eventual trade on TJ that just simply put came too late. DiamondCon trying to get up Eskies, not gonna happen. And Carolina continue to convert on these first bloods at near the highest of the league through this qualifying stage.
They're playing great, man. Especially in that Search and Destroy. It was teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. Every single time they saw success at the end of the round, it was a 3-man push towards one way, 4-man push towards one way, and that's the way they were able to just simply outnumber all of the Gorillas in every one of those engagements and walk away with this Search and Destroy. Non-stop taking top, make control on your attacks, and then even on the defensive side, LAG simply could not find any success through top mid. They had to consistently go towards A, and eventually Carolina made the proper adjustments to shut down that play, then to walk away with the Search and Destroy in a 6-4 fashion. Now up 2-0, and this is fantastic for Carolina. A 2-0 week. You just beat New York in a game 5. You're going up against the Gorillas who can find success here. This is massive for them because I know going forward, their matches only get tougher and tougher throughout Major 3 qualifiers.
I mean, look at the first blood tally for Carolina. Holy smokes. I mean, damn, 8-2 tally. So again, these boys are finding the first bloods, and again, the conversion rate continues to tick up alongside it. Everything really coming up that lovely Charlotte blue for Carolina at the moment, whereas for LAG, well, the news doesn't get much better because you start to now look at what's to come. High-rise control is not the worst news for them as their most played control, but little to be told, their control generally over the course of stage 2 into stage 3 has been pretty miserable, Jay.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been good. Control, everything in response for LAG has not been great, but at least they have their backbone in high-rise control, but they can try to fight back in this series. They're the second best defensive team on the map, and they have to show it here if they want to try to force game 4.
Bubble match in the overall standings, but a win for Carolina could put them even closer to maybe a winner's bracket start. We'll come to find out. The hoods are needing to go up, though, if you're LAG, because right now the Ravens flying high. We've got High Rise coming up next after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back there, friends, family, all you Call of Duty fanatics. We have got ourselves a pretty one-sided affair at the moment. Carolina able to kind of cruise through the search and destroy after a couple of rounds were put together in a row for LAG. Kind of the same thing could be said for the hardpoint, which was on 6-star. And now we've got high-rise control coming up, Jay. And again, this is the most rehearsed map for both of these two teams when it comes to control. I think the big story here is the fact that LAG just have not been particularly great in control over the course of the last, well, a while, put it plainly.
Yeah, they haven't been playing great in control. For them, overall, what is it, like the last two stages? It hasn't been the best for LAG. So they have to try to figure out with their backs against the wall. Down 0-2 in this series because you're going against Carolina, who in the last 60 days on high-res control have only suffered a defeat to one team, and that is the New York Subliners. That means they're 4-0 besides New York. So they're feeling really great on this map. And actually, the last time these two teams ended up matching up on this one, it was Carolina walking away with a 3-1 victory. So if you are the Gorillas, you have to try to put it together and put it together quick to not get 3-0 again.
Yeah, and keep in mind that New York series was a winnable one. The one all the way to round 5. So definitely some things brewing up for Carolina as first blood will be tallied. Gwyn already through and on to B pretty quickly. They do have a read that Diamondcon's playing up top at Propane. So Semtex will be used, and TJ on the other side will more take his focus to try to stop the respawns, and that won't fully work out. So LAG defensively right back in the mix, depleting the progress that was starting to be made on the first tick.
That's the good stuff from the Gorillas on the defensive end. Focusing on the kills that they needed to. One on Clayster over towards A, and then everyone else through the B street side. Now you just have to maintain the map control, reinforce through top mid, make sure you dominate towards top heli, and try to not allow any players from Carolina out. Fellow tries to at least get that first segment done at B, but he gets cut down, and now all of Carolina gonna work over towards A.
Yeah, not a very comfortable setup towards A either. High ground control, mid map control, all tilting in favor of LAG, and they are taking full use of it. Diamondcon traded bottom side pit, but Clayster really can't do too much here besides wait for a little bit of assistance and the timing from Estriel. Oh, I thought for a second it was going to be good, but the pickup from Carolina was better. And so now the clock will stop. A couple players will jump on towards B, and at least the first tick will be earned. Just comes down to will LAG try to challenge this, and yeah, Diamondcon just going to take the high route, tiptoeing on the ledge, and that's good for the double to re-clear.
That's good stuff from Diamondcon to find that double on towards B. They also find the kill onto Gwyn, who was trying to be a nuisance over towards that A point, and now there's only 30 seconds left. And Carolina have one segment to show for it, so can the Gorillas stay strong on their defensive hold? It's going to fall into the hands of Fame, who currently has a lot of pressure coming up through this B Street side. He's able to take down one, set up his teammate for the second, and that might be just enough to call the round.
Yeah, defense for LAG in this map has always been one of the shining stars, but maybe not more shining brighter than this one. Fame, heck of a start here. 7-2, 3 in a row. Now off the regen, lines up one. TJ on the corner, not going to find anything more, but the cruise missile does get taken away before that 6th kill can come through. The shutdown is in, but still a very convincing defense for LAG, only giving away one tick of progress.
Yeah, LAG loved themselves some high rise, even though it got a little bit scary towards the beginning because a couple players from Carolina had some great routes to at least put the game clock out of pause. They just were more focused on holding down their power positions, finding the right kills around the map to put them in the nice little trap. And now I feel the Gorillas, you're feeling great, only allowing one segment to get away from you because you can make up for that with ease on this opposing side. Just can't allow that break off the start off to go bad, because if you allow Carolina to get a clean 3 to 4 dead, and you got to take Clayster off a top heli and even worry about top propane from Gwyn, yeah, that's a tall task you don't want to be a part of.
LAG, all eyes set over towards B to start, and the opening explosion will actually find TJ. So Estriel looking to go quickly. Gwyn down low, read by Estriel to get the trade. Clayster, kind of the similar situation over towards mid-map, but Estriel more focused on trying to get on and stop the clock early. Not going to be able to, though. Fellow on the cross, able to push him off and find a kill into DC. So once again, Carolina defensively setting up a bit of assertion here around the speed zone.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of maintaining a lot of mid-map control. Finally, the Gorillas able to get some breathing room over towards A. They get the read onto Gwyn as well, working through the on-the-ground pinch. So first segment is potentially going to be complete. No, it's going to turn into a one-on-one, and Fellow's able to come out on top of it. Actually, Astro's going to jump right back in and get that first segment complete. So already job well done if you are the Gorillas. Can we earn any more?
And that's the big thing, is it's not just more over towards A. It also needs to be something to start looking towards an extra 60 seconds on either of the two zones. Good read from DC, able to take Gwyn down from the high ground and topside heli. Fellow not there for the initial trade, so now all of a sudden the door's kind of open again over towards A. Keep your eye on Estral, number 3 in purple. He's already working over towards pit side. He may be able to get behind a lot of this defensive setup, and he lines up a handful, but only tallies a single kill. So Carolina survived through the moment, and now it's down to reading where the next hit's gonna come from.
And now this falls into the hands of Fame. You have to try to be the playmaker. Domicon does find one off spawn. Fame at least finds one on the pinch, but cannot find a trade onto Gwyn. So all of the Gorillas, the remaining Gorillas, working their way up through the B point. Clayster does take down one, and with only 10 seconds left, it's going to look like a very similar round than what Gorillas had in their first defense.
Yeah, pretty much the only major difference here is the life count, which is starting to trend in favor of Carolina late into this defensive half. So defense for defense, only a single tick for either of the two teams as well. So very even affair, maybe a small life advantage for LAG, but at the moment that's pretty outside the picture.
Yeah, you're not even thinking about that. You're more focused on, can we potentially have another shutout round on defense? And if we make up for it on the segments, or at least keep the sling in our favor, we guarantee ourselves defensive round number 5. But this is where we get to see if Carolina do what they do best on this map, and that's usually find a lot of success early on over towards that A point. Now you have trophy systems to work with. They love to be the team to be aggressive up through top heli. Do they decide to do it here again? Hell no, J-Stud. We're not going to do that. We're going right to the normal. We're going to B.
And it's a lot of it through elevator side as well that the focus happens to be at. Maybe a little bit of read, knowing that Diamondcon wanted to get up top to Propane early last time through. He's not here this time. It's Estriel down low to make the first play. That works out nicely. TJ trying to save the play, but could only tally a single kill. So now LAG, a chance to dominate the high grounder on the map, and one more wave of kills can see them putting on a very nasty spawn trap, and here it comes.
They already found a double as well, so now TJ and Fellow have to try to work out of their base. Fellow does get cut down, so now it's on TJ, who's still behind enemy lines. He has not been able to work his way out of spawn yet, and now the Gorillas have you in a headlock. Carolina have to find a way out, and they have to find a way out quick.
Shooting gallery for Fame. 18-8, 4 in a row again. Off the regen, trying to get to the 5th, but TJ surprises him from behind. Diamondcon there to pick up on the double, and that's again enough to keep LAG firmly within control. Nice little breakthrough moment here for Carolina to give him a chance over towards B, and Fellow actually forces the issue. Pistol out, able to win one, but not the second. Diamondcon will keep the defense firmly in control of A, and the only one making a bit of a pestering problem now is Clayster, who really can't stay on the B zone. So desperate moments here for Carolina trying to get anything done offensively.
You have to try to get something done. Clayster is going to put that game clock at a pause over towards B. And he wins the one-on-one as well, so stalling out a little bit more of this game clock. Unfortunately, goes for the overextension chow up through the B street. Does get taken down, and now with only 5 seconds left, TJ's the only player who could put the game clock at a pause. He get cuts off, and 0.9. Okay, here comes Fellow. Has to be perfect.
He's got help. Gwyn Clayster up the ladder. They're going to confirm at least the first tick of progress. But again, follow-up from Diamondcon. He just has hit that route so many times. Just tiptoeing on the brick wall. Finds himself too, but not enough to clear the zone here. And the read from Carolina is perfect on where this defense is supposed to be coming from. Assault is just wandering at mid-map. Wasn't there to help on the cross at all. And we've got an extra 60 seconds. Carolina getting some work done today as well until, well, good old-fashioned propane tank blows up, and it leaves Gwyn kind of left by himself forward.
Hey, but you will take that if you're Carolina. It was only 0.9 seconds. You didn't even have a first segment complete. Somehow, some way, you're able to extend this round by a minute. And even though you're down by 7 live, this round is probably going to get away from you. You have done a lot in the objective to even give yourself a chance at round 5 defense. Only 4 lives remaining now for Carolina, still trying to hold on. They has you pitch it perfect here with 30 seconds left.
It just kind of felt like LAG let off the gas there a little bit. I mean, the trades at mid-map were good. Fellow gets the only other follow-up, but Assault is just kind of lurking and gone rogue on the backside, maybe looking for spawn kills, and he misses the timing. So Carolina, like you said, get away with highway robbery here on the B zone. LAG will finish things off what looks to be pretty nicely here in the life count, but yeah, that's still a heroic little save for Carolina to keep them in the conversation for a potential defensive round 5 favor.
Yeah, you walk away with highway robbery, you talk about the segments, and then you also walk away with the cruise missile in the back pocket of Gwyn. Like, that's just a situation where the Gorillas have to play that better. That happens to be all the time in rank. For some reason, everyone is always thinking about some damn spawn kills. But if they are still on the point, you simply turn them around. With 0.9 seconds left, we take them off B. The round is going to be ours. But like you said, Assault going from mid window to left shack. I don't know what the hell he was doing. You just turn around, get the player off the point, and the round is going to be yours. But now you are forced to make up 3 segments. And even after that, worry about that cruise missile in the back pocket of Gwyn.
Crazy stuff. Assault on 4. Chance for some action off maybe a cruise missile. Opening explosions again. Tell the story early, but Carolina do well to counter things out. But Assault, woo, gets the first, snaps onto the second, survives, and that's enough to tally a cruise missile here. But the large majority of this LAG offense had been pushed back, so Assault has to wait for help.
Yeah, he's just got to wait. The good thing for him is, though, his teammates are finding a couple kills through the middle of the map, so you're able to put this game clock at a pause. Already have a cruise missile in your back pocket. But if you're the Gorillas, we're thinking about making up 3 segments. That's all we need to do to guarantee ourselves round 5 defense. Unfortunately, no kills go in their favor. Assault, the only player up, still slaying over toward the B street, and he's just doing a great job of maintaining this side of the map, allowing his teammates off spawn to have another chance of working their way out of the base.
Well, you say that, Fellow will actually take a route through A to get behind, but the problem here is, whoa, how does Carolina defend the A's? And apparently TJ just has to use the ladder with the pistol to get through. So now all of a sudden, it's a bit of a mess all over the map. LAG in pieces. Fellow does get picked up, so good read from the Gorillas to make sure no spawn trappers are in play. Now the focus could go back towards the B zone with already a ticket progress already tallied.
Oh, but Gwyn with the double through bottom pit is able to relieve all of that pressure. Now the Gorillas off the reset, trying to run out of their spawn. That's another 3 dead in the feed for Carolina. And that might just be enough for the round win. Gorillas only walk away with 1 segment, so they're going to have to walk away with another attacking round if they want to try to extend this series a little bit longer. But Carolina, like you said, highway robbery in that round number 3 have done enough to secure round 5 defense.
I mean, the help is just so good for Carolina. TJ on 4, not able to snap around in time for what could have been number 5, but at the same rate, LAG also not able to stop the clock and make anything else happen. So like you said, round 5 defense could be pretty much secured here for Carolina. And it's just, again, one of those things that I don't know how much of it was the connectivity issues of them being in 4 different locations, but all of them in the same spot at the same time. This team looks completely different from anything we've seen previously. As we look back over to Gwyn's little double here from his POV. Yeah, what a snap up top to Fame coming off the high rope.
Yeah, he just wins some insane gunfights left and right. Like, this guy's giving up couches for his teammates because he's not performing. There's nothing you can't do if you are Gwyn. But now you're going into round number 5 where that cruise missile needs to be felt. TJ is also on a 4 streak as well. If you guard the Gorillas, Assault has a cruise missile in his back pocket. You have to try to extend the time and extend it quickly.
Yeah, TJ was trying to get over towards the scaffolding. He will not be allowed to. Stun is also out. Good read on the backside play, and Assault gets blown off. Oh no. Estriel, Fame, mid-map, trying to get the isolation, and TJ nearly still collects kill number 6. Clayster now, pistol in hand, trying to double up, and he actually isolates pretty darn.
Oh!
The shot punch works out to take down Diamond Con, and LAG are forced back to spawn.
And that's a situation where the Gorillas thinking, all right, we got 3 dead, all we gotta do is take down Clayster. We're gonna close out at least 1 segment at B. No! He works his way right through the top of the catwalk and finds a triple to shut down that first play. Now all of the Gorillas, a majority of the Gorillas, still trying to fight out of the base. The only player out right now is going to be Diamond Con. He does take down Fellow, who's the farthest player pushed out, but time is starting to get away from you. Only 40 seconds left. Yeah, it's time to invest that cruise.
Can't connect onto too much of anything, though. TJ does get isolated, so that kind of serves its purpose. Clayster meets the similar fate. They know that Gwyn is playing for the backside, but these stuns and nades are hitting Fellow. Whoa, the timing. This is absolutely perfect. Gwyn does get shut down. LAG not done yet here over towards A as Assault wins a key gunfight versus Fellow, and he can stop the clock at 29.8.
And this is where you're in a situation now. If you are Gwyn, yeah, this is when you invest that cruise missile, as well as your teammates finding a double already on the map. You know where the last 2 players are. You're going to eliminate that pressure over towards B. Actually not able to connect on it. So Asher is going to complete this first segment at B, but he does get traded by the Gunny. Now there's only 2 players left from the Gorillas out of their base.
This is still winnable for LAG. Lives are also a bit low. Fame, good timing here. Able to find himself not just the first kill, but also information that there's more below. Gwyn, other side of the pit, does well. Oh,
Oh my!
Oh, that's disgusting! Gets the read on Fame and then absolutely smokes him. Fellow, mid-staircase does something similar. 14v14, but the biggest 14 is that second count left on the clock. Fame, seen mid-map, trying to do something desperate. And he, well, actually provides it. That will be enough for the clock to stop. Good follow-up kills from LAG. They're gonna get the second tick, maybe more here with a stack on the third.
Yeah, that was 3 dead. Now the Forest player pushed out is going to be TJ. He's trying to play for the player coming off the spawn, but Domicon gets the better timing on that gunfight. And now that's all going to be done and dusted. Gwyn with a triple though. Even though time does get extended, you're allowing Carolina to retake a lot of that map positioning. All of the Gorillas coming off the respawn. 8v8 in lives remaining.
Astral right back through bottom doors. Finds his way in towards the pit. Fellow, Clayster helping each other out over towards the elevator side of the map. Fame caught. Not dealt with though. Small life lead for LAG. But the thing about, like you mentioned, the map control is all in favor of Carolina. You can see LAG are trying to do what they can to either avoid this double AR setup over towards the B side or catch them off guard and isolate. And it looks like they found Clayster. Do they know that Fellow's also here as a follow-up question? And they do. Here comes LAG now with numbers.
Oh, and they're finding all the kills in the feed as well. No more respawns for Carolina. TJ with some great shots to at least back down Fame for a little bit. But that's going to be the second segment. Third segment potentially going to be on the way.
Nades are landing though. Lots of damage is being tallied and the follow-up kill is good. 3v4. 22 seconds. LAG trying to play it through the A side of the map. Fame dealt with quickly. Now to the 3v3. Clayster over the top of the heady. Astral can't finish off the kill. 12 seconds on the clock. Felony from behind, able to find one, but the trade is good. 2v2. Clay, mid-map, finds DC. It's all down to Adam Assault. And he doesn't see Fellow down low. Probably TJ down low. And that's enough for the kill and the 3-0 for Carolina. Mercy.
Got a little bit scary towards the end of that control. Probably not as clean as the way Carolina wanted to close out this series. But they nonetheless walk away with the 3-0 in those final moments. 4v3, you saw the play that Felony made. The fact that he was bottom heli steps, wins a one-on-one gunfight, turns it into a 3v3, but then completely full sends it through bottom blue to find the second kill. He also gets the third player one shot to set up Clayster for that freebie through top mid. But if you are the Gorillas, you did basically everything right in that final round.
Yeah.
You were ahead in the kill column. You were able to extend the time with a lot of time remaining still just to work for one objective. And the biggest thing is that it wasn't the A objective. It was actually over towards B. So if we get our trophy system down, we get a 2 to 3 dead and just simply stack the point, we would be able to extend the series. But Carolina were able to reinforce with their numbers. Great team shots, great teamwork on full display from start to finish of this series as they walk away with it in a clean 3-0, and it now puts them to 2-1 in this stage.
I mean, it's one of those things you can kind of take your pick of POVs, I think, at the end, because Gwyn had like a unreal 3-piece over towards the heli side that opened up more space. TJ kind of the same situation, not just in the final 1v1, but also did some work to help re-clear off the zone. I mean, again, pick any POV there at the end, and there was a heroic moment to be seen. So, wow, great stuff from Carolina as we go back to the Scuff play of the game. And this is it, kind of right near the end. This is that double setup we were talking about. Clay and Fellow on one side, you've got TJ and Gwyn on the other, and these little pick and poke moments have gotten LAG completely focused on trying to play through the middle of the map chain.
Oh yeah, they were completely focused on the middle of the map, but they start off with these initial 2 fights. Domicon with a big one-on-one versus Clayster. Then you set up a pinch out of Estuary, so you should already have everyone on this damn peak point. You get 3 dead. This should be the round win in your favor, but you still had a couple players playing for kills. Gwyn is able to find one through top heli, and before that 3rd second even gets complete, that's when the nades and the tack start hitting to relieve that pressure on towards the point. Then once it turns into a 4v3, this is the nitty-gritty, because Fellow wins a huge one-on-one here, but he knows that this is where the pressure's coming in from. His teammates are holding down the right side, they're holding down the middle of the map, but Fellow knows I have to try to make a play. He whips out the Renetti, finds the first kill, has the second player one shot, which Clayster eventually finds through top mid, or sets up TJ for it, but then there's only 5 seconds left. Assault simply did not have any time to even think about that objective. Just think, if you are the Gorillas, you did everything right. You found 3 kills in the final moments. All this simply comes down to a stack with a trophy, and you would have been able to extend this series.
Unreal stuff. What a finish after what was, again, a very defensive dominated first 4 rounds for the most part. But there's the final tally. 30 again for Gwyn, 30 and 29 5,200 damage. TJ also a great map, +4 at 5,500 damage. Give him the credit for it. But Fame, 34 and 25 for the L. DiamondCom, 32 and 25 for the L. Both way over, surpassing their teammates even in the damage column. So, you know, one of those things, you look at this LAG squad, another 0-3. That's 3 0-3 losses in their first 3 series of this Major 3 qualifiers. And I'm sure the desk is probably going to be surely saying the words blow it up at this point, Jamie. What's your reaction here as you finish off this first series of the day?
You gotta, bro. We're talking about 3 stages. You only found success in 3 online matches. I know it's cool to be at LAN and always get a consistent top 6, but there's no way in hell you're going to be able to consistently be confident going into champs by just your placements off of LAN. You have to figure something out, and you have to figure it out quick, because online, it's really getting away from them.
Well, Carolina's looking absolutely for real. That win also boosts them to 7th place in the standings as we head back to our 3-man desk for the breakdown.
I feel like LAG is just here to make everyone's odds at majors go crazy. This is a squad causing chaos on LAN, but online it's been the same result. Carolina, though, we got to give some props, not just to Gwyn, to TJ Halley, nameless. This guy was the Hodor. He shut things down at the end of round 2 and round 5.
Yeah, I mean, TJ Halley was going nuts. I mean, he makes beautiful plays there at the end of the control, just being patient in spawn and waiting, because he knows somebody's going to try to get behind enemy lines and make a play. This control was honestly awesome to watch.
Yes.
You know, well controlled by Carolina, you know, playing for that defense in the last round and just making the right plays. The search and destroy as well versus LAG. We know how good of a team LAG has been in S&D. And for Carolina, they have only just added Rio S&D to their map pool, right? They had 1 rep on it at 1-0. They come into this one, they win the first blood battle 8-2, capitalizing on a majority of those first bloods. So Carolina, man, since they've gone to a facility, just a more well-rounded team. What we saw from this team on LAN is now happening online, and that's good news.
Just an extremely solid performance at Carolina Royal Ravens for me. I mean, I think expected across the board considering how bad LAG is online. Maybe the conversation would have been different if this was a major, but even the only time these teams have matched up previously was during Major 2 qualifiers, and that was also an online matchup. And the only map Carolina Royal Ravens dropped was a search and destroy. So like Ann said, I think it's a testament to not only adding Rio to their map pool, but getting better at that game mode in general. And this is going to be a situation where we start seeing Carolina Royal Ravens kind of climb the ranks a little bit more. I believe this is their 2nd or 3rd win now on this split. They look great.
LAG needs to go back and watch this VOD. There is no reason they should have been down 0-2 in round count with DiamondCon and Fame combining for 40 and 20. That was their kill to death ratio as a duo, and they were down 0-2. To bring it all the way to the 5th round, a good fight, but it's not going to be good enough here, Nameless.
I love what you just said, Chris, because you're totally correct. I mean, this is a team that has players who can go on streaks, right? You know, you're talking about Fame in the green room. You're like, this guy is frying right now. They don't capitalize on it, though. And that's the problem with this roster. They're way too streaky. And if they can't figure it out online, they do need to make a roster change. These teams have all made changes, and they're climbing the ranks. Talking about Seattle, talking about LA Thieves, talking about Carolina, who is now in a facility. Everybody's making strides towards getting better. And for champs, I'm curious to see if LAG care.
TJ Halley has always had a special play style. Today, he put a show on for us, and we have some highlights here. It's our little TJ package, Halley. Walk us through some of the best TJ Halley moments from this best of 5.
I mean, it's just one of the special moments when we get to see TJ Halley just being an absolute confident menace on the map with search and destroy. This is where we get to see the moments of him shine. He is an S&D kid at heart, and I feel like this was a little bit of a blast to the past in this map number 2 because he was challenging everything.
Yeah, they dominated mid-map. I mean, you saw a lot of their offensive rounds. It was TJ spearheading it on defense. It was Gwyn getting up close and personal, getting towards vending, finding those bloods, and they were making them, like, they were playing off each other so well. Every time Gwyn or TJ got a first blood, Clay was there, ready for cleanup, ready for assistance. Well done.
It's time for Monster Energy Winner Spotlight. Felony, welcome to the show, and congrats on another win. This time, it's a clean 3-0. Talk to me about the improvements the team has made. How did you pull off a clean sweep today?
So obviously going into our stage, a lot of people kind of talk about our S&D, how it hasn't been that good. So we've gotten some new maps into our map pool, and we're just kind of seeing where it takes us. Our S&D's been pretty good. Our control is really good. New York, we're kind of historically famous to go round 5 with them and crazy high-rise controls. So we kind of fumbled that yesterday with the 3-0, but I'm happy we're able to close it out today and get the 3-0 for sure.
Absolutely.
TFL Enterprises, congratulations on another huge and very, very large W. For you guys, you're finally in a facility, quote unquote. Can you walk us through what kind of y'all's situation
Yeah, what's
is
the
right
setup
now?
you got going?
Apartment?
So we have a like a kind of like a penthouse apartment and a whole bunch of setups in here. And yeah, we're just making it work. We got some great internet and all the boys are in the same room. I think with that win, we're like 6-2 when all 4 of us are together in the same room now. So we're just gonna keep getting that record up, man.
Do you guys all live together in this penthouse? Who's cooking? Who's whipping up the meals after a win?
So Brian gets the penthouse. We're all staying at a different apartment.
Okay.
Still pretty nice, not quite a penthouse, but you know, we spend every day here. It's
Brian Saints living in a penthouse? Call of Duty can make dreams come true, children. You heard it here first.
All right, listen. Fella, I want to ask you about your hardpoint game. So, you know, you got 6-11 in the last 60 days. It hasn't been great, but we all saw the graphic. We got rid of your guys' 2 worst maps. So, after scrimming these teams this last couple of weeks or so, and your guys' matches being great, how do you feel your hardpoint stacks up against the rest of the league? Are you entering like that top 5 atmosphere?
I think definitely. You know, previously we were wasting a veto on a map that we probably weren't really too confident on, and now across the whole board we're confident on every single hard point. So it's one of those things where we're just going to keep improving whatever weaknesses we can, and every series we're going to have 2 really good respawns that we have a very good chance of winning. So excited to get some of these matches going against the top 4 teams, you know, because that's kind of where you kind of see how you're going to stack in respawns against your Optic, your FaZe, your Toronto, your New York. So
Absolutely.
Just excited to keep this stage moving forward. I think we do play FaZe in Toronto, so it'll be a good testament.
It's going to be a fun end, especially. I want to ask you one last question here, Felony. This is from the chat. Visual 11 said that Gwyn is looking like 07 LeBron. That's when he's putting up 22 points a game in the finals. Can you ask Gwyn, how old was he in 2007?
Oh, Isaiah, what year were you born? Oh my God, he was still potentially in a diaper while LeBron was throwing up windmill dunks.
He was born in 2000 and?
Boom.
And?
2002.
Mentally boomed. We're going to end this right now. I feel too old to be talking to anyone on your team, Felony.
Born in 02?
Thank you guys, man.
Cheers, man. All right, so the man born in 02 played like the GOAT in 07, but let's break down what we just saw in totality. Royal Ravens taking down NYSL, now a 3-0 over LAG. How high can this team climb?
That means he was 5 years old, by the way, just in case you
Thank you,
needed
I
to
did
know,
that.
because I was 7, so just if you needed that quick math. But I think Carolina Royal Ravens might be in a position to even take over Vegas Legion because of what we saw from them yesterday. Like, they're showing the struggle bus, and they're on the up, so you never know.
When we come back, it's 2 teams trying to climb the leaderboard. Boston desperate for a win. Can they steal one from the brand new Rockers? Stay tuned to find out.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
On bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shielded.
What's left? I'm cutting mid. I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is... Yeah.
For the YouTube channel. Dude, I chowed this like a hard point. Oh my gosh.
30 seconds remain.
Get it.
That round. Get
What?
ready for the next one.
First 1v3 on Rio.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
the best. He might. Not going to happen. They get the plant down safely. I like the trigger discipline here for, oh, my sweet Jebediah.
He's going to go for it.
Oh.
Try to catch the timing.
Oh.
Tries to catch it.
It's done. He sticks it. The rookie. Balls of steel.
So we're gonna be really good.
I like your trophies. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like this is crazy. Like
the golden nut, baby. The diamond nut. Excuse me.
You know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask you. Is like, Sib, you're coming into a winning culture. These guys won champs. We obviously.
On a retake from, but Dashi maybe just gets given a gift.
No, Dashi didn't see him.
Open your eyes.
Oh no, he didn't see the player Kleenex lying down in the alleyway. Oh my word, and oh, Kleenex.
And I don't think Hydra's going to be in a position to at least get towards the bomb. He's possible to get up with his life.
Oh! Akko, the 1v2 takes him off to the fuse in the perfect amount of time. And Krim cannot believe it. Let's take a look at this again. Look at the top side of your screen. Oh, inches away. That's got to be 0.2, 0.1. And also...
I'm bringing all that power. All that power. I'm bringing all that power. It's an energy inside of me. I want to be full of that power. All that power. I'm bringing all that power. I can guarantee victory and energy, bringing that power.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for the second match here of Sunday as we are gearing up for Major 3 in Toronto. This is going to be a big battle because both teams need to find themselves in the winner's bracket. They need to find points if they want to be playing at champs. Minnesota has been as high as 4th on their power rankings, but recently, Nameless, they've been on a slide.
Yeah, huge slump. You know, they blow it up. They make a 2-man roster change, a little controversial, but Gunless has been great for these guys so far. They've played 2 top 4 teams. They've lost both of them, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done here. I mean, you're talking about a team in Stage 2 who Search and Destroy ranked 9th, and in Hardpoint ranked 10th. So seemingly across the board of these best of 5s, they can't find anything. And then in map 1s, 2 and 7, map 5, 1 and 4. So to start and end series, they've been abysmal. So Minnesota Rocker started from scratch.
This match is about ready. So Ali, let's jump over to the Boston squad. Walk me through the breaches changes because it's questionable anytime you take someone who's won a world championship and take them off your starting lineup.
It was a big risk, right? Dropping a Slasher and a Seema, adding Pentagram and Beans. Beans, we kind of knew what to expect, but there feels like there is no team chemistry, no teamwork whatsoever with this roster, at least from what we've seen thus far, but it is very early. And, you know, we try to give some wiggle room to see some sort of steps in the right direction. But in their match versus Miami, like, Miami hasn't been that good of a team recently. They push them all into a game 5. They lose both the Search and Destroys, and they lose a handed Vista. Simply, it's felt like literally two players in Real and Lucky. So for Boston Breach, I just need to see them all on the same page at the same time. For me to think of them as a contender right now for the middle of the pack.
Nameless, as we take a look at the maps and modes, which team, actually, you know what? Which role has the most pressure, ARs or SMGs today?
Yeah, I mean, I think this goes the distance, so I'll answer it in that way, and the SMG is definitely going to have to show up today. You know, in the pre-show, I talked about Standy, how he's a guy who can be very good, but, like, he has to find his confidence once again. The first 2 series versus the top teams didn't play that well, so this is served up to him on a silver platter. Minnesota must win this match.
Let me serve up your 90th correct prediction for you. It is time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Nameless, please do us the honors. Who do you see winning our match between Boston Breach and Minnesota Rock?
I think this is the hardest game to predict that we've had in a long time. Definitely this entire stage, and I'm going to go with the Minnesota Rocker. I think they'll figure it out today, and I think Gunless has a big game 1.
Big game one from Gunless. I like that call. What about you?
I have to agree with my analyst duo. This is a really hard one to make a choice on. I'm going to go with Minnesota Rocker, though, because I have a lot of faith in Linz and in Gunless.
I cannot take Boston Breach until I see them find success. They have been close to it. They are still looking for it. Trigger warning, Jason in chat, who's uncomfortable with his own nails. My toenails are purple for Minnesota today. There we have it from the fans. Everyone's going Minnesota. Miles, Chance, take it away.
Wow, Chris's toenails are purple. Charles, did you hear that?
Yeah, heard it loud and clear. It's crazy, man.
Wow,
Unreal.
that was cool. I had no idea Christopher Puckett with the purple toenails. Well, you're all thinking about Puckett's toenails, and I know you're thinking about his feet. We got a lot of Call of Duty to get through today, folks. Yesterday was a banger. Today will be no different. Very, very excited to roll into this one. We've got a bit of beef here, Chance. There's a bit of beef. Watch out, you vegans.
And
it's
I
on
don't
the menu for sure.
Yeah, bro. And supposedly it's squash beef. I don't care. I'll run with the narrative. No, Beans and Gunless have a blood feud. It's been passed down from generation to generation, and it is the most beef we've had. Actually, that's definitely not true. It is the second most beef we've had this year. So, no, a very exciting matchup. Again, a lot of, either former pros or challengers players getting the new mix on both of these rosters. And obviously, both of these teams very much fighting to find a little bit more success. I know especially so for Minnesota, the 0-2 start they had might look a little bit painful, admittedly against two top 4 squads. This might be the series where we actually learn what sort of skill they're bringing into it. Obviously, the hard point 4-13 overall. Some of those maps against the top 4 teams, maybe Boston will be a different look for them, but still a team with a lot to prove.
You Monster Energy pregame there. Look out for the hard points. For Rocker, it's not been ideal, but the last time we saw them play, name was brought up on the desk. It was against 2 of the top teams. Now, we're not necessarily playing some of the top dogs. A team that might be in a little bit of a transitional period as well, and that's Boston Breach. Who knows? Rocker, the sky could be the limit. We'll find out what this roster has in store for us in a brief moment. We have a slight audio issue, which we are resolving ASAP. Pentagram's camera's a little bit fuzzy. Can be
No. His camera's perfectly fine. He's a naturally blurry person. He's just like Bigfoot. It's the exact same deal. He's just blurry. That's all it is.
So, okay, really difficult to take photographs of him. I see. Well, that explains it. I can't wait to see him in Toronto and be like, that's nuts, man. You look just like your player camera. Hardpoint metrics over the last 60 days, and good God, it has not been good for Rocker. For Boston, perfectly average, Chance.
Perfectly average indeed, and I would say sort of the Boston almost play style that we've seen, especially with the new adaptations the roster is making. It's aggressive, it is about the kills, and it is about your main slayers popping off. Beans, obviously, he has been dubbed a shooter. I think he has absolutely thrived in the pro environment, certainly in the kills column, and Snoopy, when he is at his very best, one of the better shooters we have in the league. So this is a team that can bring the slaying prowess, and on a map like Karachi, if you find the right kills in the right places at the right time, it can be devastating what you do to the other team. So it'll be a fun match to see how these guys contend. Maybe Standy will be that direct sort of one-to-one matchup against Snoop. And of course, on the flip side, Gunless versus Beanmans, you gotta have the ARs lock you down. I want blood. Or, I want blood of each other, though, not your teammates. Come on, focus.
Oh, no. Well, we had the Beans line up there. No, see? It's a draw. Damn it, that's a shame. Well, the audio issue sadly not resolved. Great job there from the observing team as well. Garbanzo beans, also known as chickpeas elsewhere in the world, but there's only one Beans we're interested in this matchup, and he's at the top right-hand side of the screen, a shooter, as you called it, Chance. Beans had a good run in, the MW2 season, coming into the Boston Breach lineup. Looking for a lot of deads in the comms. Dead!
I think that one of the most requested things I've seen from this team is an extended listening for Boston during this match, just to make sure as soon as Beans kills Gunless a single time, we need to hear what's coming through in the comms department. But I mean, you were completely right. Made a mark on the MW2 season. This man came out and damn near broke an S&D kill record on the first time he played against Optic. So I know people were joking that he's looking like Dashy on the main stage, but of course it's been a while since we've seen him towards the top. But so far the qualifying stage, again, as far as this shooting goes, again, his damage output, maybe not a titan in the league, but he is certainly towards the top. And again, that just means if he is alive on the map, you are going to be feeling this man's presence. Downrange does make a single bit of difference. And that's sort of maybe Sib would be a good comparison in a sense of like Sib is getting such a high damage output that the opposing team constantly going to be tagged up, one shot, your location's known. It like forces you to like, you know, either play a bit more passive or play a bit more sort of like cruddy to orchestrate around the map. So you can play around that sort of play style, but Beans is just going to make sure that your life is never easy on the map. So certainly going to be a fun player to watch, and maybe we should just hammer home the comms thing. As long as their comms are flowing, Boston will be in a good, pretty good spot. So we have to make sure we pay a great deal of attention to their comms and the listening.
So what Chance is asking for, folks, is a Boston Breach listening.
Oh, hey, I'm putting in
He's going to get it. I'm sure he's going to get it. We're going to get to this game as well, folks. Boston Breach. Whoa, 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 whoa. Almost ready to go. Rocker on the other side of the board. A mild level of frustration, it looks like, across the player cams. Accuracy. Ready to get into this one. Standy had quite the lean going on. I also want to give a shout out to Standy's hair. That hair has gone from shaved, nearly bald, to really luscious locks in what feels like 3 months. It could be my kid.
Honestly,
kind of weird.
You never know. Got to get that test in at one point or another. But yeah, a man with many different looks, and he's been on many different teams as well. His second stint on the Minnesota Rocker, and he was certainly the squad where he initially made his mark on the league. And just sort of, I guess, in a similar kind of vibe to the Boston camp as well. Like for Standy, I don't think anyone questions like his ability to like actually get kills. Kills never going to be the issue for that man on screen. So honestly, a pretty good player to sort of go toe to toe with the Slayers we have on the side of Boston.
Absolutely. Lins as well. Spicy performances as expected. We're almost ready to go, folks. We got some stats. More stats, more numbers, more stories, more yarn to be weaved in this upcoming match. Crazy moments again from Rocker, as this was the first chance we really got to look at this new lineup with Gunless making his way back into the league. And it was a solid showing, Chance. I mean, this is the first one they had against it was second match against Subliners, first time against FaZe. It's been a real test for them, real gauntlet. They've got some superb reps in a live fire exercise, let's say. But for Rocker now, going up against Boston, I still think this is going to be a really good test. I mean, if they played that well against two top dogs, surely Boston shouldn't be too much to handle.
Well, I mean, at the same time, though, for Minnesota Rocker in the stage 2 qualifying, like that was the exact same story. The first few things they did was go against the top squads, take into a game 5, and then just collapse on that final map. And then we were thinking of like, okay, well, if they're going to game 5 against the top teams, surely they're going to like give hands to the rest of the league. And that was simply not the case. So, you know, going toe to toe with the top 4 teams is one team, finding an actual degree of separation from all the other 7 or 8 teams in the league, a very different thing. So again, very interesting look between both of these squads. And I mean, certainly after the day we had yesterday, this would not be a series where I would be shocked if there is just wild things taking place on the minimap and on any given player's screen at any given time. And I know we've been trying to talk about almost every player in this lobby. I think Gwyn might just be the straight up front runner for Rookie of the Year. Like if you're dropping series records against a top 4 team, that's a great look. Lins might need to be that guy. Like he has also had his pop-off moments. He's certainly one of the front runners for the Rookie of the Year sort of candidacy squad. Maybe this can be a series for him where he makes an impact, leaves his mark. I think maybe 115 kills would be the sort of high score to beat, so that's going to be a difficult thing to do, but you never know. Shout out the Frenchman, see if you can fry.
French fries. Oh, hi. We didn't see you there.
Hey,
That's
welcome
right,
back.
folks.
Hey,
There's
what's
been
up?
another issue, a slight one, as we're closer and closer, but this time we did have the lobby drop. So we're almost ready to go, boys and girls. Thoroughly enjoying the Call of Duty action this weekend, whether you watch the Challenges Elite Series 2 on Wednesday and Thursday, the CDL all week long, and now the final of this big old Sunday. It's a big Sunday. We've got a banging match to close out the day as well. FaZe taking on Toronto. More beef. Lots of beef on the menu.
The actual beef, yeah. I mean, again, I think Gunless and Beans have made amends, but that's not the case for everybody else. So when I said that Gunless and Beans have a blood feud, the most serious beef in the league, that's not true. That's after, for sure, for the next series. So it'll be a fun one indeed.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break while Chance and I both think about what kind of beef we're going to have for dinner. Lots of different options there available for you at home as well. But don't go too far, folks. It's only a server lobby issue. We'll be absolutely fine in a few moments. So please don't go far. When we come back, it's time to get the beef on the barbie. Or on the skillet. Go to the break.
Australians, man.
What?
spot for Heretics. Training well, though, are they? So only one player on the point for now. That's going to be Snoopy. Now he has some help from his teammates, but the close spawns are there for Miami. But Snoopy is snapping with the MCW, finds the triple. How is he alive? I do not know.
KD is 7-1 now. 4 spree. Fate managed to win a big one. Envoy left alone. 1v1. Envoy's bringing it in the search.
Masterclass performance.
Get in there. Big win out of Linz.
I mean, huge win, but there go the
extra
lives that you had. They got obliterated this round. It is Hydra still averaging double-digit kills per round. That kill feed is just so yellow.
Now all of a sudden, half of that third tick has been depleted. 10v4, 25 seconds on the clock. Draws is still holding on to bottom blue. Does Atlanta still have this in them? They need to find a way to get them off. He's been seen by Cell. Atlanta continue to find the kills. Last chance to try to break your way in. And Atlanta continue to reap with the kill feed. Kenny has to jump off the top. He's not able to. And FaZe is going to hold on to the round.
It's nothing out of it. Joe Deceives trying to stay alive. Into the point. Joe Deceives cooking with gas.
This is the impenetrable setup because Joe Deceives is the man that can hold the iron. Bowed and just waiting for the moment to strike, and well, finds it on Geo. Trades are there. There's the 2-piece, and
a last-ditch attempt. Joe Deceives wants to get in the feed. 21 and 11.
That is the smallest graph we have ever had for the game flow.
Reaction the Thieves had is actually the same reaction that Charts just had when he found out the good news, folks, that this lobby is ready to party. Welcome back to the CDL. We're almost ready to get through match 2 of the day. We've got Minnesota Rocker going up against Boston Breach in our second game. Exciting Chance. We've obviously had a little bit of a break. We've had a couple of issues to get into the game, but everything seems tested and well now. Fingers crossed. Any quick recaps of what to expect from our two teams tussling down?
Nothing but blood and vengeance and the same level of intensity in the comms that we just heard when LA Thieves 50-point club Vegas. That is the type of energy I'm expecting from these squads going into this match. Of course, smiles on their faces for the moment. Everybody just trying to sort of keep their minds afloat, getting prepared and ready to go. And I like the gum chewing out of Pentagram. As long as he doesn't make noise in the mic, chewing certainly something that can help calm you down, help keep you focused. And I know accuracy. I mean, he's been doing that forever. So Pentagram, maybe from the school of Lamar.
Also keeps your mouth salivated, all that cooling out. Really dries out the mouth, whether you're hydrating or whether you're hitting the monster. Throw a stick of gum in there as well. Here we go, folks, into map 1. Karachi hardpoint on us, Rocker's record not so ideal, Boston a little bit better. But all those stats get a little bit muddy as we find team changes here. Will we see the new looks out of Rocker, or is it Boston who have come to play today? Let's get it.
We got a game, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited, and probably not going to hide it. It is my job. Straight through the middle lane. Priesta going to be looking over Snoopy, trying to get him over there towards the time. Pretty distant spread here for Rocker if you got accuracy playing outside the bridge, but it is just a massive amount of kills being exchanged. Priesta inside the time, somehow able to win the close range gunfight. As the time goes white, got to pay attention to the spawns. Rocker still got the left side, but the kill feed dominated by the green. Boston can be clean, potentially, for the final 25 seconds.
It's a long time. That's going to give him a decent chunk going in towards Diner. Everyone there from Rocker setting up for the next hard point. Everyone except for Gunless is now back in off spawn. Still trying to keep a hold of that back alley side of things. Here's the approach now from Boston. And Pentagram has done a lot of work here. Oh, good golly. Gets both. Priest is there to help out. New hard points up, and Rocker find themselves at half strength.
Yeah, keep in mind for Rocker, this was a very early rotation. They chalked up 25 seconds just to get here, and then Pentagram ends up making the perfect play. Watches the cross, calls out to his teammates, hey, there's going to be one playing over by a ticket, and Priesta, as patient always, sits there and waits for him. So you get the perfect teamwork, perfect chemistry, and perfect breakdown of P2, and that is as good of a start as you could possibly ask for Boston as they continue to collect this time.
Yeah, that was a fantastic break. Rocker thought they made the heads-up play by giving up a bit of time at P1 to get themselves cozy for the next one. Sandy into the hard point. Snoopy guns him down, no problem. Doesn't look left, right. doesn't mind his P's and Q's and gets absolutely put to bed for it. New hardpoint will be up in a moment, and already Rocker looking towards it. You've got a couple of members of Boston now on this 2-2 split, so when that cafe opens up for business, we say bye-bye diner, hello cafe. Linz has got his work cut out for him. Can he make it towards the point unscathed?
Well, maybe not completely unscathed. Does get traded, but still an opportunity to put on the pressure. But Boston do keep it secure. You had Beans, by the way, early rotated this hill with like 30 seconds left on the clock, and the first gunfight he took was him getting fried by Linz. But at least he got his team those spawns as Boston continued just to run the score up. 3 hills back to back. They are looking clean. Rocker, they are desperate for this break.
Yeah, they're looking to get in there. Pulls the back. Here goes Linz. Nice bit of check. Whoa, the second would have been ideal. Accuracy, though, is there for the trades. It's now 1v1 on the point. Lamar wins it, gets himself streaks as well. So nice work out of accuracy. 20+ seconds to be had here as well, Chance. Good work out of Rocker. Now can they set up and not let this get out of hand? Accuracy on 1 hit point. That's not going to be an easy thing to survive, but he somehow does. The boys of Rocker have survived for now.
Yeah, what a big moment for accuracy, too. You and Standy still hunting for his first kill in this game. So if not for the spree from Lamar, this could be a very different situation. But if you turn your head to the rotation, you have Boston again ahead of the game. They've been first at every single hill so far on Karachi, and maybe not an easy hill to actually soak up the time. But so far, Priesta has still been doing a fantastic job as Standy is still searching for his first kill.
He might be able to get it here. The dreaded street hardpoint. In a moment, it'll be the monkey wrench. 1 in 10. There it is from Standy. 30 seconds to go here on this point, and Rocker, they're in it and they're finding it. Not an easy thing to do. It's a sweet code there from Standy. Gets himself kill number 2. It's kill number 3. Standy, once you pop, he just won't stop.
Yeah, I suppose there's 2 ways to look at it. Standy starting 0-10 is not good, but he started 0-10, and this is about to be, what, a 10-point game or a tied-up game going into New and Linz? Yeah, well, he wants to run the score up. Standy, an opportunity, has multiple players to deal with, and, well, doesn't win the first one anyway. But, I mean, all things considered, for a nearly tied-up game for Rocker, who have lost every single rotation until this one, things aren't bad, and for accuracy, it's great. 12 kills already for him. He continues to fry.
Yeah, pretty good. Dunks up, Snoopy in the corner, well read, dealt with as well by Linz. That was a bit of an awkward gunfight, and he manages to walk away with it. Priest now fully aware the players on the top side of red. Nades, everything, you name it. Accuracy, pressure forward, don't let them get through that mid-street. All of Boston there, shoulder to shoulder, the inside of the map. Beans looking to take care of accuracy. You need to eliminate Lamar from that spot, otherwise you're open to the pinch. Snoopy trying to make his way forward as well. They're committing so much to getting accuracy out of this position and trying to get towards the point. Look at that scoreline. Rocker have run it up.
Oh, and dude, and accuracy got the kills. That was the one guy where they knew exactly where he was, and, well, he picks the perfect time to come out of his hiding hole and still make an impact. And even for the final 10 seconds, there are 2 Boston players that were just looking for Standy, and by the time they find him, it is not for any bit of time. It is only going to be for the map control after the fact, which, well, as far as map control goes, Beans might have a power position, but accuracy has the time for the moment. Right now, Rocker, again, just on the objective front, even when the rotation has been bad, still having this big of a lead, I gotta say, for Minnesota, is a great sign.
Oh, wonderful stuff. And they're still chewing up the time here. Beans chews up gunless in the first of what will be many deads. It looked like quite a quiet one there in the player cam. Boston now with a point. In they go. It's 3 from Beans, but accuracy with the early cruise is going to be able to get them out at the time at the very least. Gets a kill as well. 2 down for Boston.
And then it's what, nerd spot in top red. And, well, Snoopy making his impact from the nerd spot, but last man standing straight into the pre-aim of Linz, and that is the rookie dishing out 2 kills off the back of the cruise missile from the vet. And now on the rotation again, you've had Minnesota having to, like, fight tooth and nail for different sections of this game. This is about the most clearance that they are probably gonna have. There's no Boston setting up the brakes, getting the information early on. It is just gonna be a head smash through the front. So Rocker take 2 at holding P2.
If they get broken as easily this time around. I doubt it. The crazier things have happened. Here comes the opening set of kills. Trades are nearly done. Priest tags out. Pentagram through the front. Here we go. Now you're knocking on the door of the diner. Breach and clear. There's the contest. Problems now. That's going to be a good nade out of Pentagram. Not going to necessarily take care of accuracy, but the pressure is there. Out we go. And the trading of positions. There's Snoopy through the back. Can he get two? No. Standy and Linz, they hold it together. This time, Rocker stay alive. And they got...
Yeah, I was about to say, for the moment, they still get pushed out towards the back. And Rocker, I mean, still, you will absolutely take that time. Still a strong P2. The only bit of bad news is you're still getting left side spawns. Gonna have to hike across the map. And right now, Pentagram doing a nice job of just slowing these like Rocker players down at the old time. But either way, 80-point game as we go towards new. Linz gets caught, which means Boston, they will have the full setup as this hill pops.
Well, Boston with the full setup. We haven't seen Rocker get any too many great breaks. Let's go for a quick listen in and see how the approach sounds.
Nice. Good kill. Alright, they're spawning huts. I'm nading out. One is G-point. I spawn front. I spawn huts. I spawn huts. They're spawning on you, I think. And then G-point. I know. Let's see the guy huts. He got me huts right now. He's gonna be on the dump. Two dump on me. Then one dump. Three sit dump and one hill. 34 seconds here. Okay. They're stunning it up right now. Good job, one. One dip, he's low bike. I brought back right. Third stairs. Time dead. Nice, third stairs. Have he comes up? In the bike. Not third stairs coming out. Push this guy back. Secret Snoopy on time. He's still bike. Alright. Yo, bike weak. He's going coop. He's going low broken. Okay, I'm trying to get low broken right now. 30 low broken. I got the guy third. I'm ATM right now. Be dead on hold. You're looking for one. If he's not TV, I have it. I stun TV. Look for beans. I didn't TV. Stay top chips. Okay, I have ATM, guys. I went 30 TV. I don't see the guy. Third maybe. Preston's going around P3, guys. P3 dead. He's scaff. Going bridge. He's top broken. I got one. Good job, 3. Look for one. Beans. Beans up, guys. Third. That's him. I'm getting ATM, okay? Get ATM. I got time. Get ATM. I'm mid. Be spawning in the back. Should be spawning in the back. You stunned in the back. Stun back side. I'm gonna help you, Pierce. Good name. Got me. ATM. One day ATM. I spawned right. We have a streak. Nice. He's gonna be fed. They're dead. Bump me out time. Go church. He's mid-map on me. I might be cut. You're good. He's mid-map. But I need to be cut. Dark pillars. Top chip, Snoopy. Dark pillars, beams. You're good. Nice. One spawned out, guys. One spawned out. We should work front. 12 seconds here. 12 seconds. I spawned out close front here. I'll see him on new. Yo, top new and on new. I'm third. Stop rug. Go. Gonna go trips right now.
That's nice comms out of Rocker. Very controlled. I felt like I knew where everyone was and what everyone was doing.
No complaints at all, and I would say some of the plays they were making pretty on point as well. Accuracy, I think, might be the standout player, but now the situation, you are trying to flood out through red. This is the most difficult way to actually try to break this junk kill, and well, we'll see how the start goes. 2 in the feed, a lot of trades coming through. Who comes out on top in the end? By the looks of it, Minnesota, well, maybe doing some damage. This is just the difficulty, though, right? It's the funnel system. Now you get into this standoff situation, but Minnesota happy for it. Every kill they get goes so much further, and Gunless, he's gonna dish out dead. Gives you the big 2, sets up his teammates for the next, and a break like that might be the moment the Rocker called game. They firmly have the advantage now.
And now free reign across the map. Good work out of Snoopy. Cuts off Gunless, cuts the spree down. 20 points for the win, though. No more hardpoint time to be gained here. Good work again out of Snoopy. Takes care of those players just to buy his teammates a few more very valuable seconds here in this opening game of Karachi. New hardpoint set, the final hardpoint set here in the map. Boston are in it. But Linz cuts them down to ribbons. The last few remaining members here of Boston breach forward. Priest to the last man. Gone. Accuracy gets his. Linz right onto spawn. Into the kill feed again as Rocker looking to drive the dagger deeper. And here comes the twist.
Well, yeah, here come the weird spawns, though, as well. A bunch of players spawning on the left side of the map. So Boston should be in a situation to get the break, or maybe Standy's just going to be aware. So reading the chaos and coming out on top. And in the meantime, Accuracy, well, he went on another 5 while capping the objective. Minnesota Rocker out here calling game. That was an 0-10 start from Standy. That quite literally did not make a single bit of difference. It was still a nearly tied up game when you weren't getting any production out of the new player. And then Standy, it's not like he had a crazy heat up. He just started going even basically for the second half of the game. And Minnesota Rocker effectively dominant there on Karachi. And for the way that game started, I was surprised to see it, but that is efficient gameplay coming out of Minnesota. And a lot of credit to accuracy. Play after play, multiple sprees he was going on, 28 kills as well with 2 minutes in the hill. Yeah, you can't complain about that.
Whether it was the stats department as well, but just in the eye test, we saw some disgusting fights. I mean, accuracy not known for his very, dynamic gameplay, let's say, but he was hopping and popping every single time we jumped onto him there. 250 to 178. Boston left in the dirt and the dust of Karachi after that. Quickly with the highlights, a lot of love here for the Rocker lineup.
Absolutely. I mean, another stat, by the way, you saw the objective kills for accuracy. 10 of his 28 kills were either on the objective, so either he's standing on it, killing someone off of it, or killing the guy on the other team that was collecting the time. So constantly involved around the objective, and again, for that being effectively your main slayer, not too shabby at all, but it really was just surprising, like, especially for the street hill being the one where Rocker, like, sort of turned the game around in a sense, because, like, they got bullied out on P2, they lost the rotation over towards P3, and to make the street hill the one where you have the most success is certainly not an easy thing to do, but Rocker pull it off, and of course in the kills come. Not just accuracy, Linz also showed up with 28 kills himself, so Linz's job is quite literally for the team just to get kills, and, well, he certainly did his job in that one.
He really did. Nice looks here in the highlights. A couple of sweet little plays out of Snoopy, but not necessarily enough to make a dent into the Rockers' resolve there in Karachi. That first map, very much a thing of the past now. As you're seeing the sort of teamwork element there, a lot more trades coming out of the Rocker boys. When you heard the comms, pretty solid as well, very smooth, gunless. A sort of deeper, dulcet tone in the background there, absolutely laying down that UAV style of gameplay, making sure you know where everyone is on the other team. Great work. And again, they managed to get a lot of time there on the hill street, or the street hill chance, which is, again, unheard of.
Yeah, maybe not completely unheard of, but still like an extra sort of benefit for the squad. But it's like the extra time they were getting there that's a bit of a surprise. And also the amount of like sort of chip time they had, in the sense that we saw a lot of kills, even in the highlights of like Minnesota players just killing the guy off time on whatever hill. Gunless was doing it on guys on P3 from the top third spot. Accuracy as well. We watched him fly down and kill Beans off the time on P3. And there were just a lot of those little moments where Minnesota was actually finding those like small windows to get those key kills. And I mean, you strip away 5-6 seconds here, 5-6 seconds there with gunfights like that, it does make a difference long term. And then you just get to play ahead of the game, because Minnesota, quite literally, as soon as they got the lead, they never looked back.
Yeah, game over. Good stuff there. Well, that's Karachi done. Invasion, Search and Destroy. Now we got back to Karachi for Control, and it's a couple of new maps to close out the series, if we have to go that far. At this point in time, I don't really know where we sit. Hardpoint was definitely one of the worst modes statistically that Rocker had in the playbook. That looked fine. Boston not necessarily coming to play. We'll see if the search is going to be good enough for them. But Johns, which way are we leaning, mate? How's this feeling for you? Which way are we tickled?
Well, this is the thing. Even for like the VOD for the teams, I don't know how much you can really like figure out and like decipher, because it is brand new looks. Half of these squads got wiped, and it's not like you can do a ton of VOD review for an Invasion S&D for the new team. So there is going to be a lot to be discovered. I know specifically for the side of Boston Breach, guys like Beans, we've seen him be fantastic in Search and Destroy. I would say Pentagram, maybe more of an unknown quantity, but certainly looking for the bounce back from him after map 2. But that doesn't mean I'm going to necessarily lean that way. It is just guesswork at this point, but I will say certainly for the calibration after map 1, Rocker, the game planning, like the understanding of the key kills and whatnot, these guys seem to be on point. See if they can continue that in map 2, because if you talk about, Bean setting records in S&D, Standy, when he was in the league multiple years, was one of the better S&D players in the league, so a lot of potential on that front. But all right, you know what, Miles? I changed my mind. I'm leaning Minnesota.
Yeah.
I'm just intuition. Call it a gut check. Nothing changed my mind. I see into the stars.
Yep, absolutely. Chance's crystal ball has spoken, folks. Boston 0-6. Let's see if that can change right now. As they get their tentacles around this map, over towards the B side of the map we go. Damage there from Beans. Great work. Imagine it dodged the white van as well, so that could have caused some problems. He and his teammates now pushing forward. Pentagram just a little bit ahead of him. But Rocker with a 2-2 split. 2 towards B, 2 towards A.
I cannot believe Linz actually survived that. I mean, the nade was perfect. The shots also were able to get a couple on him. And I mean, Linz playing aggressive too. Like, had to have been 1 HP. Still ran straight in towards Broken. And Snoopy, I was about to say, that is 37 shoulders he just threw. But Linz is in Broken. It doesn't look like they want to elect to deal with that for the moment. leaning towards the A site, but Minnesota, they're just buying like map pressure right now. They have control of almost everything they want, and they'd be happy for the retake on A if Boston want to go for that, or with 35 seconds left on the clock, they haven't made a decision.
Yeah, we're struggling here. Someone's got to get towards A. Pentagram's going to be a man to check it. No, nothing. Dive for it. Just make it happen. A Street, a little bit more dangerous now, but they know the plant's going to be on, so Rocker maneuvering in a position, and that's their back line now wide open. Accuracy takes the map into his own hands. Can't get the second. Snoopy there with a rival 9. Linz will be there to pick up the next. That's a nice bit of teamwork. That's a spicy meter ball, and this could be it. Smoke play from Gunless. Oh, he's thread the needle right in between 2 more players. Linz, though, now in a 1v1 against Pentagram. The map on its head. Linz gets it. 20 seconds on the defuse. That's the first round.
Oh my word. I mean, he was down at 15 HP. I think Penna had the Renetti in hand in that moment. So that was nearly a pistol diff moment, but Linz makes the read, wins the gunfight. But I got to say for Boston, as far as that goes, they didn't give themselves a lot of time to work with. They didn't get the first blood, but they still nearly turned that into success, if not out of the play from Linz. So hell of a round from both of these teams. And I mean, that's just efficient work, or teamwork rather, from both sides of the metaphorical stage. It's a nice way to set the tone. That is some good S&D.
Boston a little late to the play, but once they got things going, it was trade on trade on trade. Shout out to Accuracy once again, being the man to find that first. Oh, what do you know? It's a bag of beans. Well. There are bloody beans everywhere, and there's another beans on your screens right now, boys and girls.
Oh my
nice
God.
walk out of Linz. Just runs out and puts Snoopy out back and shoots him. Wow, good stuff.
Hey, Rocker haven't left their spawn except for Linz. He's literally on an island. I mean, he's getting comms from Accuracy, don't get me wrong, but you have Rocker right now. They are heavy playing for the flanks to roll through. In Boston, while they do have a bit of presence on the map, no one's overcommitting just yet. Panic dishing out some damage. But clearly, this play is going over towards the B site, and Pentagram not watching Darken. Well, eventually does get over aggressive and does get caught. Game plan from Rocker paying off.
Yeah, so far super good. Risa though, nice 2. Looking for the third, not enough time. Stanley there fast on the hit towards A, and it's another 1v1 situation. This time Beans has to recover the bomb. Looking for the plant. Oh, sorry, Rocker recovering the bomb. Stanley's already on it. Beans got no idea. Will Stanley peek his way through dark? There's 15 seconds on this clock, and Beans is gambling big on B.
That's actually crazy. Standy was playing for the timing too, expecting Beans to rotate from the B side and work over. So Standy making the heads up play call, but yeah, Beans on the 50-50 effectively just guesses wrong. And now this is a tough spot for Beans to be in. He has no information.
And Standy almost missed out on that bomb plant by a fraction of a second, so kudos to him as well. Roundabout journey. Beans is making a lot of noise. And now should have it. Dead to rights. Another 1v1 goes the way of Rocker.
And that's, I gotta say, I really like the play from Beans. I just didn't like the timing of like when he actually moves to go and check his side. I'm thinking when there's just, you know, maybe 9 seconds left on the game clock, you know he's not going to go playing out towards B, so make a move and try to get the coverage, but he does wait a little bit too long, and obviously Standy, who's able to get the plant and get away without being spotted, and trying to retake a site by yourself with absolutely no information, not an easy thing to do, and Standy, again, very strong search and destroy player, ends up making a better play.
That's a 3 spree as well, so good stuff. On halfway towards that cruise. Boston once again slow on the approach. Having to comb the corners here of invasion, and Linz is not going to give up this angle. I think he might have seen a red diamond there, Snoopy making his way across. It is possible, but we'll never know.
Same setup for Boston, though. I mean, like, they were happy just to let Pentagram with a very small amount of help go for this bomb plant. And Boston on offense, spreading the map once again. But clearly the commitment's going to be out towards A. They're doing this with a little bit more time on the clock, but smoke's out. Pentagram just making the call. He's cleared out all the space, has the trophy down, and for Minnesota, seemingly going to let this happen. They're going to try to catch someone after it gets planted.
Pentagram goes the wrong way for it. Lins. Oh my god, nearly punishes him. Surely somebody moves into it. Beans. Oh my good god, nearly got fried. Stanley now pressing the advantage. Checking his corners. Snoopy's atop blue. Gunner somehow snipes Priester out of the equation. Lins now flying into the fight. Lovely patience. Good work to stay alive as well. Gunless on the site, and that should be it. Snoopy, the wrong part of town. Can he get here in time? I don't think so. Gunless has left the bomb. Back on it. Snoopy's got a chance. Snoopy's got it. Big win, but still 2 seconds to spare. Lins plays it close, and Rocker find their third in a row.
And oh my god, Gunless is playing him with my heart. Did he actually hop off that? That had to have been an accident or a comm or something, but while the chaos was happening, as soon as they got the 2 versus 1, Lins was running in a cafe, and it was Snoopy that was shooting him from back DVD. So Gunless does make the perfect call. He reads the situation perfectly. Plays with the timing just a little bit, but either way, credit to Lins is at least standing near his teammate to make sure you get the trade, and Rocker retook that fast enough that they had the extra time on the game clock anyway. So efficient retake, everybody nearby, and Boston don't pull off that sort of late success, but that does seem to be the call there from Breach. I mean, they'll take their time, go for the bomb plant, and just play for the 4v4. So no absurd first bloods rolling through just yet, but either way, Rocker up 3-0, and maybe here's your first absurd first blood. Lins getting active once again. His teammates are nowhere near him right now for trades. He is on a solo mission, and he's gonna get it. Another first blood for the Rook.
I mean, not even sure. It's like you're saying that the strat here for Boston seems to be, yeah, we're going to play for that 4v4, you know, real. I don't think they could get a first blood. They're really trying. But they have been denied in every round so far. 4th round, no good either. Can they take a man advantage now? 3v3. Accuracy? Oh my god! Nearly gets Snoopy as well. An advantage for a brief moment. Standy. Ian Gunner's trying to pin down Priester, but he's in a bit of trouble now as well. Wow, Standy just cuts him down, and it's another for the 3rd round in a row. A 1v1.
Hey, this is just, I mean, this is abnormal. You're not going to read this. This is a very difficult situation right now to be in. Standy has at least made it back towards the bomb, and is this just going to be another 50-50 where Snoop just stares and hangs out over towards B? Standy's going to plant in the exact same spot. We're doing it again. First try he was Beans. Now it's Snoopy's turn. And they need this round too. They're down 3-0, but again, Snoopy has to approach this with 0 information.
Well, this is technically the 4th round in a row. We've gone down to a 1v1. In theory! Oh! Snoopy just says, what? Standy says, let's f***ing go, baby! Quick rehydrate. That was a nice win. Oh, the MCW, perfect weapon for the situation he was in. The old left, right. Good night, Standy. Another 1v1.
Yeah, no, Snoopy and I are different players for sure. I would not be challenging that with Rival 9. Maybe he's thinking Standy's an SMG, so maybe it'll be a rival chow, and he trusts his gun skill in that moment. But Standy did kill a few of your AR teammates, so able to pick that up off the ground. And I mean, just has the better gun for the job. So that is 2 different 1v1s against Standy where they played for no information and just hand away rounds. So yeah, 4-0 lead from Rocker. Things are looking pretty good.
He's feeling great, man. A couple of big 1v1 wins. Lins is 6-2 as well. He's really been the Reaper here on Invasion. You should absolutely fear the Reaper. Don't know that wonderful song by the Glorious to Cult for you. Pentagram.
Look,
check it.
Oyster Cult. They need more cowbell. I need more strats from Boston. It's the exact same thing, and they're 0 for 2 on this play.
This is not going to work out. Pentagram is about to get gunned. There you go. Standy. First blood. Standy looking for his next. Lins is there for it. Oh my god. It is falling to pieces. A shambolic approach now from Boston Breach. Last 2 players. Priest has already checked himself into the showers. Lins catches Snoopy. Is it going to be a perfect round 5 for Rocker? No. Priester goes out swinging. But that's it. Oh god, it's looking like a clean 6-0 chance.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, this is like a definition of insanity, sort of S&D, it seems like. Of, hey, guys, you know that strat that didn't work for us 2 times now? Let's run it a 3rd time. Surely it goes better this time. No, it doesn't. Minnesota, very easy reads. Linz plays the exact same spot. I thought, like, behind the tank, or someone filled it in. Another player just behind the door. Pentagram has just been pushing out on site completely by himself to try to get the bomb down. And, yeah, pretty easy to pick him off. So Minnesota Rocker not exactly being tested in this game. Maybe Standy for his 1v1s he's been given a test, but he's on a 4 spree 7-2, so he's passing with flying colors.
Great fun. Map point for Rocker now. It's been a delight. Having a really good time here in Invasion. Slower rounds. And this one, again, deep mid-map presence there from Boston Breach. It's Penta and Snoopy, the players you can see through the walls directly in front of you. And Beans has taken way too many shots. He's out of the fight for a few moments. Not enough to make Linz push up towards that B-bomb site, though.
Yeah, Rocker, though, they are waiting heavy for a flank to roll through. Standy was very patient in showers. Meanwhile, well, there's the charge. Back towards the middle tank. And gunless for 2. I was going to say finally round for Boston, but the odds have been even. 2v2. And the Boston players, for the moment, are going to be split as Gunless going to be able to get this bomb down.
Oh, he's going to get it down. Ouch. Eats a nade. The Big P's made of tough stuff. Here comes Priester. Both of them going through mid-map now. Standy might get caught out here. Oh no, Gunless might be going with him. So looking to isolate the 1v1's not going to happen. Toward the alley we go. Perfect timing from Standy. The shots also pretty good. Gunless there with a pickup on the Beans. Now P-Dog! It's over. Throw in the towel. They're dead. Boston Breach. Diabolical on Invasion.
And Miles, I just saw it in the stars, you know? Something was just telling me that intuition that maybe this isn't the map for Boston. If you have one of the best S&D players of all time on your team and you're 0-6 on the map, yeah, I don't think it's going to get better. Hot 6-0, one single strat on offensive rounds there for Boston, and punishing for that lack of efficiency in mixing things up. Rocker able to get it done. Even in the few rounds where Boston had opportunities to win. I mean, technically they were in a 4v2 in that moment. You had Gunless just slamming it shut. Standy, again, very strong S&D player, wins both of his 1v1s he had against 2 different players on Boston. They didn't want to get any information on him. They're playing hardcore for the 50-50. Does not pay off. Challenge across the map with Rival 9 against the MCW. Yesterday, I think, is wearing off on the matches today.
Oh, yeah. A tough one from Beans there at the 1-6. A lot of damage dealt, though, again with the MCW. But 9.5 minutes nearly for the 6-0 there from Rocker. Incredibly confident. Never did it really feel too wild and crazy, even in those 1v1s. Actually, the Standy versus Snoopy, that was about as tight as it got. Karachi Control coming up in a moment. That's going to be map number 3. We'll see if Boston can get it done. They've got to get themselves back onto this because we want to see a little bit of Vista, see a little bit of 6-star. That'd be ideal, folks. But right now, Boston Breach on life support here in the series as Rocker are certainly having their way with them. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, folks, on the other end of this one. We'll find out if Boston have got anything left in the tank whatsoever, or will Rocker spell doom for the green squad? We'll find out after this break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Here we go, boys and girls. Map number 3. Shenanigans behind the scenes here in the Call of Duty League, but also big-time shenanigans taking place in our matchup. Rocker are absolutely pulverizing Boston Breach so far. If you're a fan of Boston Breach, just forget that last one happened. We're going to Karachi for a game of control. And for Boston right now, it is quick recover mode. Dive back into the fray. Get ready to rock and roll. Last chance in this series to stay alive. Otherwise, another 3-0 on the day.
Yeah, also, if you're a Boston fan, forget about map 1 as well, because Standy started 0-10, and by the time he got his first kill, it was basically a tied game. So goldfish memory is what we're talking about going into the Karachi control, where the stats, at least on the defensive end, fairly comparable. Records not too shabby, but obviously offensive defensive stats going to look different the more you play Invasion. So a lot more potential on the attacking rounds here on Karachi, and Priest to the guy. Maybe with the veteran presence to step up for the team and try to, I don't know, orchestrate the chaos that might commence on this map. Not often played by Boston over the course of the year, but maybe with the new sort of firepower they have on their team, they're looking to bring those extra kills to full effect. Beans and Pentagram looking for them to step things up just a tiny bit here on map 3.
Yeah, slow in the search for the pair of them, but hey, a very, very different map, different game. Here we go into it. Breach. A bad start. A great one for accuracy, though. Onto Linz. As he and Standy working their way towards the A side of the map. Gunners there with the kills as well. It's nice coverage. Although the boys might have all looked away at the wrong time. Standy soon to be fending for himself in the A side of the map.
I gotta say, this is sort of like the dream here from Rocker, right? Everybody, let's coordinate our nades. Okay, we got that kill. Next place we look, mid-alley. All right, cool. Pentagram runs out. That's death. And now that things are getting a little bit mixy, it's still just easy coverage, for accuracy. I mean, a 3-0 start, hasn't had to break a sweat just yet, just letting the kills fall into his lap. And you see Beans pushing out for junk control. Sandy going to be heads up about that one, but Priest is going to be nearby. So a lot of pressure on the sort of top right side of the minimap there for Boston. That's what you want to do, force out these deep spawns, but 2 minutes and 12 seconds to work with. And by the looks of it for Rocker, they're just going to go around.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice bit of teamwork there. Standy backs on up. Gunless is the guy to say, hey man, I've got my MCW at the ready. You make a run for it, I'll cover you. He loses the fight, but you're allowing a bit more movement across the map now. It's trying to shuffle up the lineup that Boston have got on this defensive hold. And so far, it's big kills. Linz, eyes on the final player in this side of the map, and he might be able to make his way over towards the B zone. Snoopy staying alive, coming in off spawn. Penta and Beans now shuffling to get back into the fight, and it's a slow approach chance, but it's not impossible. Linz is in.
And at least stopping the clock. Unfortunately, Standy loses the gunfight up top, and now Linz has no help, is quite literally trapped behind the front line of 4 different Boston players. And gives it a nice attempt, but nothing cooking there. Solid hold so far for Boston, and I mean, things are looking good. They don't have the junk spawns blocked just yet, but still plenty of pressure. But Rocker tried to go around, doesn't work. Now they're just going straight through the front.
Yeah, see if this plays off. Oh my god. Gunness is there to pick up the kill that Linz started, and Linz soaring. Unfortunate timing, but not unfortunate teamwork. My goodness, it's all looking up for Rocker right now. Pentagram looking the wrong way. Linz flying forward as the kills keep going. They're not onto the point yet, but they're finding kills all over the place. For Beans drops a couple of bangers, and that should be it. Oh, nice work out of Snoopy as well as Boston hold. Just under a minute to go.
Yeah, those are huge wins from Beans, and well, that kill front is going to continue. Wins the next one, has the intel on Standy, lets Pentagram go and clean up that kill, and I mean, Pentagram able to get his first kill on board, but frankly, might not have needed to. Very strong stuff here on defense right now for Boston. And Minnesota, again, no flanks going through. They're going to try to bully away through the front again. Maybe wait for accuracy to work his way through mid, but a slow approach in a moment like this with this amount of game time means this is going to be their final try.
Yeah, Linz, good work. Accuracy there. Red has been cleaned up. Beans is gone. Priester can find a few here. Oh no, Standy, you managed to get the damage in. Clock still ticking. Pentagram down. Oh, this is huge. Can Snoopy find his kill? Yes, this should be a safe hold. And Boston, despite the late heroics from Rocker, that should be the round. They will take the first.
Oof. I think it a little bit spicy. Yeah, accuracy picked up 2 towards the end. A player just a few feet away, maybe from stopping the clock. But no, indeed, Boston, strong stuff on defense. Maybe the spiciest moment they had. I know Linz was able to get behind enemy lines a few times, but there was one break where Rocker almost could have been free and clear to run towards the zone. But Beans picked up 2 huge kills on the cross, and stops that push in its tracks. So Boston did have to work on it, but considering how their opening break went, I think they're going to be very happy for that defensive round. Strong stuff to sort of get the momentum back in your favor, and to the attack they go. It's going to look like an A hit. No reason for any funny business. Get your SMG players out towards P1, and why not give it the old double stack?
Yeah, tried and true. We're going to see nearly every team attempt something relatively similar. I don't think there's a whole lot of coverage from Boston here. S&D could dive into this point and take care of business, but we're waiting for more fellas to show up in the meat. So, what's going on here, mate? 2 segments at A are gone. The capture's nearly complete, boys.
Yeah, that's such a confusing setup. They gave up top third for free, and I was going to say, yeah, having 2 players in Coop seemed a little bit insane. I think Rocker might have been a bit confused by the scenario, but while A hasn't been captured, Beans is going to be putting pressure over towards this B zone, but that just means, Rocker, how much of an investment do you want to go for this retake? Or do they just want to play for the spawners? Right now, nobody from Rocker is budging. So Beans, it takes 45 seconds to solo capture this. 15 have gone by, so there's one ticking. 2 players now from Rocker are finally retreating to take him down, but S&D doesn't even get a bullet off, and well, now Boston's got the help, so Beans has just been here for free, solo capping this himself, and you just took so long that Boston, the pressure's now on.
They're capping both points at the same time. Nades and help out on S&D, pushing forward. Beans evacuates the point for a Mo. Hip fire, not going to be there. And that is finally the B zone safe. Priester now keeping the pressure up. Priester finally stopped. Pentagram on there for the trades. Gets himself 2. Accuracy back at it. And for a minute there, mate, I was like, are we really going to see both points get captured like this? What kind of madness is this?
It's 4:21. It's a day later. We got to relax and focus up. This is, I mean, for both teams, that seemed like such a strange start, but I mean, either way for Boston, happy to take advantage of it. 1 tick away, and I mean, they'll be up 2-0 in this series. You still are back sort of more or less towards square one. You're not really getting the close junkyard spawns. You see number 4 is going to spawn out, but Priesta, a lot of pressure on the flank. Unfortunately for Priesta, his team, well, not able to pierce through red just yet. So Priesta's going to have to pump the brakes, take it a little bit slow, and wait to make a little bit of noise with his teammates. But Rocker also turtling up, so a delicate moment as Gunless gives you 2.
Yeah, Big P. He's good for the 2. Lynn's going to try to get himself into a sweet position to cut these reinforcements off. Eyes for now. Not going to take the fight with the Ravel 9 at that range. Meanwhile, S&D, Snoopy finds 2. The Ravel 9 players have been absolutely eviscerated now. As this might be the wind in Boston's sails that they so sorely need. Through the back, Snoopy finds another. Pumps the brakes. Here comes S&D. Lynn's again. Doesn't get it this time, but they do kill each other. Oh my good giddy aunt. Boston are in. Priester finds the kills. Gunless is there. Over the wall. Beans out of it. Straight into the feed. Big tags as Beans is cooking. You've got to get back onto the point though. Boston find the kills, but not the time.
Well, there you go. At least Ben is able to stop the clock. It took a long time for that to happen, but they've been flooding through the dumpster. They've been getting across, just getting picked apart along the way. And accuracy gonna fall as well. And finally, the round collapses. Felt like Boston just wanted to get some extra kills before they actually win the round and maybe go for the devastation factor, but they were effectively just bullies there on Karachi. And again from Rocker, like Beans got a kill like in the sort of vending alley, so they knew where he was on the minimap, and then he just goes and stands on B uncontested for like 25 seconds before anybody wraps back. And I mean, then quite literally Beans wins a single gunfight and the round just gets blown wide open. So Minnesota maybe trying to think a little bit too much there in that round and getting caught because of it, down 2-0, and be a lifeline for Boston in the series.
Snoopy looking solid at 13 and 9. The top side of the player stats is incorrect currently, so look towards the player cams. That's for an updated and accurate score line. Oh, big workout. Pentagram straight into it. And Pentagram is technically 9 and 14 right now, not 8 and 14, so it's not too far off, but good work. 10 and 14. Can't get any more out of that life. Pressure there. Massive work. As Rocker now struggling to get out of spawn. They've got a bit of space to work with now, but Snoopy's going to try and foil that. Big stuns once again. Everyone from Rocker coming through the south side of the map.
And I mean, hey, accuracy able to pick up Snoopy, but right now, less than 50 seconds on the game clock, and you were just feeling a ton of pressure. Lynn's dead to the nade, not the trophy player. So you're just right now desperate to stop the clock at all. Sandy also on the point, not a trophy player. So Pentagram going to hunt him down, successful at that. And you've just been getting spawn trapped this entire time. Rocker, don't even know how or when they found the time to get a cruise missile, but you're using it in a desperation moment to get out of your spawn. This is worse than ideal.
Yeah, this is a bizarre turn of events. Still on A, still capturing the zone. Just one man on it, Standy. From spawn directly back to the OBJ. Halfway through it now. Gunless has got some side of the map covered, no top third presence. And that might be a problem because Pentagram has managed to slip through. He will be the man to dive into the point. Standy going to win this fight. Gets it. Teamwork's there. 3 down. And on the B we go. Okie dokie Rocker. Looking to capture both points simultaneously.
You go from getting spawn trapped for the first minute of the round, and now you're capturing both points simultaneously. And Boston, the routes there, taking off spawn. They're going to be funneling themselves through the alley. Easy kill there from Accuracy. That is his 20th of the game. Sandy getting cuts on the cross, and not a trade for Boston to be found. Snoopy's at least made it past the dumpster. So a small bit of good news, but 2 ticks have already gone through.
Yeah, here we go. Accuracy up close. Big wins. Snoopy just turns from it. Another one. Lamar can't get any more. Priest is in. Lins, send it. Try to bang a door. Look for these players. It's lovely coverage now from Rocker. They're keeping the capture going. Lins cutting out the reinforcements. Beans and Pentagram through the front. Standing through the windows. Has to get in the time. Stop this one. This could be the capture. Priest is able to get at least 1 kill and fight forward. Massive work from the world champion. Lins, you've got time. Wait for the squad as Boston reinforce.
Oh man, this is a spectacle of Call of Duty right now that we are watching. 2 Juggernaut teams going at it. And Accuracy again, just trying to get information. Knows the players in bus. 2 around the back point. Lins gets the first blood on the engagement, and that is the floodgates open. Rocker, go button being hit. You're looking for the trades around the zone. 2 in the mid alley. Standy trying to hop in the wall. Boston just have everything though. A disconnected push. And Rocker cannot find success. The kills are good, but the ejected play, well, got a couple ways to go.
We're in. Find them, Lins. You found them. They got you good. Beans still alive. 18 and 16 now as he's fighting. Boston are fighting. This could be it. There's 2 lives there for Rocker. And this has been one hell of a Karachi. Gunless. Down and out. And that is the map. Woo! Boston are alive and kicking, Chance.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's a 3-0. I think just like the scoreboard, that game was ugly. Yeah, there's a lot of mixedness. Let me tell you, your situational Call of Duty understanding was being tested in that game because that was chaos in a few different moments. Almost nothing makes sense. You go from getting spawn trapped for the first minute and 15 seconds of that round to all of a sudden Minnesota Rocker are capping both points at the same time. They get 2 ticks of progression, get all of the kills in the world, and in a situation where Boston are having to flood over the dumpster, they still able to make it work. And I don't even know if I can trust the scoreboard anymore. I feel like saying Snoopy with the least amount of damage is incorrect, but you never know.
No, this scoreboard is accurate. The one on the top side of the game gets bugged occasionally in this current patch, but that is the real deal, brother. Wow, okie dokie. What a map. Boston, you take 3 straight. I mean, the attacking round was a big surprise, and that last one there from Rocker, they didn't necessarily have the wherewithal or the, I mean, I'm not even sure what to call it. They just could not get in there, and if they did, there was a couple of inopportune moments where you're sending it outside of the zone and you're losing these big fights, but highlights there from across the board. A lot of Boston, a lot of Rocker, a lot of just everything in that map.
This was, I mean, round 1 was pretty good. Boston actually fought tooth and nail, on defense, pulling clutches off, big kills, Beans putting it to work as well. That was a look, I think, at one of his 2 kills. He was catching players on the cross to make sure no funny business happened, but then rounds 2 and 3, it was just nothing but funny business. Again, Beans uncontested on B for 25 seconds and gets just enough time for his teammates to help him out and really sort of open the round up. So I don't know. Chaos has just ensued. There was some sort of strange Call of Duty being played yesterday, and whatever bug has bit the players in this league, it continued at least in that map. And I'm sort of surprised as well because Rocker has been playing incredibly well on maps 1 and number 2, but they just couldn't get anything going just about in this one. But so many opportunities being created. I think this was the moment where they get a 3 down and 1 player was able to sort of slide into the point, but maybe just a lot of clutch moment and clutch plays for the players on Boston there. Everybody just taking turns, flooding into the mix on the zone. And again, I don't know. That's probably what my my mini-maps look like in ranked play, where it is just absolute chaos at every given moment. But hey, Boston Breach gonna thrive in it, get that sort of lifeline, and now we go to a Vista where if your guns can stay hot, this is another map where you can fry the other team and really push pace.
I was gonna say, I mean, if you enjoyed that crazy Karachi, Vista might be just what the doctor ordered for Boston Breach. They haven't been looking themselves for quite some time here in MW3. This might be a very, very happy turnaround point from Chance. Are we thinking good things about our green team?
Well, yes, I would say for like the flip side for Rocker, this is not a map where Sandy can afford to start 0-10. If you don't have like SMG presence, especially so towards the middle of the map, you will get punished on this map on like 4 of the 5 hills that we have, if not all of them. So that would be the opportunity for Boston, because on the gunny front, I think the only slow start we've had is Pentagram. Maybe started 0-6 in the control, but he started 0-6 in a situation where they were still on point on defense anyway. So never a moment where they're really being costed in the slaying department. So I would say a pretty strong opportunity here for Boston, especially so on a map that not a lot of intel between these two teams. I've seen minimal looks across the league, so still a lot to be learned. And I would certainly imagine if a team like, Miami Heretics have been electric at the P3 and P4 breaks, maybe that could be sort of the Boston special as well, where playing like some wild men, difficult to contain, and so many of these moments where, I mean, just Snoopy's point of view, again, time and time again, he just wins gunfights that do not seem possible. I understand why he squares up across the map with Rival 9.
Yeah, he's obviously having a great time. Well, both teams they've had one crack at it, and they've not been fantastic on Vista so far. The rotational percentage, though, pretty solid there from Rocker, but not able to turn it into a win. Both teams not ideal at the breaks or the holds, so this is going to be an absolute slobber knocker, boys and girls. Here we go. Word to Jim Ross. Nades are up, and it's Priesthood with a first.
Yeah, that's a good opening break off the nades. Extra kills coming your way, and you take advantage of getting these spawns. Boston, hey, deliver out. Now you set up the crossfire, but at least you draw out the fire. Nice little slide there in that moment to open things up from Rocker, and just like that, they strike back. I mean, middle of the map, Priest has had this on lock, but just pulling your way through the steps, and as far as the opening break goes, Rocker happy to make the best of that situation, and now it is all about the trade fest towards the middle, and it looks like Boston nothing to trade. Priest just doing it with the pistol, can't win the gunfight. Trades right now flowing easily for Minnesota.
He knows at that moment as well he's alone. He's got to find something. Snoopy now from the outside. 1. The second. My word. He's doing it. Rotation's already on its way, and Rocker are there first towards the bottom side of the courtyard. Priest are looking for the high ground, or at least the angle towards the back here. Beans through mid. Bangs that one out. Travies are in. Gunless is gone. Boston have started shooting.
Yeah, Beans is showing off the power of the middle map position. A couple players get caught, and even though Rocker won the initial gunfights, you control the wrong sections of the map, and you are gonna have a bad time. Beans hitting a little 2-pump before the gunfight, and I tell you, one of the best headies in the game. So difficult to take someone off. Gunless might be able to rip him, but for the moment, Boston still holding on to the time. Priest, though, pinched in between 2 different players. Great damage, though, being done, and I mean, he's able to survive. Win a 1v1 gunfight on the time, and Boston gonna come out big. Unfortunately, the Mix Fest continues. Just head bashing your way to try to collect this time.
Oh yeah, this is 2 serious head bashes. Like, we are banging non-stop here on the point. Accuracy outpaced somewhat there by the entirety of the Boston Breach rosters. This is non-stop action here. Over to the bar we now go to try to cool ourselves off. Lins is in. Lins on the cleanups. Nice work with the stun. Managed to catch a player in the middle as well, but it's not going to be enough for Boston to get in there. Rocker still holding. They've got the time for a good 10.
I'm kind of surprised we keep seeing teams leave like the SMG player in that back building, because that time Stanley just gets overwhelmed. We saw a similar thing from Thieves the other day. So not an easy spot to get these back spawns. So Boston able to bully their way through and not just collect the back spawns, but collect the time. And this was the hill I was talking about. Miami are fantastic at breaking it. They just run at it and fly. Boston do the exact same thing, and overwhelming pressure right now on Vista. And now it's a situation for Beans where these are easy kills for them, and I see it in the player cam. Those comms are roaring.
Yeah, we saw that, Dead. We saw that one. 80 points down climbing for Boston. Breached. Damn, so they are looking all right. This is definitely the map that they wanted to be on, and they've continued the hot streak they had in the Karachi control from 3-0 to this so far. Can they keep the pace going? Beans on a 5. Looking for number 6. Standing there with a rival 9. Looking for a few more submachine guns, it feels like, for Rocker. I mean, surely Gunless is pulling out one as well, but there's so many times we've seen accuracy like, he's taking the stair route, he's running an MCW. This just feels like a tough spot to be in, and that's what Rocker's game has looked like so far. Difficult spot to be in, again, as Beans keeps killing you boys.
Yeah, and I just like the pressure and presence that Boston are having to watch the flanks again. Getting the backside spawns is incredibly difficult, but Boston for P3, they walk through it like it's cake, and now just to hold on to it, they're making it look easy. A lot of pressure on Priest towards the hill. He only has support on the cross, and the support is going to pan off, and that is the presence of those backside spawns. Unfortunate for Priest, he doesn't get the cruise, but you still effectively get this full 60 on the time. Rocker, though, don't want to give these final 20 seconds away. They're taking a route just to take them down, but that's going to be just for the final 12. You're going to be down by about, what, maybe 60 seconds going into this new time where Gunless is there first. That's the good news. Boston, though, they have a lot of presence in every gunfight right now on this rotation. Standy, well, he's the last man living up to his name. Trying to find the play or just trying to find the timing. In for the kill. And maybe forcing the trade, so the patience is going to pay off. Trades for a few of his teammates, and Rocker found a nice little play to try to collect some time.
For the folks at home wondering, no, the scoreboard is not bugged this time round. Boston Breach are all positive, slaying their way out. It's going to change in a moment, potentially, as Minnesota Rocker have been reborn here under the bridge. Trolls to begin with, and now they are running things. 25 to go on this hardpoint. They're looking to get the rest of it. Boston, though, still one more hit at it because they want to get P1. That's that tiny little room just above them. Hardpoints on this map, they're a lot of fun. Not a lot of fun when you're getting absolutely hammered, but Standy, good work. The 2 done as Beans is back at it.
Yeah, Standy had a really great moment on that hill. Again, slowing the pace down when all of his teammates fall and make sure he continues to keep that play alive and really does set his team up for success on that hill. The best hill Rocker have had since P1, but now that we return to maybe sort of the Minnesota special, you get a look at how difficult that bridge gunfight is. I mean, if they keep flooding into accuracy, I was going to say that's going to be a bad time. So I'm watching the Boston routes right now off spawn. Maybe the root accuracy out, but they're going through mid and they're going around, but so difficult to kill. And this is just impossible. Just accuracy is like life, setting up the rest of his teammates. Minnesota Rocker, and they're making this P1 hill look easy right now to hold. It's been a near perfect 30 seconds so far. Another 30 to go.
The only consolation that Boston have got out of this is like, oh, your damage stats is way up, boys, but you have not been able to get a kill or break in at this point for some time. And Mini, oh my lordy, they are still going. Beans finally breaks the white streak there we saw in the Rocker kill feed. A little bit back and forth now, but that is a lead change. Minnesota Rocker alive and kicking.
Yeah, and we just watched the hill where accuracy got made one shot like 4 different times from 4 different angles, but they just could not kill him. And while they're trying to shoot the main AR, they're just getting traded by someone else. And now on this rotation, Lynn's opportunity. This is where you want your Slayer to shine. Extra gunfight up top, Burger, but does get traded out. Weird spawns on the back left, though, coming through. So easy kills from Gunless. Gives you an extra kill as well. Minnesota Rocker, yeah, the switch has absolutely been flipped.
You've been flipping that switch, you've been stomping on that switch. If it was a pedal, it's been beaten into the ground. Now Lynn's on a bit of a flow. Boston Breach, you have lost your momentum. Can they steal it back? Let's find out how they sound with a quick listen in.
Push up. I'm pushing up Burger. They're spawning stage. Yo, 2 of them might spawn behind us. Maybe. Go together. Carry P1 close lines, not weak. Close lines then. There's in the back. Lamar spawn behind us. Lamar did spawn behind us. There's only like one there. Careful. He's pinching you, Burger. He's pinching you, Burger. I'm holding him. You have him? Yeah, have your back. Nice. We're looking for one, bro. Yeah, I think he's... Might be low, bro. I spawn out, bro. He's in the back. Have your back cross. I'm trying to play this guy, bro. No, have your cross. He fell off the map. We're looking for shit. Everyone. He's zig. Nice. Spawning on you, yes. Hold it back. Yo, they could be one, okay? I have low R, okay? Mid on me, one shot. There's 2 minutes. We need to play tight. Yeah, I'm low. There's 2 minutes. I don't see anything low. They're gonna chow me, guys. I have help. I'm playing zig. Stab, one more here. Lynn's weak. Close. There's 2 guys. One more. They're both there. Nice. I'm playing for the back. I'm trying even. I need him too.
I'm about to chow. Either got set somewhere.
Watch it.
Push. Stand the old. I hear him one shot. I'll see him left. I'm pitching. Could be fine. You can come back left. There's two. There's two. Here's Setting lives Lamar. I'm close. I'm the only one here. He's going pillars. So I'm on your boost. I'm gonna hit pods. I spawn here. I'm a I have your help. Stay down. He's behind me. I'll kill him. He's going useless. Sam pillars. Nice, bro. I'm trying to block. Nice, bro. I'm blocking. We're good. They're spawning on you. Kill P1. I am. I need your front, Ben. I'm gonna play in the stage window, okay? I have a trap in 1 second. I stunned. I have a 3 minutes. I have Brian steady. I can't help you front. I'm one. I can see pillars. I have push. Lamar's front. I'm pushing up P3. Lamar's front. I'm trying. Wait for one. It's on mine. Yeah, top 10. Mine's weak. I have a push. He didn't come back. I have a chop here. This is big time. Mine's in. One shot. I'm one shot. Yo, I got you. Take it.
Beans did the thing, Chance. He said dead.
Yo, he earned the dead calls too. The back-to-back hills, the 2 most important hills on the map, and he goes on 6 sprees on both of them. That's still just a setup to get the lead. You do have a cruise missile as well to break this down. Beans, though, maybe he's the score streak himself right now, killing everything with the MCW. It's only his teammates that can take him down.
Oh my god, we go to a game 5. Oh my god, Busted, you have sprung to life, boys. What a map so far. Pentagram on a 3, lining up for a few more players from Rocker who are sending it from down low. It's P-Dog on a 4. The boys are racing to a cruise missile. Priester takes the lead with 5. It's still Pentagram on the back now, looking to get his 5th in a row. Can he get it as well? Lens is going to be there. Snoopy now steals it. Snoopy on a 2. Priest on a 5. Pentagram on a 4. Beans gets him 1.
And only an auctioneer could really sort of make amends for the chaos that this hill has been. You've had a Rocker just being in the blender, coming off a spawn and throwing bodies towards the time, but it is desperation. Need to find these kills, and they're going to catch it. Penna wants to run it directly to them, so right now Rocker still alive, going back to a P1 where, funnily enough, this is where Minnesota have had the most success. Boston, no, all you have to do in this moment, play for kills. This should be their wheelhouse.
Great news, though. Your boy's got streaks and Beans no dead. He dead. Priester not dead. Still alive for a Mo. Big one from Standy. What a 2. This is not over yet, folks. Rocker are in. Here comes one of the many streaks that Boston Breach has managed to accrue as Vista is about to take a big hit.
And that is an open roof. How many can he find? At least accuracy is going to fall. And now for the moment, 3v4 around the site for the kills to come through. Boston picking up 2, Snoopy. Easy flank. There's the wipe. The break is in off the cruise. And this might just be the game.
Game. Beans helping out. Stun. Push him back. Game 5. Here we go. Quick contest. Not enough. Oh, 249. We might just see another.
Yeah, P2, though, it is a wide open hill, and obviously Minnesota can have the flood or fight for the old time. Penn is out here making plays. Put the pressure on P1, and look who's standing at noon. Right now, it's Beans. Just gets to hold him off. He's able to pick up 2 kills, playing his life, and Beans might just give you all 4. Beans, in the meantime, literally gets the squad wipe and wins you the game.
Oh, my God, the contest.
Right?
Stay alive, Gunless. Hold it down. Rocker, they've got no more lives on the point. Accuracy cut down. Pentagram gets it. My God, it's a Mach 5. What a banger. Snoopy had a little heart attack.
Bro, what the hell? We literally just got like a free cam version of Beans literally wiping the entire team 1 by 1. And it still took an extra 10 seconds to win the game. Dude, the past 2 days have been chaos. Nothing makes sense, but for Beans, that map does. I lost track. I don't know if he broke the kill record or not, but he quite literally, for like the final 3 or 4 hills, did straight up throw a Vista masterclass performance into the mix. We're talking about the most important hills and the most important times, and he is literally spinning 180s, collecting these kills. I mean, shout out to Beans for that one. He earned the comms. No records broken, only 37 kills, but that damage output, that was an insane performance.
All he broke was the back of Rocker. Wow, what a brilliant, brilliant map. I don't believe it.
I want to know what happens on the mini-map that you have Beans killed the entire team 1 by 1. and his team was still late to rotation.
It was sort of like a big square up. Like he just got in the corner and he picked up a rival 9, I think, and just started shredding. But 20-point differential there. Look at the comeback Rocker made though. That P1 to P2 was so good. It was so solid. Oh no, sorry, I take that back. It was a solid comeback regardless. The 198 to the 230, that was when they so sorely needed it. But man, what a ridiculous series this has been. I chalked this one halfway through the first round of Control, and how wrong was I? 6-star S&D is on its way. Can Boston Breach complete the comeback? I'd be amazed. I'd be genuinely amazed, Chance, especially after the 6-0 invasion S&D. But 6-star is its own beast. We're going to go to a break, folks. Prepare yourselves. We're not going to do any more listenings, but you know Beans is absolutely popping after that when you heard the deads. And right now, we're all alive and fighting. It's going to be a fantastic series ahead of us. We've got ourselves one final map in it before we get to go to Toronto taking on Atlanta. Game 5, Rocker and Boston. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
It's time for a Game 5. If you told me that we were going to be going to a Game 5 after the first 2 maps in the series, I would have told you to go and flashbang yourself, because this has been one hell of a turnaround. And I must admit, Chance, Beans and the boys of Boston are absolutely banging their way through this one. We have one more Search and Destroy in the series. It's going to be a 6-star. And this is the way the last one looked. It was hideous.
Yeah, and that is what, 2 defuses there from Minnesota Rocker. That's how they were clutching up some of their defensive rounds. The rest of the time, just getting it done in the slaying category. But I know for Boston, it wasn't just the fact that they got 6-0'd. It was also no like finesse in any of their strats. It was the exact same everything every single time. And like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it is broken, do fix it. Do something different. So hopefully for these guys, a very different look on 6-star. I gotta say though, Beans might have like top 5 play of the year right there. Like maybe in the conversation. I like whatever he did was absurd. Literally squad wiped Minnesota Rocker in like a 5-second span. Basically stood still while doing it. So Beans is out here just, you know, doing insane things. I was going to say something a little bit more vulgar. I contained myself. So that means Boston, certainly they have some momentum going into map 5. They just need to win a round.
I mean, well, here's how the map 5s have gone in the season so far. And again, Boston Breach, statistically abysmal, I think is the best way to put it right now. Not good. Bottom of the league, not good. So looking at these stats only paint a more dire picture. But what hits the canvas is an entirely different thing. This Boston Breach, certainly here full of beans. And right now, he's the guy getting it done. That's what the B stands for. In the Boston Breach logo, Chance, it actually just stands for bean. It means beans. It's nothing to do with the 2 other B's in their name.
Always has been. Now, this is, by the way, jokes aside, like a very interesting moment for both of these teams because neither one have a win in the Major 3 qualifying split. Granted, Boston has only played 1 whole series, so like it's super early on, but it is sort of justification. You want the vibes to be flowing quickly when you have a new roster like in the mix because there is not time to waste when it comes to the CDL points. And I know for like Boston, again, 1-6 record or 1-5, whatever it was for the game 5s, you need that to turn around right here, right now. And of course for Minnesota, like their stage 3 started out the exact same way that their stage 2 did in the sense that like they're going toe to toe against the top teams. They actually look pretty good, but you need the better output because previously they were collapsing in the game 5s. And well, now for Minnesota, they might be collapsing once again, staring down the fierce faces of these Boston Breach players.
And man, this could be one of those turning points in their entire season. You look back and go, man, remember that series against Rocker? We hit that reverse sweep. It was so good. They just find the confidence to just get in the groove. You start to believe. Here we go, Boston. Beans, beans. The musical fruit. The more he shouts, the better he shoots. We're almost ready to get into this one. I feel the same way. I feel the same way as accuracy does. I'm sort of like, really? Did it really happen? Like, it was going so well. Everything was going so good. And it was just that f***ing Beans guy, man. Absolutely ripped us a new one on Vista.
I mean, look, we might have accuracy on the player cams right now, but I think Gunless will be legitimately heated if he falls to Beans, because obviously those dead call-outs were roaring. That was the point of contention, but Beans has been earning those left and right, so certainly a tale of 2 different faces. Accuracy, though, I mean, not a player that is going to get checked out. Not that this is even really possible to get stats on. I don't know if Turtle's been going crazy in the background, but accuracy has to be one of the players with the most game 5s ever seen in professional Call of Duty. Longtime veteran, certainly high up on that list. But again, it's not just the CDL points. It's not just like the top 8 margin standing. It's not just winner's bracket. Like all of these things incredibly important, but especially so because it's a brand new roster. Like it's the type of thing where it can just collapse your team if you fall this early on. And frankly, at this point, maybe even more so for Minnesota, just for the fact that they would fall to 0-3 in a reverse sweep is just, like, that's just devastating.
And looking at them again in the standings here in Major 3, Rocker down 0-2. 0-3 would be tough. They'd be tied the Gorillas there. And again, points. As far as the points go, you're sorely looking for the points, the overall season standings. Again, another big question we have as we roll deeper and deeper into the season. We do reach a point of no return. As you can see, standing lenses have been a slight controller issue there for the Rocker boys. The technical timeout has been called, so they'll be able to get that fixed, get that back up and running. They'll shoot a bot or 2, make sure that things are tip-top. But right now, accuracy, possibly talking to Gunners. I don't think Gunners is in the same facility as the Rocker players are, possibly playing from home. But right now, the whole point is just regain. Just remember the plan. 6-star. You may not have that many reps on it, but put together what you've got. We're rolling the dice in a big way for both of these teams here in Boston Breach. I think they're certainly feeling that their odds are a little better after the last 2 maps, Chance.
I mean, that's why it's especially interesting because, like, you know, on the side of Boston, not exactly creative with their invasion strats, but I mean, you could run maybe the same play call in 6-star, and if you just have more experience with it, you're going to have more of a nuanced understanding of how the rounds are going to develop and the situations you might find yourself in. So this is a map that just very interesting between both of these teams, how well prepared they're going to be, what bomb sites you favor, because from what we've seen so far in the CDL, different teams quite literally do just favor very different things. Both sites can be utilized. I mean, plenty of opportunities. We had Miami Heretics where we're watching on defense where they just invest half of their tax and nades on one site. If they hit nothing, instantaneously wrapping across the map and still beating the other team to either site. So there's been efficient looks and a lot to be learned still on this map. We'll see if one of these two teams will continue to be a teacher, or, I mean, if they'll just be good students around the league and learn from some of the successes we've seen from other squads.
We're almost ready to go, folks. Just rolling my clock back to the first S&D. Really tough there from Invasion for Breach. Oh no, Snoopy's leaving now as well. What's going on?
He's got to find Standy.
We're going to take a look at the last time these two teams matched up now. Very different rosters, everything a little different. This is back in Major 2. And look at that, a Rio Search and Destroy. Back when Rio was a little more fresh in the league. But Breach looking a lot more decisive in the hard points. Sub-base and Invasion, the big wins there. Control, not the case. And the Invasion S&D. So once again, Rocker just seemed to have a better grasp on that one chance. But the Rio was a 6-3. So if anything's changed, hopefully for Boston, it's S&D. But in this point, I just feel like they've taken a step back.
Well, possibly. Again, that could just be a specific one map thing where a few players are couple on Invasion, but the new guys on the squad, not so much. I mean, maybe the biggest difference we see is like the Karachi control being banned by Boston, but this series they get the 3-0 victory, so maybe a potentially expanded control point. But on the overall front, it is Boston dead last in 12th and a long way to go. And keep in mind, teams that are sort of like on the bubble, like Carolina Ravens, just having that like extra 5 points from their placement at the major, they've sort of been like the gatekeeper. But now they're winning series online, let alone on land. So if the teams on the bubble start catching the hot hand, that could be problematic. I mean, Carolina has Rocker firmly in their sights, and Boston, again, just desperate to make it competitive. They need to get that ball rolling because, I mean, you just think about this from like Priest's point of view, from winning champs potentially to not qualifying for the next year. I mean, that would be absurd because he is a diamond player. He's not a rock.
A diamond level? What are you talking about?
No, okay, no, a diamond of a person, but where are they? Top 20 in the world? Top 30 in the world?
I know what you were talking about. I was trying to get a little bit more out of you, but that's all right. You know what's going on. If you're reading the competitive Reddit right now, or if you have been near x.com in the last week. Standy's back, ready to go. This is our series, how it's gone so far. Back to the Invasion S&D we saw, though. Again, very strong looks out of Rocker. Individual performances, though, chance when it came to nearly everyone on Breach were tough. Beans was a 1-6. I think the same for Pentagram, possibly 2-6. But for 6-star Search and Destroy, a very, very different map. Nowhere near as big as Invasion. And we are going to see a lot more of those close engagements. That A-bomb site with a big statue, that's going to be an absolute blowout. B-bomb site over by the pool side as well. I'm expecting to see the submachine guns of both teams absolutely ripping. It is going to come down to who can win the big trade fights and who can make those unreadable flank plays. Plenty of them here on 6-star. This is going to be a very, very interesting matchup for our Game 5. We're now finally ready to get into it. And here we go. What a hump series this has been. Boston Breach looking to complete the reverse sweep, and Rocker looking to keep the egg off their faces.
Winning team gets to hang out at that 6-star resort bar. Losing team gotta swim with the fishes. They're not in the pool though. I don't know where they are on the map. This like hotel has an aquarium too. That is actually, that's too much.
It's a nice hotel. Here we go towards the B site. Breach shoulder to shoulder on the approach. Guns up at the ready. It's going to be Lynn, Standy, and Accuracy. Whoever hits that inside ring is going to run into Beans. Snoopy, lifeguard over by the pool.
And this is, if Standy wins this first gunfight, he could get 3. If he loses it, that might just be the round. That is bomb down in Snoopy's face.
It's the bomb down in the pool as well, so difficult recovery position. Beans gets in. Second kill out, though. Lynn's with a trade. Gunnels on the other side of the map. Might have to get over towards the boys. He possibly will get spotted on the approach. This Pentagram, he's just making sure no one crosses through that middle side. They've got a lot of information. I don't think they saw that the bomb went down there. So Rocker with an opportunity to possibly sneak through. No, Gunner's nothing sneaky about it. He's been eviscerated. Lins, one and done. It's now 1v2.
Yeah, gets the kill and wraps back. You see the plan from Boston. They've just been grouped together with the 3, but not quite quick enough for the trades. But Snoopy and Priesta still grouped up together and taking a swim.
Oh, Lindsay's not going to check that, but I think the fellas of Breach,
that's disgusting.
They're going to stay on the inside of the bar. This is a perfect position to be in. Oh, they've heard him, they've seen him, and they could have done far worse than just shoot him in the back. Great work from Boston start to finish in that round.
And I don't know if that's an on-the-fly call or if that was talked about beforehand, but the double setup in bar. A lot of things would have to go wrong for that setup to get broken down, and just even the way that round started, Standy just full sends with the bomb outer pool. They don't have any intel on any of the players on Boston, so maybe a poor utilization of the tax and nades, not getting the information, but to start a round like that, very difficult to clutch up after the fact. And I know Beans really puts a stamp on it with the second kill he collects as well, just forcing a couple trades to come through. So nice start for Boston. They just needed one. Get that ball rolling in search.
Rocco not necessarily rolling like a square in that one. Mid-map presence certainly felt by them. Over by the pool side, that's going to be accuracy. No one really hitting anything just yet from Boston. They're waiting for mistakes to be made. Who's going to show their hand first? That gunfight. Wow, Lins. He heard his teammates shooting outside and he thought he'd get involved ASAP. He did just that, and that's the bomb down for Breach as well.
Yeah, Pentagram fell asleep at the wheel. He was throwing 37 shoulders, watching that exact same thing L-triggered, and I guess just gave it up at the worst possible moment. So Spidey senses now give the Rocker a man advantage, and Standy, also unfortunate timing, at least should have seen the second player on the cross, so now you know the bomb's dead.
Nice work out, Lins. Threads the needle once again, his second on the round. Gunless from behind, makes it 3, all down to Beans in the 1v4. Top security, abandons ship, sends it forward. He's not got time, and now he's got nothing. Rocker, an immaculate bounce back, 1-1.
Yeah, and devil's in the details too, because, I mean, in theory, that was a perfect strat call from Boston. Wait for someone to flank, be a little bit over-aggressive. You saw they had every single angle covered, but when we saw Pentagram literally L-trigger exactly where Lins was going to appear on his screen, didn't even get a bullet off Lins. Too quick with it, found the absolute perfect timing. Rocker now have another round. But either way, talk about the unique looks we've seen from different teams on this map. I think that's another one of sort of the stagnant setup there from Boston, that it's just difficult for these teams to go in with limited intel and limited feel on how the map is going to play. Rocker, though, sticking with the B site. A little bit more cautious maybe on the approach this time. Smoking off mid, got the trophy down, planting the bomb as well.
Who dares wins. Quick plant, Standy, forced to play now. Rocker through the top, Boston through the top bars. Rocker got eyes on. Lins, his position might get spotted out. As Boston peek forward, find your intel, and get ready to send it. Lins has crept forward as well, and there is an air of anticipation now. Rocker, forward you go. Guns up, 30 seconds. Trades. Priester, damage. Lot of damage. Takes over the bomb site. His teammates now Beans pushing forward. Pentagram should be able to finish up, but it's Gunless with a 2-piece now. Gunless in the 1v1 against Pentagram. Bill, he's just skewered him alive. Does he have the time? Just half a second to spare. Pentagram and Boston Breach with the retake.
That is unreal. I mean, that timing was insane. Penta goes for like the double kill cam juke just about, but shreds Gunless inside of the water. Could not deliver with the big play, and that's a big moment for Boston too, because that was a 4-stack, and it's really just about those sort of entry kills, setting yourself up for trades, because Gunless nearly made the hero play with the nade kill, but times it perfectly. And I still don't get, I can never see people when they're in the water. Pentagram though, eyes on. I need to figure out what glasses he has.
They're definitely not as fuzzy as his player cam is. Sun checks over towards the A side of the map, give up the play. Boston Breach, you have been found. You are not totally surrounded though. Priest is watching the deepest of flanks, so send in Pentagram to find the kills alongside Snoopy. It's 2 on the round for Snoopy. He's barking. Accuracy bounces back as Rocker still fighting to retain some form of control here, but it's not going to stop the bomb getting planted.
Yeah, and Accuracy working the flank. Problem is to watch the flank. Well, easy to watch from a few different angles. Accuracy, well, able to gun Priesta, but his teammate falls in the meantime. So bomb down, have to flood into absurdly difficult gunfights. And Beans, he's going to be able to look at this bomb through a crack down low. We're just on the outer lane. They're kind of handing this away. Accuracy, the Iceman, time to shine.
Iceman melted as Pentagram. Not even necessarily too much of a ridiculous position to be in, but he just runs straight up back towards that bomb site, looks for it, and catches out Accuracy. I still think Accuracy was a little tagged as well. It was only 2 bullets to take care of him, so Pentagram, heads up plate, numbers for Breach. But that's 2 in a row.
Yeah, and that's just a really good call to be aggressive on that trade. I think a lot of players might sit inside of you, spot out the cross, like try to play off the time, but Pentagram saw the advantage in the round and took it. Also notice that he has pentagrams on his headset as well. So
that's crazy. On brand, baby.
Yeah.
3 for Pentagram. Back over towards the A side of the map we go. This time, though, not as many Boston players with the eyes on here, Chance. You should be able to get across. Priest is going to be the man down deep at the end of the sort of elbow there. He will be able to see the players getting the bomb plant, but the tactical retreat.
Oh, my God.
We're in. That's the plant, and that's a big first blood.
That's it. Wow, dude. I mean, 6-star might be the map of players just running past each other. That's the second or third time we've seen a moment like that. But either way, Boston, we've seen it before, grouping up together. They're going to be playing for the trades. And they're going to be hitting through the flank. Gunless, the player to be watching this from Minnesota.
They've checked everything, though. Good work, Boston. You don't have a lot of time, but they're doing this very quickly. Not as careless. Gunless spots him out. Plenty of damage. Gets away with his life as well. Oh, he walks
wow.
Big P brought down. 2v2. And 15 seconds to get it going. Priester breaks the glass. It's a juke. Doesn't fall standing, though. Trades. Lins wins. Nice job, Rocker. Every trick in the book was thrown instantly at Minnesota there. And they held their nerve.
Yeah, and that is I mean, there's a few different things that happened in that round. One, Boston just super unlucky. They did not see accuracy. Penna just giving away the first blood for free. And then Boston spent maybe the next 15 seconds deciding what they want to do. And you waste too much time. And obviously you don't have enough to work with towards the end. But even then on the timing front, if Gunless doesn't get that kill, they still might be able to run it down and get that defuse in time. So I know Gunless has had a few decent moments so far in this series. Add another one to the pile and maybe making up for the 1v1 he had against Pentagram, because Pentagram's been making some plays as well. But Boston slowing things down. Different angle decided there for Penta and information. Rocker running it down.
Yeah, that's a nice 2. Gunless. Might add another to it. Priester now in the 1v3. That's a technical 1v4, but it's not going to amount to too much. But P-Dog is actually moving quite well across the map here. He's cut his way through mid. He's run a small circle around Rocker. He might be able to catch at least one more player here. Oh my goodness. Accuracy, do you check this? Oh my goodness. The bomb site's been vacated. Priester has the bomb in his hand. This is interesting. Wins it, and he's gone.
Oh, that's a tough angle to cross from. Well, Lynn's actually didn't go for the chow. Well, number one, didn't heal up in time by the looks of it. And Rocker going to shut that down. Priesta nearly made the play. I mean, the read was right. Everything did perfect. Trigger discipline on point. But Sandy just gives him the hands. And, I mean, that's what a 3-bullet kill. So, I mean, the headshot multiplier coming to effect. But I don't think Priesta quite had enough time to fully heal. Either way, from Minnesota, Boston, that is the same sort of stagnant setup they had on the offensive round. But this time, Rocker, again, just fly at them and break it down. Overwhelming pressure and presence there on defense. But now from Rocker, back on the attack. And they have been sticking with this B site, at least at the start of these rounds.
Straight to B. A few members of Breach will be here to contest this in a moment. But they're not going to see anything go down.
Wide open.
Well, accuracy might be in for a bit of trouble. The first blood from Stanley helps, but here we go. Oh, the timing. No, it doesn't look at it. That's going to be a costly engagement. The flank wide open. Boston breach right through it.
Well, flanks on flanks, though, because Sandy's now going to be behind these guys. So right now, this is the time for Sandy to get active. Bomb down, couple trades coming through, but Sandy, the last man to the engagement, and now you just get to pick corners. There's kill number 1, but now he's going to have to finesse, try to find some way to take these next 2 players down.
He's also got to not let them defuse. They could be on it right now. Standy, oh my word. Are we going to dive into the pool? Pentagram, you got 15 seconds to make a decision. Here comes the pistols. No, Standy, get your firearm out, son. Oh my God, what are we watching? Pentagram wins it. Not this time, though, mate. He won't be able to get to the bomb. The Standy draws him into deep waters, and he wades out into a round loss, and Rocker take the lead.
Okay. I mean, hey, a 1v3 is a fantastic thing. I would be hard-pressed to say that's a top 5 play, but as far as the map goes, Standy does play that absolutely perfectly. I wanted him to flank a little bit quicker, but just getting into the water turns out to be a great decision because, I mean, I guess you're just wearing too much gear. It takes a little bit too long to swim, and he buys him enough time. That's okay. That's the type of play, by the way, that if I was Boston, I would never let the bomb get planted on B again because I just don't want to deal with that.
I don't want to deal with it. Or you have to save a nade to take care of the player behind that sort of, centerpiece in the pool. So difficult. Also, what a pain in the ass to water that thing as well. The poor groundskeepers of this hotel. Well, problems for another day. Snoopy and co. Might be able to cause some damage here. The Rocker players above them, they've taken control of the bomb site, but no one's going to be able to get into the bomb site without a pound of flesh. Less than a minute to play. And a patient Snoopy is a dangerous one. Here comes accuracy.
Playing for the guarantee, and he got it. That's a hell of a first blood, and that means that you just can't take this route.
Oh.
And yeah, another AR player just getting that close range battle against Snoopy. Hand delivering you this round. Easy to watch the flanks now. Lens for the 1v4.
No.
Does not last. Boston breach. That was a perfectly played offensive round. They don't go for the stagnant plays. They don't play for picks. They get progress on the map, and then they set up for the kills. Snoopy doing one hell of a job. Picks up 3 in that round.
Yeah, that was a very powerful 3. The first one was good enough. The second, great. Kudos to Beans as well, pushing those players out by Lounge. Perfect awareness from Boston there on that attack. They didn't necessarily have to plant the bomb. They just knew where everyone from Rocker was coming from. Good coverage and a good heads-up bit of work early on here on 6-star. 4-4. Snoopy's still on that 3 spree. Linz. I like it. Breaks the glass. Pentagram. Absolutely no hope in that fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, he just straight up dove into death. I mean, that's an option for sure. First blood from Rocker, and you have accuracy that just cleared out everything on this map. You know all these players are in mid.
Yeah, they're in that little tunnel. Quick plant. Coverage there from the back. It's going to be accuracy holding these players at bay. Priest is going to be able to try to punch a hole. He might just shoot past. Yeah, he's going to be able to get into this bomb site fight much quicker. Standing with a jump check at the most incredibly well timed. 30 seconds. Rocker, they've got the numbers. The breach are closing in on the site. Only one angle of attack now to worry about. Priester cut down. Standy was in a sweet corner, and Beans fried. Done. Rocker. Match point.
Yeah, and accuracy ends up making the perfect play on the flank as well. Doesn't get the kill on Priesta initially, but he just basically buys his team an extra maybe 10 or 15 seconds of being comfortable to worry about everything else on the map, and his teammates just win the gunfights. Even if they hadn't, accuracy did time out the flank pretty perfectly to chase the 2 players on Boston. So certainly a mistake-free round there for Minnesota. Taking advantage of the situation. Now Boston again. They've had a bit of success on the offensive rounds. Mix things up just a little bit. Need a deep cut here, and straight towards this A site they go. Gunless has the help from the middle of the map, but Boston right now, they are swarming around this A site, but being patient, maybe waiting for the kills on the flank as Priesta, he's playing the absolute depths of this map.
He might get spotted out. Standy, you're in trouble. Here come the bees. They're swarming. Oh no, Pentagram and Priester. The beekeepers have been stung, and now they are out and about, are loose, able to go wherever they want. They're back over towards A with a quick plant. Gunless has got a tremendous, bad timing on Snoopy. Accuracy, 1v4. To not let the round 11 happen, and that is that. Breach. The final chance in this series as we go to a last-ditch attempt. Complete the reverse sweep. As Rocker are in dire straits.
All right, Miles. Pressure's on. Round 11. Who you got? Who you picking?
I don't know. Well, who's attacking? It just depends on who's attacking.
That is a good question.
That's all.
Boston, by the way, great play call in that round. Just to do something together, bang out through you, try to find that extra kill. And I mean, Boston, anytime they're grouped together, things have been going a little bit better for the squad. Rocker on the attack.
Oh, they may have been blessed. Blessed be the kills they've picked up. Rocker, forward you go. You've got trophies to work with as well. Here comes your Snoopy. The middle map, full of Boston players. What a nade from Standy. Connects. It's going to slow them down. Is it going to force anyone to move?
Well, right now, Rocker, it's the same thing. I think they might be waiting for accuracy to try to clear out some information. Oh, question. Oh, well, there goes the smoke.
It bounced off of his teammates. Oh, so it's a trouble. Lins, though, outside of the smoke play. Massive damage, not enough for the kill. Standy has got to get in there right now and pick up at least 1 or 2, and he might be able to do it. There's the first, the second. Standy! Gonna get another. Beans on the approach. Lovely tags. It was a 2-pump. It's still good. Priest now. Last man up. 1v2. He's still alive. Sends it. Damage. Wrong place. Wrong time. Rocker, by the skin of their teeth, survived the round 11. Oh man, another purple villain referenced there by accuracy. It was a snap, but what a series that was.
A little bit of shade thrown there at the end. Unfortunate that Gunless doesn't have the player cam turned on, because I could only imagine, but that was, I mean, perhaps one of the craziest series we've had this entire year. Like, certainly in terms of like unpredictability. Rocker just looked like twice the team that Boston was on the first 2 maps, and then Boston just simply found their form on Karachi. Again, previously banned map in the control, but this time they get the 3-0 with the new squad. Things looking good. They were slamming on Vista. I mean, Beans quite literally with one of the better individual performances we have had this year. All just the setup for a round 11 in the search and destroy, where, like, I mean, just like Thanos, everything was balanced. The first blood's balanced between the 2 squads. The clutch factor was there from either team. So a lot of plays being made. A very mixy match indeed, but maybe some of the similar issues that the Boston team was having, those map 5s specifically. I think the record now falls to 1-7, still the pain point for the squad.
I'm glad I called the attacking round, and fortunate enough for Rocker, they got it. Wow, round 11 comes to a close. Rocker with the win, and that cost them a pretty penny. What did it cost? Quite frankly, everything. However, they do get 10 CDO points. Great stuff from them. Now it's back to the desk.
Thank you, Miles and Chance, and congratulations, Minnesota Rocker. We weren't nervous, were we, fans? You guys saw this all the way through.
Absolutely. Your toes saw it all the way through, too.
I'm shaking a little bit here. My purple toes are still purple, and they are proud right now, Nameless.
Absolutely.
We got the dub, but it took a round 11. And Stats Gurus, can you please tell me how many Game 5 round 11s is this for Boston? Is it just the Optic and Rocker series now? Because this team is still end of week 2, stage 3, with 5 match wins.
It's maybe not so much the round 11s, but it definitely is the game number 5s. And for Boston Breach, it's just been the search and destroy, right? Like, they just cannot get anything going. It feels like there's no teamwork. Maybe during that game 5, they had a little bit more of a game plan, just wolfpacking around the map. But unfortunately, we saw they're not a team that thrives in chaos.
Yeah, you know, for Minnesota Rocker, I mean, big shout out to them. Huge performance in that map, won by accuracy. We all saw Standy started off 0-10. It was really, really tough, but that's what happens when you play a team like Boston who do not play together. Minnesota was able to rotate, good control of hills, accuracy on the break as well. Then we get to the search and destroys. Now, this is a game mode that Minnesota has struggled in. They were 5-9 in stage 2, 1-4 in game 5. So they have struggled there, and that is why they go ahead to pick up Standy. I was a big critic of it, but I know how good Standy can be in search and destroy. And this is what you got. You're talking about map 2. I think you went 8-2, and then we get to the game 5, 9-8. Absolutely delivers. They're man down in game 5, and you see accuracy. He didn't flip his cam this time. He said, we got this one in the bag.
I was gonna say, can someone in the chat explain the triples snap? Because there should have been a big pause up until that third one. It took them a while to close out the game 5, but Minnesota gets it done. much to the dismay of this guy, and I gotta give credit. I think Beans is actually my MVP of the series. The way he played for his team, he was putting them on the back. The way he finished that Vista, if he can keep this up, he's definitely staying on the roster, I think.
I completely agree with you, but the problem with that Vista is the fact that it was a 20-point game, and you had both Beans and P-Dog dropping over 30+. Beans went 37 and 25. P-Dog went 35 and 19. They had streaks, and it was still almost choked by Boston Breach. What that tells me is there's no fundamentals, there's nobody making the play calls, and they're not on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, they were outslaying the crap out of them on that. It was way too close. I mean, even in the map 1, think about it, Sandy's 0-10. Yet Lamar's able to break P3 and get all the time. Like, these are things that cannot happen. Capitalize on your kills. For Boston, still really, really early, but man, do they need points.
Boston running out of time before champs, but let's take a look at tonight's play of the game, brought to you by Scuff. And this one, well, it's a good one. Let's enjoy some of the finest footwork from this young man. It's Linz doing work, the 6-0 start here.
Yeah, it's just the 6-0. It's the Minnesota Rocker, the 6-0 of Boston Breach. This was one of the cleanest search and destroys I think we've seen. It honestly didn't even feel like search and destroy. It kind of felt like we were just watching maybe a TDM pub because Minnesota Rocker was given map control consistently.
Yeah, that round was nuts. I mean, the timing was so weird. You see Gunless decides to hop the bomb, but then he hops off it and gets right back on it, which gives the timing away to the other squad. He wraps around, but Linz is so ready. And, you know, one thing from the eye test watching this series, Linz is challenging anything and everything and winning it. I remember in the green room, Chris, you looked at me and went, Linz might be one of the most talented in the league, and I can't argue against it.
Listen, I gotta say, I know we just watched Carolina Royal Ravens series. We was talking about Gwen taking that front runner for Rookie of the Year, but Linz is still right on his tail, man. Linz is making a case for himself on this roster.
Team needs more success, though. They do.
They do.
Question, could you put Gwen and Linz on the same team and still have success, or do they play that similar role?
Oh, they could they'd be a tag team duo. They'd be disgusting.
GMs, listen up. Bucket has ideas. All right, end of the season. Still coming up here as we will see our players moving around. Right now, though, we have a guy who is back in Minnesota joining us in the Monster Winter Spotlight. Accuracy, welcome back to the Winter Spotlight. It's been a minute, my guy. When you guys do it in the clutch moment, you finished that game 5. Talk to me about it.
I mean, this is our first game 5 as a team, and I'm glad we won it in the fashion that we did because that was an absolute heart pumper. And, you know, when you get those big wins, you can carry that momentum. We saw the reverse with our team last stage, losing those heartbreaking moments, so hopefully winning it can give us that momentum ride.
What was the most stressful part of today's match for you individually?
Most stressful part was Eli's controller breaking. That's why we had a tech break.
Oh.
It broke mid-map, map 4. His slide button wasn't working. So we had a long break before map 5. He had to run to his other apartment, get his controller, come back. So that was kind of stressful, but you know, we were just like, yo, we got to lock in. It's map 5, like, do or die.
You should not a bathroom break, chat. You were wrong.
Well, thankfully, the new controller still worked just the same. I mean, that's a terrifying situation of like you get the new controller and they just, I mean, it's not the same, you know, when you have good old reliable.
Yeah.
But Accuracy, this is our first time talking to you since you've made the roster change with Gunless and Sandy added to the team. What was kind of Minnesota Rockers' hope with the addition of these 2 new players?
Exactly what you saw. Eli was winning big clutches in the first S&D, huge clutches. In game 5, you got a 1v3 and a 2-piece round 11 to give us that chance. And then Pierce is just helping lead the troops, get everyone in line and slaying.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to ask you. You know, Gunless, he's a veteran. He's won chips before. You've been the leader of this team for quite some time and the leader of any team you've been on for a while. How's that having Gunless now as sort of another veteran to bounce ideas off of?
It definitely helps because, one, like you said, you get theory craft better, but also it takes some weight off me where I could just kind of focus on my game a little bit more because we can share that, like, calm pressure, you know?
Yeah. Who's making play calls in search and destroy as well? I love what we saw, you know, especially in the invasion. And then on that 6-star, you know, it got dicey, but it looked like Eli was making a lot of plays. Who's the guy making the calls?
Different maps, different people. We kind of go off whoever's feeling what, and if someone's hot, they make a play call. We just commit to it. You know, they say jump off the map, we're jumping off. So, and whoever says what they want to do, that's what we do.
Accuracy, with this win, you guys are going to pass Vegas Legion. You reclaim that 5th position on our power rankings. Who else do you think is in the running for a top 8 spot right now?
LAT's making some noise. Those boys are playing good, so I think they're going to climb back up here.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for the insight. Welcome back to the Winter Spotlight, and we're looking forward to the next one.
Later, guys.
That's Accuracy, and that's Minnesota making us all look super smart, but it took a Game 5 round 11 to get there. Predictions keep rolling on as we have the biggest battle of the week still to come. When we come back, Allie, who is it?
It's going to be Atlanta FaZe taking on Toronto Ultra.
Don't go anywhere.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Fantastic match. I'm feeling very sexy, Joe, and ready for a fantastic match. This one went the whole way last time. I have a full matching ensemble. These are shorts.
Yep.
A little bit thigh.
Yeah, you look like an absolute moron.
Thank you, Joe.
Why we love you. Honestly, it looks like the remake of Malibu's Most Wanted is about to come out, honestly.
Yeah, no, that's basically what it looks like.
What the f are you doing, buddy?
Look, brother.
Chasing.
I think it's gonna run
Oh, he's. Oh my God!
Oh my God!
I'm not gassing you because I've never seen you lose.
Oh my God!
I had all faith. I had all faith. Y'all just got to get a
trade, dog. We're not getting that trade, dog.
Benzo first, bro. Bottom of the list. We start.
I don't even know why am I on the list, bro.
Is that Steve? Is that Mulch?
That's Moch.
Put him in D.
Oh my God.
The first time I met Steve, he was playing for a team called the E-Girls Slayers.
No.
At UMG Philadelphia.
I think we throw him top S.
He's going
next to
to
Crowder.
behind me, baby. Let's go.
Hey Ben, relax. But to the right of Crowder, I think.
Calm down. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
It's fucking godlike to me. It's good to me.
This list is unbelievable.
This is a godlike list, I think.
Craziest play I have ever seen in my entire life. I don't know if anything will ever stack up to this play.
I mean, I can't believe he had time to reload for the first, part of that at all. And the fact that Priesta accidentally mantles the Godheady.
And I don't think Hydra's is going to be in a position to at least get towards the bomb. He's going to get up with his life.
The 1v2 takes him off to the fuse in the perfect amount of time. And Krim cannot believe it. Let's take a look at this again. Look at the top side of your screen. Oh, inches away. That's got to be 0.2, 0.1. And also...
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage.
Goes for one, goes for two, goes for three.
I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin, but I'm never Johnson. You put this in and stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat, yeah.
Day-to-day, already know what's happening. I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having a safe place. I'll take a check. Finishing his drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. own shit on the main event. Givenchy, my cologne after the show. She told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint advantage spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next? You could take a guess.
Atlanta FaZe.
They still can't kill this man. 7 in a row. 8, my God.
Toronto Ultra.
Toronto Ultra have just put the entire league on watch.
It's time for your monster matchup.
I think they're ass and we're on top. Where's that on Scrappy at? He is tearing them to shreds.
They won, you know what I mean? But that is closer than they think, and we'll be back.
This man is breaking records, Scrap digging deep as he's absolutely mauling Optic on the approach.
We're coming all fucking year, bro, all year.
Toronto Ultra versus Atlanta FaZe. Your CDL monster matchup starts right now.
Hello and welcome in, everybody. That's right. The big battle begins right now, and this is where Twitter fingers turn into trigger fingers. Draza versus Scrap. That is the AR duo battle we're looking at here. But what about the front lines here? Kleenex leads all players in the league when it comes to the KD alley.
He does, but our eyes are going to be on Envoy, right? Who's had a last struggling couple of series, and if we want to keep this rivalry going, he's going to have to show up today.
Nameless, for anyone who's missed the previous action, why is this such a spicy matchup?
I mean, this is a banger. Both these teams have championships as Major 1 and Major 2 winners. You talk about Major 1. Toronto had Atlanta FaZe's number 7 and 2 map count in the 2 series that they played them, but we've had some meta shifts, and Atlanta FaZe is now the number 1 team in the world across all the game modes. So this is truly a banger to see where Toronto's at or see how far Atlanta is ahead.
If you missed the previous LAN events, it was, of course, Toronto taking Major 1, the first trophy of the year. Kleenex, Envoy, Insight, and Scrap shut up all of the haters as they proved they were the best team early on in Call of Duty. But the maps have changed a little bit since then, Alleycat.
Yeah, and you would think realistically this map pool change would also help Toronto Ultra, but it's done nothing but hurt them. Their hardpoint has been abysmal in the past 60 days, 4-4 in hardpoint, even though overall in the season, they're 29-7. So they have had a steep decline since stage 2. And even then, like, their search and destroy has also gotten worse. But on the flip side, for Atlanta FaZe, they've done nothing but get better.
Looking there, Insight's camera getting ready. As soon as he is set, we will be kicking this one off. So Nameless, let's kick this over to the other side of the fence. Atlanta FaZe, the reigning champs. They're on top of the hill. In the last meeting, they 3-0'd Toronto Ultra online.
Yeah, listen, Atlanta FaZe has been unbelievable. Simp has been the best player all year. And when you talk about this specific matchup, they're 1-4 in hardpoint against Toronto, but they're 3-0 in control. And you can see the square up on Invasion. Nobody wants to see Atlanta FaZe on Invasion control. 9-3 on the season. They have been unbelievable. We did recently see Atlanta on that 6-star. They fell to Optic. So if you're Toronto, you're hoping for a hot start.
All right, and if you are cheering on Toronto in that first 6-star hardpoint, who's your player to watch, Alleycat?
It's got to be Envoy again, because you want to say Kleenex just for the fact that the numbers are there, but in realism sense, like, Envoy went from a 1.03 Major 1 to a 0.94 during Major 2. Right now he's sitting at a 0.82. So this is not the Envoy, the Dark Prince that we know and love. So if they're going to have a chance against Atlanta.
Quick pick on second producer Nameless. Sorry.
You look at Scrap, man. This guy got a 1.17 in this series. He drops over 4,000 damage to HP. He fries Atlanta when he plays up against them, win or loss. But I'm going with Atlanta. They look like they're on a different stratosphere, and Draws are going to come to play today.
Nameless is there at 90. Alleycat, where are you going? Quick.
I'm going to go Atlanta.
Atlanta. I'm going Toronto. Fans, show me the red. They're going Atlanta as well. We got Shift and Study for this party. Shift, let's get it going.
Let's get it going. Yeah, this is going to be a hot one. I mean, really, when you look at how these two teams have squared up in the past, sure, some of the series have been categorized by championship or not. But, Jay, I think the larger part of this, really, outside of the control, Atlanta has had a couple of struggles versus Toronto, largely speaking. Only winning a single hard point, only winning a single search, and now we get a 6-star hard point where Atlanta has only played once. Toronto, first look at them on the new map.
Yeah, but every stage so far, the game has changed, and now Toronto Ultra have to figure out how they're going to expand their map pool and expand their maps in general when you talk about the HP. So you got to throw the 6-star right off the rip. Well, we have seen Atlanta FaZe play this one time. It was versus Optic Texas. They fell short 250 to 211, but you best believe the adjustments are bound to come in for Atlanta.
Yeah, and on top of that, we'll talk about the Rios. Atlanta, so good on that map. So definitely feels like this map right here for a first go for Toronto almost is a must-win scenario. Really, 50-50 battle over the top of the first hardpoint. Only 6 seconds of collected time totaled. And Atlanta will do the work to kind of get some of the scrap. But on rotation, Toronto already set up looking towards new.
Yeah, they're already going to be set up properly for the next hill, but this is where you have to make up for it because Atlanta FaZe, they did a great job, at least versus Optic Texas, doing great job at this P1, but keeping P2 contested all the way to the very end. You can already see the routes coming in out of Simp, coming in out of Draza, taking their sweet time, working their way around Waterside, but you also have players going on a deep pitch. So the first hill is going to go to Atlanta, but now where does Toronto spawn? They're all the way across the map. Atlanta are coming from every angle, but that's why you have Kleenex here to find a double to at least neutralize it for a little bit.
Oh, what a great route. The stun comes in from the front door. Kleenex gets a freebie. And Toronto now from the front. Re-break the hard point, if you want to call it a break in the first place from Atlanta. Kleenex still not giving away this back staircase on 4 in a row. Last attempt here for Atlanta, you'd think, but the thing is, they're kind of being spawn trapped here in a way, Jay. I mean, they're still spawning backside stairs. Kleenex on 5, pistol out looking for number 6. Will not have a chance to use it as Atlanta will now look towards rotation.
Oh, that's big stuff, too, because Atlanta was spawning everywhere. You had a couple close spawns over towards P2, 2 players spawn over towards P3, and at least BZ and Draza trying to hold down this rotation over towards the next, but at least for now, it's still going to be contested. Kleenex again finds a big double to at least alleviate some pressure for Toronto Ultra to make this rotation a little bit easier, but BZ's knowing that those spawns are still going to be in towards the back end, and this is a hill that Atlanta FaZe struggled versus Optic Texas. So far, they're trying to hold it from the front.
Yeah, and they're doing a really nice job of it. There was one moment where Scrap spawns a bit further out, but Atlanta still picks up on it. Lead starting to grow here for FaZe. Simp holding onto the side door. Freebie on towards Kleenex. Trades not there at all for Toronto. Last one in the back door is inside. He gets overwhelmed. So 50 points plus now for Atlanta. Looking good for this back 30 as Ultra has to hit from the front again.
Yeah, this is looking like a full 64 Atlanta. They were the team at least holding down from the front end, but they clutched up with all the gunfights, spawned all of Toronto Ultra out towards the water side. And now with only 20 seconds left, you have to cut your losses. You're going to find yourself down by 50, but you're going into a P4 money hill where this can get you right back into this game. You just have to read the initial push coming in from Atlanta because they're not going straight from the statue. They're working their way all the way around through P5.
Yes, keep your eye on Envoy. That was one of the players to watch here for the desk. He is going to be the first one responsible for getting a read. Long range shots towards BZ. Good Semtex to replace that utility. And then shots towards Zellion, but he will be taken down. The read is in though. Toronto, can they find this from Insight's perspective here in the kitchen? First 2, not going to get the second. Okay, Atlanta now from the back, working with the spawns, a chance to break from the high ground.
Yeah, but this still isn't easy to do, especially at this hill. You either have to drop down, jump out of the window, or work your way through a bulletproof door. And Scrap finds that kill alongside Kleenex, so they still are coming out on top in the trade fights. Only 30 kill alongside Kleenex, so they still are coming out on top in the trade fights. Only 30 seconds remaining here at P4. All of Atlanta just trying to funnel their way through the back end, and every single time Kleenex did it, just cut them down one by one.
I mean, he's winning these gunfights on some unreal angles. So Ultra maybe get more than you would have expected considering the quick flip of the spawns from FaZe. Scrap time will go the way of Atlanta. And now the rotation heads back over towards the pool. Toronto here first, but draws a decent angle for him. Deals with the first, but the help from Insight keeps Kleenex alive a little while longer. But regardless, it is still Toronto with the last man standing, and they will open up the new hard point.
Yeah, now it turns into a one-on-one, though. So if you are at Insight, you just got to try to swim as long as you possibly can. Wait for your teammates to get close to you. Those first 2 bursts are not going to connect from the Renetti out of a BZ. But the route is still going to be great. His teammates are slaying through top mid. A BZ wins his one-on-one through bottom in the water. And that's going to be a successful break coming in from Atlanta FaZe with 40 seconds still on this hill.
Yeah, the spawns for Toronto are very spread from the front. Some players having to go through the middle of the map here. Draza holding over the top of this isolated plant inside the pool. Does well. Teammates picking up right as soon as he has to go into the depths of the water, and that is absolute perfection from Atlanta. Oh man, I'll tell you, Jay, we talked about how they played Optic on this map. It was very 50-50, but here it looks like they've got a really solid handle on some of these real chaotic points.
Yeah, the biggest thing versus Optic Texas, they couldn't find success on breaking, but the way that they are playing and setting up their breaks, they're taking these long routes. They're taking their sweet time. They're using crossfires to the best of their ability to find some successful time. At the end of that P4, they were only up by 30, 40 points. Now they're up by 70. This game has been blown wide open, and we're back to the P1 where Atlanta FaZe have found 3 in the feed. Last player is going to be over towards the set, which is going to be Scrap, but he's not going to contest it. He's just going to allow Atlanta FaZe to continuously grow this lead.
Well, front staircase hit is the only. And Draza just pushes right through. No worries for the burst pistol. Able to find himself the double, and now he locks down everything at this front lobby. Almost gets a little lineup collateral to rotate to 2 as well. That could have been deadly for Toronto, but with this. A chance for them to get back into the hard point, at least neutralize for a time. But boy, I'll tell you, Jay, they need to win this rotation. And luckily enough, Insight is there first towards P2.
But you see those spawns right there from Simp. He's going to get the close spawn over towards P4 so they can work their way around the back end with Envoy spawning all the way at P3. So they now know Atlanta FaZe are on the backside. We have to try to contest this P1, but also win some gunfights through their front. And Celium doing what he does best, a little body shooting to make sure he lets CleanX know, I love you a little bit too much. But they are currently up by 90, and the lead just keeps on getting bigger because they are just a step ahead right now in this HP.
Yeah, every rotation has been super clean. You all know about it, not even doing it on kills he finds. So I'll tell you, Atlanta feeling pretty confident at the moment. CleanX from the side door nearly finds himself too. The drop down will be the next point of ingress, and BZ almost turns and snaps for a second, but spawns are out and Toronto will secure the break.
That's a big break because you're already down by 100 points. You have to start making up some good time. And with only 30 seconds remaining here at P2, you best believe Atlanta FaZe are going to contest the hell out of it through the front end because they know that P3 is going to be a money hill. As long as we flood through the front, you're consistently going to spawn in towards the back. We just can't allow Envoy to earn himself a cruise miss, so you're able to shut him down off of that streak. But with only 15 seconds left, Atlanta doing a great job just applying pressure over towards Waterside, knowing that they have the spawns for next.
I mean, the thing is, FaZe are really committed here towards this old time at P2. Like you said, the spawns are decent, but they're going to have to put the response together here. Let's listen in with Atlanta FaZe as they try to read this next hit from Ultra.
One can be in line. MC is front. They're hitting the back. I'm dead to go up. Light to me. In the back, dead. What are they? I better send him. Light to the where? Little light still. Last guy. He went to time. Still time. Lights to time. Time. It's my front. It's my front. Yes, one front. Zach. I would. Back's good. I would. What's there, dude? Nice. Good fucking shit. Nice. I'm blocking the back. I'm blocking the back. Oh my god. I don't win at this. Listen, I spawned down. I think they might be blocking the back. No, I blocked out the back. I don't even know. I don't know. A tank, one shot. One's front, inside. It's really good time. This is the game. This time is the game. We should play it. We should. Yeah, I'm out. No, they might be in the back. They're taking rats and shit. Like all new. Tank ran to the back. I spawned behind him. Yeah, I'm gonna go shoot. Help me shoot. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think they're hitting this. Help me shoot. Follow me up this side. Wait for us. I'm seeing drop.
Absolute master class from Atlanta FaZe, and you can even hear the small talk, a little bit of like, what are these guys doing? A little more of a BZ kind of being the leader, the general saying, hey, this old time will essentially guarantee the game and allow us to have a little bit more fun here, as Atlanta FaZe will be 10 seconds away from the win, trying to break it open from the front. In Toronto, Jay, I'll tell you, they just look a little lost on the map.
Oh yeah, we're just not ready for this pressure that Atlanta FaZe are going to set off the rip on 6-star, as that is going to be #1 going in favor of Atlanta FaZe. And this is the only thing that really scares me, because every time I watch Atlanta play, they're just getting better and better. The map pool is starting to get extended. And now for Toronto Ultra, with them losing maps like Invasion, with them losing maps like Skid Row, these maps, you have to figure at least one of them out, because you're great at sub-base. You're 6-0, but Atlanta don't play that. Karachi, it could be a square up. Rio, that's Atlanta's favorite map. You have to figure out another HP to try to square up against Atlanta FaZe, and based off of that map, #1, 6-star might not be it.
No, definitely didn't look good. It really, at any moment in time, a couple of moments early where it felt kind of 50-50, both teams trying to toggle for control. But yeah, you could definitely tell the rotations, especially across the map for FaZe, were so much more direct. Like the middle of the map just always felt like it was in the pressure and control of Atlanta FaZe, where Toronto was taking all of these super long routes through pool, through the sky bridge, just not where you want to be. And also on top of that, the combined 27 and what is that, 51 from Envoy and Insight. Not great news in terms of two of your key players for Toronto in this head-to-head.
Yeah, it's just tough when you're losing a majority of your rotations, when you're not trading effectively on the hills that you were properly set up with, because the routes that Atlanta FaZe are hitting. Like, you can already see the adjustments they have made since they played Optic Texas. I know it was Drazu who he was just playing way too damn fast versus Optic. But this game, he's slowly working with his teammates, working off the rotations. Him and Celium are side by side, figuring out which angles need to be watched. Because that guy puts up 5,400 damage, doesn't need a cruise miss or anything like that. It was just simply teamwork outclassing Toronto Ultra. When you have a rep already underneath your belt versus a team like Optic Texas, you best believe the next time that they come in, they're going to be a lot more polished, and they showed it from start to finish of that game 1.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And really, it was just CleanX who kind of was the catalyst for Toronto to find the majority of their time. But otherwise, the macro of the squad just not quite there. And the extra feeling saucy from Celium, not once but twice, not even on his own kills. I think that says a lot about how Atlanta collectively is coming into this matchup. And, you know, again, the trash talk that's been going back and forth, whether it be on the microphone or on Twitter, it's been pretty heavy loaded, and I'm sure a lot of people in the community have sided with one player or another, maybe in one team or the other in this matchup, but that really did feel like in this series, based on the history of what we've gotten from Atlanta, that was a map that Toronto really needed to find, and they never were really ever in it.
Yeah, they just couldn't find any success from start to finish of that game. You just take a look at the game flow. Like, it was basically tied at P2. But everything after that was all of Atlanta FaZe. Winning rotation, winning breaks, setting them up properly to not allow teams like Toronto Ultra to set up properly for that P3 or even that P4, where you're usually seeing a lot of success when you come to that time. They were just hitting long routes, making sure that they were winning one-on-ones, blocking certain spawns. Like, that was just perfection right there from Atlanta FaZe in map number 1. And now you're going into a real search and destroy where these guys do have history. They went all the way to around 11, but I swear, for anyone who plays real search and destroy, specifically in rank, you always think that this map tends to be really, really fast-paced. Like, we gotta go, every single round has to be done in the first 30 to 45 seconds. But with the last 2 times that these guys messed up, it was round 11, and it was about a 25-minute Rio search and destroy, which threw me off guard. We're talking about, we're going show and face here. We're rotating back. We're going back. We're doing this. A whole bunch of mind games between both of these two teams. So if you're Toronto Ultra, you have to be prepared for it this time around.
And that's the really bizarre and maybe most peculiar thing, because when we looked at this Atlanta team throughout Major 1, whether it be qualifiers or the Major itself, the search and destroy was maybe not as clean as we would have expected based on the history of the roster kind of collectively. In particular, in this matchup, they had lost 6-1 and 6-2 before they got to that Rio, which it really did feel like going into Major 2 qualifiers, the polish of the search and destroy was pretty extraordinary. I mean, most of their losses were round 10 or beyond, if they lost at all, where most of their wins were like 6-2s, 6-3s. I mean, they were absolutely dominating people. So yeah, you get into this Rio search and destroy. This has been not only one of Atlanta FaZe's best map mode combinations in this series, but at the same rate, Ultra really haven't shown us enough conviction here, including an 0-6 loss to the Vegas lead to the Major 2 qualifiers, which is one of the more recent plays before they played FaZe on this map.
And the good thing, at least if you're Toronto Ultra, is that you're the team on the attacking side first, because everything for Atlanta on their attacking side is basically perfection. So if you are Ultra, you have to figure out how you're going to find an opening in that first blood column, because that's where Atlanta FaZe usually find a lot of success. But it was a 4-stack over towards A. They're going to be a little bit late off this rotation. 4v4 retake over towards B site now.
Bomb does get planted, though. Problem is, look how quick the SMGs just burst right through. A little delayed hit, and then all of a sudden, they're right in your face. Scrap right over towards bridge side. Abizi will give that information over to Draza. Simp also pushing forward, has no worries dealing with the late lurk of Insight, and it's a flawless first round for FaZe.
That's just way too easy, man. We're talking about Simp just walking his way up through the Yeskis, finds a double to also takes down the bomb carrier, and then takes full map control through top mid. And the last 2 players from Ultra, but just not close to the play or just simply outnumbered, as Atlanta FaZe come out in the round number 1 and punch them straight in the jaw. As they take round number 1, now they go into the attacking side, where this is where it gets scary, because Atlanta FaZe, believe it or not, Alan, are 93% chance at opening with the first blood. And when they find the first blood, it turns into about an 85% chance at winning the round on this attacking side. So if you are Ultra, this is where you have to stand strong.
Yeah, it's so darn efficient. That's been kind of the key for their search and destroy really on the year. You look across any statistic, and they're probably top 3 just about everywhere. So trophy system has been earned. Atlanta FaZe is going to use it as a chance to get immediate control of top, and with that, bomb will be planted. And if you're Ultra, how do you try to recontest this? Scrap is really outside the play. Abizi's not going to give him the time of day, and I guess you kind of have to look to Envoy to be the first guy up, and he's the smoke carrier, so you got to put this thing down in a nice place.
Got to figure out how Atlanta FaZe is setting up around this site. It's already been 15 seconds knocked off the game clock. You're at least able to get some info onto Abizi, but Simp and Celium already set up with the crossfires, putting initial 2 kills.
They're just not giving them a look at a gunfight. It's just shoulders here, shoulders there. Look at me, look at him. I mean, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This has been 2 flawless rounds of search out of Atlanta FaZe early. Not what you want if you're an Ultra fan.
All right, well, I'm hoping that Ultra have done some of their homework, because if the only way you're basically going to shut down Atlanta FaZe on this map is shutting down that B pressure, because only 13% of the time they are planning over towards A. 56% of the time they're playing over towards B. So if you can control top mid on your defensive side and force them to be a little bit uncomfortable over towards that A site, that might be your recipe to success. But if you're not just going to allow them to work the bomb plant for free and play the post plant, yeah, GG.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it's just the efficiency around the utility and the trophies in these first 2 rounds for Atlanta. Should be matched this time, as Toronto this time going to go very aggressively right up mid and beyond it. They're going to clear off stairs and Eskies at the same time. This will delay the plant just a touch, but Atlanta are aware of this. Here comes the retake attempt over towards Eskies, and first blood again gets tallied. Abizi just hits the deck. Kleenex on the corner at stairs, but everyone's back to full regen, and Abizi clears it.
Oh, man.
Are you kidding me? It's like he knows already.
Now it's instantly a 4v2. Another 4v2 for Toronto Ultra. Forced to try to clutch on up. Positioning now, knowing on Envoy. Most likely gain that info as well, that he is going to be the bomb carrier. But you can see everybody else from Atlanta FaZe working their way around the deep pinch, and Draza just being the island player holding the overextension.
Wow. It's absolute poetry to this point. And FaZe just not going to give away their advantages. Never have, never will. Envoy, last one left, just has to try to force some sort of an engagement, and does well to collect 1 plus damage on the other, but it's not really plausible to think he had a realistic chance at a 1v4 situation. Wow. That's a blinding start for Atlanta.
And that's just a great defensive setup right there from Atlanta. You show face at least through the bottom side of the Eskies, get no tax to be hit from Toronto Ultra. You waste all of them if you are Atlanta to make sure they're not aggressively pushing towards A. But then once you're counting the stuns, the nades coming through top mid, you are getting a real good evaluation of how many players are sitting towards top mid. And Toronto Ultra, they got the successful bomb plant first go around, but the post plant wasn't the best. So this time they tried to send it down to Eskies, and Atlanta FaZe made them pay for it. And now Simp has a cruise missile.
Yeah, not good. I mean, it's the easy way of evaluating that. Okay, something has to change right here, right now, if you're Ultra. And it may need to start with just finding kills. Only 2 eliminations at this point. And now FaZe are going to kind of feel things out over towards the A site. A little nervy here for Ultra, obviously not wanting to step outside in the face of a cruise missile, but you may not have an option here. You may have to try to make some sort of a quick play just to deny this plant.
At least they haven't allowed any players from Atlanta FaZe to get past that 50-yard line. So they're still going to be working from their base, but here comes the cruise missile. Going to invest it at 3-0. You're going to back down the players from Ultra, either in towards garage or towards the boxes area, but do they decide to work the objective or play the kills?
Oh, I mean, they bait out Scrap. He's trying to check to see if there's a plant right on top of the cruise. It never happened, and now Abizi creates a secondary problem right down.
Oh, man!
Are we kidding me? I mean, did he blow out the floor tiles? What is happening?
Man, this is nasty. Like, these guys are just playing next level Call of Duty. I know Atlanta FaZe have been the organization on top for the last couple of years, but the way that they're playing right now versus Ultra, it's like they have a little bit of extra fire underneath their belt. Because obviously we know it's a lot of chirping on the other side. This match is full of dogs, but right now Atlanta FaZe are doing a majority, basically all the barking so far, up 4-0.
Jeez Louise. And they're barking not needed. I mean, this is casual right now for Atlanta.
Chilling, feet kicked up, Alan.
Legitimately outplayed in every form of Call of Duty at the moment. Nades even landing here off the rip as Simp holds on to his 7 spree now. Bomb still looking to get planted. The check from Abizi pushes him off. Can't confirm the kill. Follow-up utility, though, from Toronto doesn't really affect this at all. So defensively, Abizi could just hang out. And now he's got a cruise missile. I mean, what? What are we watching?
I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell is going on, but Ultra now forced to try to clutch up into 3v4. The bomb did successfully get planted over towards B. But now everyone from Atlanta FaZe working on that deep pitch. Selling him with the pistol, a little bit of extra shots onto Insight, makes it a 4v2. Now a 4v1, all left up to Scrap.
Okay, a couple of kills come through, but I mean, so what?
Who cares?
That's legitimately the only words that could come through. It's just like, cool, and like, wow, 5-0 after a smackdown on the hard point. This is looking abusive.
And this ain't no we're testing maps kind of series. No, this is a straight up All right, we're trying to see if we can beat these guys. The last time we played them, we went all the way to around 11 on Rio. But Atlanta FaZe, time and time again, are always going to spawn into their next series a lot better than the previous. As 2 HP left, like these guys aren't losing gunfights. They aren't making any damn mistakes. You got a cruise missile in your back pocket for a BZ. You're about to close out in a 6-0 if you use it correctly here.
Wow. Did not think we were going to get this one. We've had a couple of these where we thought it was going to be banger top tier matchups, but ends up being one-sided. Maybe none more expressive of that than this one here. Toronto looking to get aggressive down mid, but I mean, again, it's being checked, it's being watched. Abizi just shows himself, and that's enough for Ultra to say we can't go any further. And now the cruise missile gets called, play goes back over towards A, and surely, I mean, Atlanta are sitting here saying, yep, they have to be playing this off the pinch. Information in the read is there, but this is going to be another free plan if Atlanta want it.
Oh, they don't decide to work for it, though. They're trying to push that to at least isolate the player who was on the opposing side, but he's going to regroup with his teammates. Now it's on Abizi, simply to just play his life, working his way back through the spawn while his teammates are pushing through the base. And I don't know if Toronto Ultra is going to be able to get a read on this because there's only 35 seconds left. Eventually, Atlanta got to start taking objective.
Well, the thing about it is, you have to imagine that Toronto's still hard leaning towards, they got to be around A, setting up some sort of a post plan. Scrap will turn, maybe gets a read on something, but Abizi is just lurking, so he finds himself a 1-for-1. Bomb now, a bit more urgency needs to be planted. Scrap able to kind of dissuade the initial, and he finds himself too. Okay, there is a heartbeat. Ultra find themselves around on the board.
Oh, there it is. Even with the cruise missile, everything that was getting thrown at you in that final round. Able to withstand that pressure from the cruise missile, keep it into a 3v3, isolate, and at least trade effectively onto a BZ. And then Scrap was able to get the read on where the pressure was coming in, finds the timing through top bridge, and finds the double to close out the round. So finally, Ultra able to stop the bleeding, but for how long? Because now you're going back on the attacking side where Atlanta FaZe, every single time they have had a counter to what you were trying to get done.
Yep. And there's just not a lot of time to flip that around to be so convincing that FaZe feel panicked. So Ultra will just kind of go to a pretty heavy-handed attack over towards B. Once again, trying to find the FaZe defenders beforehand, and it's just not working out. You're not going to get this man cleanly. Abizi now back over to Eskies. Scrap on the hunt. Celium there to help, and it's a free first blood turned into a 4v3 situation. Ultra trying to force post plant.
And now you just have to at least find one kill if you are Ultra, or at least stall out a lot of that game clock to allow Insight to work his way around this long pinch. But everyone from Atlanta FaZe attacking through the bridge side. Kleenex is going to have his hands full.
Oh, wow. Does he ever? Plus the follow-up on the other side. Draws it just kind of by himself. Didn't know how many players are here. Doesn't seem to. Scrap has no choice but to take the pistol fight. Gets completely caught off guard. And it is straight dominance from Atlanta FaZe. 6-1. And yep, Ultra need to walk that one off badly.
And that is definitely one of the most demoralizing search and destroys I've seen in quite some time. Because Toronto Ultra had multiple rounds where they had full top mid control. But the squad that they are playing against on the opposing side, they're just thinking, even with this map control, we can't think about this objective. We cannot start this attacking round properly if we do not open up with the first blood. And every single time that they tried to push through, catch Atlanta FaZe off guard, they were prepared for it. Like, that's just next level plays, next level search and destroy from Atlanta FaZe from start to finish. Simp and Abizi obviously set the tone. You go 10 non-traded kills, 7 non-traded kills, 2 cruise missiles to work with. But look at the first bloods. Look at that, Alan. That is 7 all in favor of Atlanta FaZe. You're simply not going to find success if you're not taking them down first.
These are some stupid numbers. Everyone over 1,000 damage for FaZe.
Wow.
In a 7-round game. 11-1 for Abizi. I mean, no one died. That's kind of the moral of this entire map of search and destroy, is that FaZe just was untouchable. Legitimately in every form of the word. So, it has been nothing but an Atlanta FaZe spotlight to this point. Invasion Control up next. That is really the only major map that we have between both these two teams where we can look at some history to say, okay, maybe there are chances here, but it's still not an easy frame up to think about how Toronto can pull reverse sweep, which is what they need to back up some of the talk that's been had on the social media world. We'll head over to a break, and we've got Invasion Control to come back. Atlanta FaZe all over the series at this point. Ultra looking to regain, headed into one of their major matchups before their major. We'll be back after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, everybody. And well, if you haven't watched the first two maps, you're seeing everything right here. It has been nothing but Atlanta and nothing but a little bit extra almost after every single kill. Toronto has not showed much in terms of even signs of life. After the map 2 loss, Jay, everyone out of the camera picture already. Take a lap, get some water, do something, but they do look more locked in as we head into an invasion control.
I just don't know what the hell they were doing in that commercial break, because obviously nothing is working. Atlanta FaZe have always been better than you at Search and Destroy. The only thing that you really had the advantage over them is in the HPs, because now we're going into a control where Atlanta FaZe, even in the series that they have lost to Toronto Ultra, this is the only mode that they have successfully been undefeated versus this roster. So 3-0 so far in the season. You're already up 2-0 in this series, and now you have a potential to 3-0 Ultra again? Okay, let's see some, Atlanta.
Yeah, this says a lot. Worst mode, none.
Exactly.
Literally number one across the board in just about every statistic and just about every single metric, at least on the macro level. It's been an untouchable moment, really, through and through. Moments of sweat, sure. I think in particular, you kind of saw it in the hard points in that series with Optic, but I mean, everything else has been cool, calm, and collected so far for the Atlanta FaZe boys. And now they start things up on offense. Scrap, good first blood immediately through mid-map, so this focus for FaZe is gonna be pretty well telegraphed that it's all headed towards A, and Toronto are well in place for the defense of it.
Yeah, it's good stuff to know where the pressure's coming in early on. You usually don't see a lot of teams nowadays being super aggressive over towards A, because if you lose those initial fights, you're instantly put into a trap. But we're talking about Atlanta FaZe. There's no way how you're going to be able to trap them for that long, as they already find themselves up aggressive in torch. Mannequin Simp finds a double, and that's going to now be 3 dead in the feed. The first push wasn't good enough. Here comes the second, as that first segment is about to get completed A.
It's just wild that Atlanta still finds the not just opportunity but the success to get back to A with never even touching the B zone. I mean, they're just literally saying we can get away with whatever the hell we want. And right now, they're getting away with it. First tick of progress in. Trades decent. Avizi, one of the last ones left standing. Doesn't know which doorway to fight, and that will be enough for Toronto to reclaim control and deplete the progress here in the second tick.
And that's already job well done if you are Atlanta FaZe. You got shut down on your first push, but your second push was even better to at least earn 1 segment over towards A. Now you rotate back over towards B. You're going to get this one out of the way with ease. That first segment is about to be complete. You see the way that Toronto Ultra are playing it. They're more focused on keeping them trapped here. Scrap is not going to go for any deep pinches. He's not going to try to shut them down off of this B point. They're going to play a minute and 50-second defense over towards A.
Yeah, it's just, it feels a little too early to chalk, especially considering there really wasn't much defensive pressure ever established over towards the B zone. And at the same rate, you've got Atlanta winning over the middle of the map, just a touch at least. If Easy slips back in towards Cafe, off the regen, has Kleenex damaged up, easy follow-up, and now you've got a 5-life advantage. 60 seconds, still not extra tatted with the B tally yet, but it will be tagged on. And Abizi's already making problems happen over towards A. Quick follow-up here for Toronto, but boy, they need to regain the middle of the map badly.
Yeah, there's a minute 45 left, and Atlanta FaZe currently find themselves up by 3 lives. So if you are Ultra, you have to dominate that right side of the street. And unfortunately, Kleenex sitting at 0-6. He has to spawn in if you want to try to shut down Atlanta FaZe with the aggression that they have been showing so far in this round number 1. But still up by 3 lives, maintaining a little bit of mid-map control. They're just trying to allow their teammates to work up, find a couple kills in sync to eventually work the point.
Yeah, really good defensive setup here, though, for Ultra at the moment. Not a lot of room for FaZe to work with. Little chase down from Scrap, who gets absolutely destroyed by Simp. And now all of a sudden, here comes Atlanta on the motion towards A once again. Avizi pushing right through, open and broken, and well, Vonvoy gets the double with the pistol. But problem is, there are 2 FaZe members over towards the A zone. They're going to stack it. Second tick of progress looking pretty darn likely. Oh, until one lat challenge comes out, and no, that second tick is not fully completed. And with Scrap getting on, he will work on depleting it. Still a life advantage, though, for FaZe.
Yeah, if you're Atlanta FaZe, you definitely want to get that second segment done before you go for that peak. But you're still up in the lives remaining column. Up by 3. You know where inside is, and we can find this trade onto the S&D point. You can still take a majority of mid-map control, but this is where Ultra has to bite down. They have to get ready for this pressure, because 45 seconds left, 2 people drop, you have no more respawns.
Yep, absolutely the case, and any kill from Kleenex would be a good one here, considering where the lives are at the moment. Not a great start, obviously, but find yourself 1 or 2, and you'll feel like, okay, we saved this round just a touch. Scrap, long range shots. Nope, not gonna happen. Team shots are too good. Now Kleenex may have to be forced to take an engagement here, as the stack from Atlanta is looking decent, and Kleenex gets blown away. Here we go. Atlanta over towards the A zone. They'll stop the clock. Insight still in place. Cut down, though, from Laundry. Abizi can hold his ground, and Scrap really can't do much in this position. He's completely stuck and isolated. Now low on HP, and Celium Semtex will get the job done. I don't know if the second tick got fully captured, but may not make much of a difference. FaZe still making a statement.
Yeah, you're walking away with attacking rounds, especially the first round with no trophy system in your back pocket. That initial A push was shut down, but Atlanta FaZe is so damn good that they go for it again and found at least success for 1 segment. As we take a look at the replay in these final moments, Sip is always somehow, some way getting it done. Puts himself in a position to find that trade onto Insight, but then works his way knowing that at least 1 player is coming off spawn, finds a second kill, and then has a 3rd player absolutely one-shot. So Atlanta FaZe only walk away with 5 seconds, but you walk away with an attack on a map like Invasion, you're basically calling game.
And your superstar Kleenex has yet to tally.
Hello!
Elimination. No, sorry. No phone service here in Toronto, apparently, right now, Jay. No one's answering the hello call. First tick of progress towards B. Also,
finally
gonna come through. Simp around the back finds himself a double. And Kleenex, he gets himself his first kill, but he's in trouble. He really wants this first tick of progress. Pistol will not win him the gunfight, and Atlanta's defense is already back in place.
And Ultra, you could just tell they're playing a little bit scared. They didn't even attempt to go over towards A, because they know Atlanta FaZe is shooting a little bit different so far in this series. They're trying to complete over towards B. That first segment is not even done. And now Atlanta FaZe know exactly where all the pressure's coming in. They have crossfires galore. You still have a couple tacks in your back pocket to contest it. That's another 3 dead in the feed. Ultra are having no breathing room.
I mean, they don't look like they're even equal to any sort of the task here. Wow. I mean, what do you even say off of this? I mean, do you just look at FaZe of being just an untouchable squad in this major? Is it just the fall off from Toronto's being exposed? I don't know. We'll let the flank debate over that for the next 2 hours after this one's over. Ultra still involved, though, over towards the B zone. First tick of progress will finally get locked, and they've done well to reduce the life lead just a touch, but there's still only 30 seconds left in the clock, and Atlanta continue to find kills.
Yeah, there's only 30 seconds left, and I'm pretty sure Simp hasn't even moved off spawn yet. Oh, he was calling in a cruise missile, so they're trying to close out this damn round here. Second segment doesn't even get complete, but you still got a couple players trying to contest it all the way to the very end. It's gonna fall into the hands of Draza. Wins one gunfight to top broken, but the pinch is going to be there. So Ultra, even with 14 seconds left, still have an opportunity to extend this game clock.
There is still a win condition built in some form, but it feels desperate, and it feels like a stretch, to say the least. More wallbang shenanigans trying to get through for selling, but the extra 60 seconds are going to be added. It's only a 4 life gap, but I think the bigger thing here is there's only 14 lives. How do you use that to get an extra tick, if not 2, over towards the A zone?
Oh, but this is a good start. You find 3 kills through the middle of the map, and now you're forcing Simp out of his position to make sure he's watching, or at least assisting his teammates to watch the cross over towards the safe point. 50 seconds left on the game clock. Ultra had to make this one count because they only have 1 to 2 more good pushes at the safe point.
Yikes, what a
Simp,
are you kidding me? And now all of a sudden Ultra are kind of stuck over towards the S&D alley, and that's enough for Simp to pop up, try to take a gunfight. Will not work out quite well, but down to 35 seconds, 12 lives for Ultra. Have to find a way to get across this laundry position that Droz is currently locking down, and ooh, he does kind of give away his life. So Scrap will find that elimination, leaves Cell kind of on an island by himself, but he pushes into his own stun. That will be enough to find one, not quite the second. Kleenex keeps the play alive. Now a Beezy next one in.
Beezy's here. He's doing a great job of playing his life to perfection. Now Insight just finished getting the kill. He's gonna be through back gas. Beezy knows his positioning. You take care of him, you're gonna secure the round. And Atlanta FaZe now find themselves up 2-0 in the series, up 2-0 in the control, and also up 2 segments. So if anything gets a little bit scary, they basically guarantee themselves defense in round 5.
Yeah. 1 tick advantage the moment that second tick from their first offense, by the way. Wasn't sure if it got locked, but in that replay we saw it definitely did not. So the 3 ticks for Ultra keeps them in the conversation, if only just barely, considering the fact that they do find themselves down majorly. As Atlanta FaZe are putting together a speed run any percent right now, it feels like, versus Toronto Ultra in this series.
And you can just think in the back of your mind, like what Droz is thinking in his mind. Where is Scrappy? Where's Scrappy? He's right in front of you, but he ain't really doing much. The whole Toronto Ultra roster ain't really playing so far in this series, but backs against the wall is sometimes where you perform the best. As they are now forced to do the Ultra Mega Reverse Sweep versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, and they already know we're up by segments. We're just gonna go to B, and they find all the kills. Like, hello?
Yeah, I mean, the mind games, Jay. After the first hit towards A is unsuccessful in their first offense, they pull it off the second time. Ultra come out of spawn and hard stack the middle of the map, and all of a sudden, it's a B focus. And Atlanta read the rotation near perfectly. 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock to get over to A, and Draza's not losing gunfights inside a freezer against SMGs. I mean, it's just that kind of day.
Yeah, it's just they have Call of Duty so far. And I don't know if the scoreboard is still broken, but I know for sure Kleenex definitely picked up a kill. But Atlanta FaZe working their way up to the map, currently find themselves up by 2 lives, but they are maintaining a lot of mid-map control. Currently have DVD, currently have Cafe, so if you are Toronto Ultra, you have to make these kills count.
Yeah, well done here from Envoy. Reclaims control over towards Cafe, a little bit of an extension through it, Easy with the read. Gosh, he has to be the hardest kill in the CDL right now. He has just been so finessey. Read the info, get out of there. A little bit of a poke and prod, thanks for asking. Oh my goodness, Kleenex does beat him, but Simp right there to follow up, and it turns into a 2-for-2 exchange. 1 life lead for Atlanta FaZe, but a minute has already been taken off the clock by the Ultra defense.
Now you just have to continuously hold on and fight out of your base at that as well, because Atlanta FaZe continuously, every single time, are already in your spawn. Have to iron up, clutch up on these fights. No one's going to be near the point. Atlanta FaZe currently have a lot of Cafe control. They're trying to eliminate these players through back tank before they can execute a cross. Celium unfortunately dies on the cross, but BZ's in.
And look at the play. All the focus from the front, and Simp perfectly times his hit from behind. Trades decent here for Atlanta.
Hello.
Oh my goodness, Draza over the top now. He's got laundry control. The read up close and personal, and it's finally Scrap. Maybe the only words he's been able to have here in rebuttal to what Draza's put together. But the defense for Ultra sustains and survives this hit over towards A. The second tick not fully locked.
Oh my God, this guy just makes it look so damn easy. 25 and 18, another clutch two-piece in the middle of the map, but there's only 45 seconds left, so you have to get a move on it if you are Atlanta FaZe. And now with a couple players from Atlanta dropping, Simp now knows I have to take my time. I have to allow my teammates to get back into this play before I can make a play.
Trying to read the intel first. Stun does not land, so Simp will use it as a chance to reposition. Catches Envoy on the re-rep back into Rugs. Things are looking polished, and now Simp goes to the high ground, trying to scout things over the backside of the A zone. His teammates working to clear out mid-map, and I think Cell just had seen Insight dive on in towards Rugs. Yeah, seems to be that case. He's on the hunt. Shots are good. Now it's over to the back for Simp on 4 in a row. Can we get some kills here if you're Ultra? Yes, you can. Kleenex, a key double, leaves Simp by himself, but he could stop the clock. And look at the spawns for Ultra. They're so far away. Any kill is a big kill here for Simp, as the rest of his teammates try to get over towards the water side. Simp still alive, not quite able to get the second tick of progress. Ultra will get back in and survive the round to see another.
And I'm not gonna lie, Ultra are really lucky that Simp didn't have a trophy system in his back pocket, because he was getting hit by nades and stuns. He was even able to find a kill to earn himself a cruise missile before falling. And at least if you're Ultra, you secured the defensive round. Now, I don't know how many segments they are down. They allowed at least 4 to go in favor of Atlanta FaZe there. But obviously, if you want to force the round number 5, you are forced to win this attacking round. Just have to figure out a way to maneuver your way over towards A, because every single time Atlanta FaZe are not really giving up that B point, you might think it's going to be really easy to extend that time for 2 minutes over towards A, but Atlanta FaZe every single time are contesting you all the way to the very end.
And this is the thing, is Ultra need to find a way to win this offense, and if they want round 5 defense, they would have to do it, I believe, on every tick of progress. And off the get-go, once again, FaZe just so strong off their break-off. Kleenex definitely back into the mix here after the 0-9 start, now 12 and 18. Shots versus Abizi, though. I mean, can anyone kill this guy in a face-up 1v1 gunfight? I mean, he has just been so different this major.
Just 150 HP. Atlanta FaZe is diff. Like, these guys are able to maneuver out with their life, but that's a little bit longer than you probably expect them to, and they just do it to perfection. That's another 3 dead, make it all 4 in the feed. Now all of Ultra trying to fight out of their spawn. Scrap at least wins a huge one-on-one through mid-dark to allow his teammates to push up towards the point. But for how long? Because you still have a couple players from Atlanta FaZe contesting from the front, and now also Draza working on the pinch.
And it looks like Draza's position has been made aware by this Ultra offense. Celium up top, not going to be able to get dealt with. Scrap is on the hunt, and that is just overheating overchow you've ever seen. So now Insight just left to his own devices around the zone, and yep, that's just not going to lead to too much. Man, that's a moment of frustration right there, I think. Scrap, yeah, he's playing well, but that was an overheat moment for sure.
Yeah, now there's only 25 seconds left, and you're forced to either push up through the B street or locate where Draza is to try to overextend over towards A. And if you decide to do that, that's where Simp can invest that cruise missile. This might be 3-0, and it's going to be done in 15 seconds out.
Sure feels that way. Ultra left at mid-map, and the cruise missile will surely pause any potential hit. Does take Simp out of the equation himself, and interestingly enough, actually, because of how the kills come through, Ultra's going to get a pretty good headway over towards A. 2 players here, one on, one watching the cross. FaZe spawning a bit deeper out, so a chance for Ultra, but again, this is desperation, and backs are definitely facing walls right now.
Yep, you better hope those trophy systems are at least still there, because those tacks are going to get thrown. The numbers are better in favor for Atlanta FaZe, but they know we can close out the game right here. We just have to find these trades onto the point, but they can't find any. Ultra with 2.4, they have tried to extend this game, and they're able to do so with a great play over towards A.
Yeah, 2 players are already over towards the B zone now all of a sudden. So Simp gets 1 kill off the exit. Now he's quickly trying to make his way back over, and that is a brilliant decision. Catches the 1 player on the zone. Kleenex still just holding his life, finessing. Abizi waiting for the assistance to come back through, but they know that there was 1 player left over towards A. It's all about where has Insight gone to since this rotation, and I believe they've seen him. Yep, they sure have. 4 in the feed. Atlanta just need to find 3 more kills, and they win.
Yeah, there's no more respawns. That's basically going to be GG. You know exactly where the rest of Toronto Ultra are going to be coming from, and with only 35 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe are going to be able to 3-0 Toronto Ultra again, 2 times in a row now. These guys are just the top dogs.
and no one's coming close. Maybe with the exception being the Optics matchup, where it was 4 very tight maps. This one, anything but. 251-27, 6-1, 3-1, and Draza just going old school. Pick up the camera. Let me tell you something one time. Actually, 2, 3, 4 times at this point. Just based on how Draza's gone about it, but wow, that is a statement and an eye-opening experience here in terms of how Major 3's looking.
Yeah, Draza picked up that camera. He said, great game, guys. You guys played a great game. Unfortunately, today we were just a better roster. You know, no cussing, nothing, no bad words or anything. Draza is one hell of a good player and a great teammate, great competitor as well. But Atlanta FaZe overall, man, that was an absolute beatdown, Alan. From start to finish, we're talking about a 6-star where they needed to show adjustments after the loss versus Optic Texas. They win by 120. The Rio Search and Destroy. Last time they matched up, it went all the way to around 11. This time it goes to around 7. And then you play an Invasion Control where so far Control on the season has gone in favor of Atlanta FaZe, but the way that they got this one done was an absolute beatdown. Do you take a look at the damage? 7,500 out of Sim. That is honestly insane work right there out of the young man.
We don't know how many his total kills were. We also know he won non-traded. Come on. One time for Sim. Good gravy. Yep. I think I saw Easy Max tweet when we were on break. I think his words were, we've got a big 1, a little 3, and a very bottom 8. At the moment, it definitely is starting to feel that way with the masterclass put on by Atlanta. They get through Optic, they get through Toronto, and it doesn't look like there's anyone else out there who are going to hold a candle to these guys at this point, Jay.
And now I get scared because that's what makes Atlanta FaZe the top dog in the league. They're able to beat the hell out of every single team, no matter if you're the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, in control. That is their best mode. That's been the deciding factor in the majority of this series, and that's why they're currently the top dogs.
Well, the Monster Energy matchup was a very one-sided affair, and we'll leave it to the devs to try to give us their reactions on the dominant status.
I got to move up my dinner plans here. I thought we were going to another Game 5 round 11, but this one is done in 3. And Allie, real quick, how many kills did Insight and Kleenex combine for in that last game?
I believe 34.
34. Nameless, how many kills did Simp drop in that last game?
He dropped 41 kills, 7,500 damage. Simp is an absolute monster. FaZe said, it's just Big Me. They're the best team in the world.
I don't know how you beat this. Chris was on another level. There he is, as this man just took over the game. And you look throughout his teammates, Celium massively positive. You're getting huge damage out of Draza. Excellent work out of Abizi throughout this series. What's more impressive? The 250 to basically half in hardpoint, the 6 domination in S&D? What do you see, Allie?
I mean, for me, this did not feel like I was watching a top 4 team matchup. It didn't feel like I was watching the grand finals of Major 1 Revenge Tour. It just felt like I was watching Atlanta FaZe being the best team in the game. And to have this performance against a team like Toronto Ultra heading into their own major, I mean, they're already Optics boogeyman. They might be Toronto Ultras now, too.
They outslayed them by 67. They were running around, challenging everything. 7-0 first bloods on the Rio Search and Destroy. Abizi went 11-1. He literally could not die. You watch this control. Immediately, okay, so they're trolling, shooting bodies, right? We go to the next round, they're on defense. Immediate spawn trap. They put them in the blender at will. Simp is screaming in his mic like this match meant so much more to them. They wanted to destroy Toronto. We know the beef that Draza and Scrap have. Well, Draza clearly has inspired his teammates to be dominant once again. He was the missing puzzle piece, and they are back to being Cold War FaZe.
There is no lack of confidence in the FaZe camp. The only team to sit on top of the leaderboard right now above 300 points. This now puts them at 325, and that grows their lead over Toronto to 50 points, Allie.
I mean, Atlanta FaZe...
That's first to second, 50 points!
They are terrifying. I mean, and that's something we've seen, though, in the past year or two. Like, Atlanta FaZe has been leaps and bounds when it comes to seedings ahead of everybody else. The issue now is, not really the issue, but that puts everybody else in the league on watch, is now they're winning.
Atlanta is a whole Boston team ahead of Toronto, who is second best in our league.
Well put.
That's the perspective that we got to give you right now. And a big shout out to Atlanta FaZe and the man who has brought the energy to the team. The plan's working out. It's your Monster Energy winner spotlight with Draza. Draza, congrats on another dub.
Thank you, thank you.
What are you going to tweet?
I don't know.
I'll probably tweet something like, "Why is Scrap talking shit to the best team in the world?" He should probably stick to talking shit to the bottom 4 teams.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. If you get more, just feel free to add to it later. Allie, go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Jessa, does Atlanta FaZe even have a weakness right now? Do you guys have anything that you're trying to hone in on heading into the Major 3? Because, I mean, you look unbelievable.
Yeah, I'd just say playing the new maps and making sure we figure out how we want to play each hill is the biggest thing that we have to work on going into Major 3.
Draza, in this series, I mean, you got performances from everybody across the board. Like, you map 1, 6,500 damage, a BZ game 2, obviously Simp and Celium in game 3. These guys have been dominating for a while. For you joining this team, how's it feel to be amongst these 3 guys? Like, it seems like the energy you're bringing is getting them to play even better.
Yeah, it's just insane the talent they have, and obviously when you're playing against them, we had a little beef. So like, I'm thinking. I knew they were good, but I didn't realize they were this good. And when they're playing like that, these guys were playing unreal, and when we're playing like that, we're actually unbeatable.
Jessa,
they're just fucking insane, to be honest.
I love it.
I want to follow up with that because have you noticed a difference in maybe like the confidence or the play style of the core 3 alongside of you since you've been added to this roster from watching from the outside now being in it?
I would just say that they're confident in us. Like how we've been playing our practice and our day-to-day is how they're growing their confidence, and I don't know why people are talking shit to us because we're going to sit here and 3-0 you.
Another follow-up, who do you feel like is your biggest comp? Because the last 2 times you guys have played Toronto, you have obliterated them. So clearly there's a big gap there. Who's your biggest comp in the league right now?
I'd probably say Optic, but we both know how that goes. CEO, so I feel like we're looking good for Major 3.
CEO. Draza, final question for you. What's the next goal? You guys already won Major 2. I saw an interview where Chris basically said he wants to win 4 majors. That'd be more important. You said you want another ring. What's the team's mindset, though, right now?
Obviously, it's the ring, but it's just going each day and, keeping consistent in our practice. But to win everything is the biggest, the best answer I can give you.
Excellent stuff. We'll let you get over to Twitter. Thank you so much for joining us here on YouTube.
Thank you.
That's Draza, that's Atlanta FaZe, and another 3. Oh, he shows the camera, and Atlanta FaZe is clearly our top squad in the game. When you're looking at the rest of the pack here, who else is behind them? Who's close? Who can catch up?
I don't think anybody is close to them. I think he missed a big opportunity when Anna asked, like, what's your biggest comp in the league, to just be like, ourselves, because I feel like in historic past, it's been Atlanta FaZe that's kind of hurt themselves in their own series. So missed opportunity, but I don't think anybody comes close to them right now. There's still a lot to work on.
All right, Nameless, it's ready now. Let's take a look at it. It's your Scuff play of the game. And this took our editor an extra moment because Celium just had so many. The man, we talk about his teammates all the time, but he has secretly been a monster since he first put his hands on a controller.
Yeah, I mean, Celium's an absolute beast. And, they start this map off, and I'm like, all right, yeah, this is a map that they fell to Optic on. It could be really close. You're getting Kleenex back in form. Atlanta FaZe, they just take flight on that second rotation. You can see this is the front of P2 here, Celium picking up kills. And it's just going to be a montage of him, I guess, shooting bodies.
1.83 sets the new record for a series, Katie Alley.
And what is insane for that, for me to kind of put this in perspective, is in this matchup already, Cell had a monstrous 1.21 versus Toronto Ultra, and only in the control, the reason it was so high is because he had a 1.72. He has translated a 1.72 to an entire series. That is insane.
Yeah, but Simp had 13,000 damage almost, and that was in 3 maps.
And they didn't lose any rounds of search. It's a pretty easy day in the office for Atlanta FaZe. Toronto is going to go back and burn the film. In the meantime, we are going to be recapping all of the action from the day. Let's take a look back to the start here, Alley Cat, where I made my first incorrect prediction, picking LAG to win an online game.
You had purple toenails. That's all you could possibly do. You had to go with the purple squad. But Carolina Royal Ravens, it was a Gwen masterclass throughout this series. But also, I was happy to see a little bit more of TJ Search and Destroy. He literally felt like he was in his bag. I felt like I was watching the past Teach, and I hope this can continue forward. It is against a team in LAG, which, to be honest, is kind of the bottom of the barrel of the league right now. But Carolina Royal Ravens are all in the same facility. They've been taking some of our top teams to Game 5, so I'm really excited to see what they do this split and what they do come Toronto.
The penthouse buff.
Oh, yeah. And, for Carolina Royal Ravens, that was probably the easiest win they've had, right? They don't usually 3-0 teams. It's been tough for them, going all the way to Game 5. So their game is definitely the best it's ever been. Their map pool is the best it's ever been, and they are capitalizing on it. And like Ali said, TJ had himself a match today, and that's good for them going forward.
Taking a look at match number 2, we had Minnesota coming into the day 6th overall. They had a chance to reclaim the 5th position, passing Vegas, and they took that opportunity, but it wasn't easy. It went to a round 11, game 5. Ups and downs for both teams throughout this one, but Namus, you were saying this is one of the better matches we're going to see in stage 3.
Yeah, you know, these two teams, I feel like in terms of like talent and makeup of the roster, also they both made a 2-man change. Like, it was just bound to be a good match. We go the distance and you finally see the vision that Minnesota Rocker had, right? Like, let's fix our search and destroy through Standy, and let's add some firepower and respawn through Gunless. And it was Accuracy who was taking over as well. So for Minnesota Rocker, things are looking good, and game 5 finally falls their way.
And on the flip side of things, Boston Breach, maybe we saw a little bit of a step in the right direction when it comes to them. I still don't think they're all on the same page, but they were able to win a respawn, and they pushed that game 5 to a round 11. So if you just forget the first 3 maps, you know, Boston Breach walked away pretty okay. If there's any map to rewatch in this series, I recommend you go back and watch that map for Vista. It was an absolute banger. It was extremely exciting, especially the tail end of that game. So if you missed any of today's action, definitely hit the rewind on YouTube and check it out.
Shout out Bees for his performance for Boston today. Unfortunately, it's not enough, and Boston remains at the bottom of our 12-team leaderboard. They look to continue their climb next week because we are done with week 2 of our stage 3 qualifiers. In your current standings, Atlanta FaZe 3-0, and guess who else is unbeaten? They're also wearing red.
That's going to be the LA Thieves sitting at 2-0. And you know what? Somebody said in an interview today that we should watch out for LA Thieves because they're getting better.
Yeah, you know, it was a good shout. You know, the rest of the pro scene, you don't really see them showing too much love to LA Thieves, but they've made good moves, man, and the young guys look great.
And no, that is not an incorrect number next to the Subliners. They are 1-2 after a rough week 2 here in stage 3. Remember, though, all 12 teams will make it to champs. Sorry, only 12 teams are making it up to Toronto. Only 8 teams are making it to champs here. And Nameless tickets are on sale right now.
Yeah, and I'm hearing the VIPs already sold out. We saw the venue. The stage is going to be incredible. That atmosphere will be electric. Scan the QR code and get your tickets.
Scan the QR code. We're going to be in Texas as well. It's easy access for all of us here in the U.S. So if you're making the trip, make sure you drive safe, travel safe, fly safe, and book your stuff early so that you don't miss out.
It's going to be a party down south, and we continue the action next week live here from Columbus. If you want to catch the Royal Ravens versus the unbeaten LA Thieves, make sure you are tuning in bright and early on Friday, April 26th. The action is kicking off at 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll be live with headquarters. Final question, though, before we go.
What's up?
We close out next weekend, but the only match for the Subliners is against Atlanta FaZe.
Yes.
Can you take this week and prep and beat Atlanta FaZe, at least the Atlanta FaZe that you saw tonight?
I saw New York Subliners taking it to Twitter saying that they were going to come back and all this stuff, so expectations high.
They can. They play them really well. Super weather against them. They go to game 5 often. I would not be surprised if we see a game 5 next Sunday.
All right, let's argue about it in the chat later. We will see you next week, 2:45 Eastern, right here, youtube.com/COD League.
Going back and forth like it's east and west, but the whole team up, say that's north side. Am I lonely if I shoot the tech? And I'm 10 seasons in, still on the court side. Every day I'm going back to back to back to back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting on my eyes and crossing on my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Young, set apart, and I'm passionate. I've been in my lane, ain't no passing. I'm truly from the bottom. I've been fighting for the light. But when you in the dark, man, all you get is flashes. My whole team knows that it's do or die. Mountain top, I see newer highs. I'ma make a move when I make a move. Ain't no thinking, I let you decide. On the gas with the vision, I've been out to get it, here to do it different. Ripping through the tension, rallied in the streets. Now we in the building, and it's going way, way, way. Way, 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 way. Way, 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 way. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. Way, way, way. When I'm under pressure, I don't watch the clock. I just go and shoot shots. See them on the wave, get them out the way, turn it up a whole notch. We was down bad, we was underdogs, now they clear the whole spot. He running up the numbers, now the digits going up a whole notch.
Pressure on P1, and look who's standing in noon. Right now it's Beans, just gets to hold him off. He's able to pick up 2 kills. Playing his life, and Beans might just give you all 4 wipe and wins you the game.
whole team knows that it's do or die. Not the top, I see newer highs. I'ma make a move when I make a move. And I'm thinking I let you decide. On the gas, the division, I've been out to get it, here to do it different. Ripping through the kitchen, rallied in the streets. Now we in the building and it's going way.
Only the leader of the general saying, hey, this whole
I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. When I'm under pressure, I don't want to block. I just go and shoot shots. See him on the way, get him out the way, turn it off. We was down bad, we was underdogs, let it clear the whole spot.
Phase defender and Drozen is kind of by himself. I don't know how many players are here.
Oh my God, this guy just makes it look so damn easy. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it.
Oh my God! I mean, what? Around this? Come on, baby. Let's go crazy.